And to the Ageas Bowl, it's not surprisingly, it's another warm one here, and rather fitting because these are the top two teams in Group B of this Royal London One Day Cup group stage competition. It's Hampshire against Lancashire, and Lancashire have won the toss and they have elected to bat first here. And I'll go through the two sides for you. Your commentary team today will be myself, Keaton Jennings. A little later you'll hear from former Zimbabwean A batter Stanley Marissa. Yes, he's back. First time he's been back since the quarterfinals up at Birmingham, if you're a Hampshire listener. And also from BBC Lancashire, it is Scott Reed. We are on the BBC Sport website and app, and also we're on the live picture feed, which is going back to the Hampshire Cricket website. You can pick that up, and that will be beamed also to the Lancashire Cricket website, so you can watch the game and listen to our commentary to your heart's content for as long as you like throughout the day. Let me give you the Hampshire side. There is one change in the side that beat Derbyshire a couple of days ago, and it is 16-year-old Dom Kelly coming in to play his first ever first team game. So he's in, only recently completed his GCSEs at Millfield. So Hampshire are captain Nick Gubbins, Anarin Donald, Tom Prest, Ben Brown the keeper, Fletcher Middleton, Felix Organ, Toby Albert, Scott Curry, Dom Kelly, John Turner and Jack Campbell. And he's sitting right next to me again. It's Scott Reed from BBC Lancashire. Scott, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Everybody well? Are you well?
We are. We're all the better for seeing you.
Oh, you say such the sweetest things, don't you? What are you after? You're clearly after something. Do I owe you some money or something?
Just some good commentary. But we're guaranteed when you're around.
I cannot give you that. But I've turned up, so that's a start, isn't it?
Yes.
Lancashire have made 3 changes. And they've got their captain back, Keaton Jennings, who's skippering the team in this One Day Cup this year because Dane Velas is currently injured. So Jennings was away on England Lions duty for the last match, and he returns, as indeed does Josh Bohannon, who's back fit after a finger injury, and Will Williams, who was rested for their previous match. He returns as well. So Jennings, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, which is Lancashire's top 3 in county championship cricket, and they've all had good seasons. In fact, they've all had terrific seasons, really. And then Stephen Croft and Rob Jones, George Balderson, George Lavelle, Tom Bailey, Will Williams, Liam Hurt, and the left-armed spinner, Jack Morley.
That's a nice round of applause, isn't it, to greet the umpires and the Hampshire players as they walk out onto the middle. The 2 umpires today are Paul Pollard, and I wish I hadn't gone down this route because the other one, which Scott Reed might be able to pronounce better than me, Surendran Shanmugam.
Shanmugam, yeah, Shanmugam.
Should have practiced.
He's a new name for me.
It is a new name to me, as you could probably tell from the way I was trying to pronounce it. That is definitely a new name. Unlike Paul Pollard, who has been around for quite a while as a player and as an umpire, former Notts batter, as I seem to remember. I played against him a few times. The situation in this group, in Group B, is that Hampshire come into this game. We're halfway through the group stages. Both these teams have had 4 scheduled matches. Hampshire have won 4 from 4, sit top on 8. There's been a bit of a seesaw between Hampshire and Lancashire over the last 2 or 3 fixtures. When Lancashire win, they go top. When Hampshire win, they go back top. Lancashire have 7 points from their 4 matches. The only reason they have 7, being unbeaten, is that their game, can you believe it? They actually had a washed out game.
Hottest summer for 30 years, and Lancashire have a game washed out for rain.
Essex at Sedbergh. I have to say, you're pretty unlucky these days to have a game washed out. Can't believe I'm saying that.
Mate, we were like, it was like just being sat in clouds all day. You could barely see 100 yards in front of you. I mean, it's Sedbergh. It's beautiful. You're in the fells of Cumbria, and it's an idyllic setting. But because it's fell country, you get fell weather, and we just had cloud and drizzle all day.
Yeah. And
it was beautiful everywhere else in the country.
I'm not surprised. I'm surprised nobody all rushed up there to experience that. Because yet again, it's dry and hot.
It isn't it? Yeah.
Again. Yeah. We shouldn't complain.
No.
Now, John Turner is going to open up from the pavilion end And it looks like Keaton Jennings to face first up.
Luke Wells.
Luke Wells, I tell a lie, he's a fellow left-hander. Oh, it's bounced. Oh, he's very nearly edged that through to the keeper. Where did that bounce come from just short of a length?
I think Luke Wells is asking the same question, isn't he? But both Wells and Jennings come down the pitch to have a little look. Yeah.
Well, there has been times this year where wickets here have bounced a little bit more than you expect, and I have to say, if that's an example, wow. And I think the game against Worcester here, it bounced a little bit from what I remember. It seems a long time ago, even though it was only the first group game last week. It's terrible, wasn't it? Turned around the wicket again. Bowles gets wrapped on the thigh pad, called through for a single by Jennings. And the Lancashire innings underway. So, yeah, players overworked in this summer. Commentators overworked. No respite.
Wouldn't go that far. Don't try and pretend this is a proper job.
Well, it isn't, you're right, but it takes a lot of skill to talk rubbish all day. So I'm told.
You're very skillful then, Kevin.
Oh dear. So Keaton Jennings with the #1 on his back. Wow, what a statement that is. From the 30-year-old playing his 76th list day game. There's quite a few people when you come up against teams, they're in the sort of, you know, single figures into the teens in terms of the number of fixtures. 70 is a lot, as that's a length ball pushed out square on the offside and there's no run. Both these teams seem to have almost identical kits. Hampshire is well, dark blue, isn't it really, with yellow lettering, and Lancashire's is it black almost?
Well, it is blue. But yeah, it's kind of like dark blue colour again with a little bit of red trim. There's a lot of blue kits around in the One Day Cup. I say bring back Lancashire's lime green from a few years ago.
Oh, remember that? Is it with that AOL on the front?
Yes, yeah.
Other discount electrical warehouses available as that's pushed back to John Turner, and there is no run. So Scott Rees has 3 changes in the Lancashire side from the side that won against Worcestershire at Old Trafford in their last game. No Washington Sunder, the Indian player. He's got a shoulder injury. No George Bell. And also no Danny Lamb, the all-rounder. Here comes Turner. Right arm over. Oh, it's way down the leg side. Bounces twice through to Ben Brown. Definitely got that one wrong, did John Turner. So Lancashire come into this game. Well, they won their warm-up against Cumbria by 44 runs. That was also at Sedbergh School. Obviously the weather was better on that day. So the abandoned game against Essex kicked off their Royal London campaign this year. They beat Yorkshire at York by 7 wickets, beat Derbyshire at Old Trafford by 39 runs, and as I just mentioned, 6 wickets against Worcester. Also at Old Trafford, that ball bounces. There was a spot there, maybe about outside off stump. Keaton Jennings played the line, inside the line, but again, that is good bounce from John Turner. Hampshire come into this game. Yes, they won their warm-up game against Dorset. They also beat Worcestershire here by 44 runs. They beat Kent at Beckenham by 163. Hampshire 396 for 5. That was their highest ever list day score. As Turner runs in and bowls to Jennings. I think almost playing at that one. Good pace from Turner. End of the first over. Scott Reed is back. I think that's 1 without loss. The scoreboard isn't quite showing at the moment. Northampton against the Isle of Wight. Hampshire shouldn't have won that one, but they did by 11 runs. Northamptonshire losing their last 5 wickets for 11. And a couple of days ago at Derby, Hampshire winning by 2 wickets. Again, a game they could have quite easily lost. I mentioned the Lancashire matches coming into this as well, just in case you didn't hear that, Scott.
I didn't hear that. So.
No, that's right. Well, I didn't want you to sort of run through it again.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And everybody said, Scott Reed listen to anything.
No, he's against that question. No, I don't pay any attention whatsoever. Yeah, it was a good-looking fixture, this, isn't it? I mean, a win for one of these two sides today would, well, it wouldn't secure a knockout stage, but it's a pretty long, it's a big step towards it, isn't it?
I agree, yeah.
I think it'd be difficult to see one of these two sides not getting through to the knockout stage if they win today. Jack Campbell's going to open up from the hotel end of the ground with a couple of slips in place. Luke Wells on strike. They are quite difficult to tell apart, the two tall left-handers, as Wells defends to mid-off and there's no run, but Wells often in short sleeves, as he is again today, and Jennings in long sleeves. But they're two tall left-hand batters. They're very similar build, similar styles, and from a long way off, it's quite difficult at times to tell them apart, but Wells in the short sleeves.
Thank you for saying that. I don't think I would have worked that one out, actually. I would have been forever sort of squinting, and my binoculars might have been on, so thank you.
Campbell bowls, and driven by Wells up to mid-off, and there is no run.
So, as Joe points out on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport, hope that you and Scott are on your game today, because the scoreboard is obviously feeling overworked this season. That is one way of putting it. The other way, of course, is that as it's got decked out with the 100 on, the fact that this isn't a 100 game, it's decided not to bother.
Maybe it's on strike.
Yeah, only wants to work when the 100 is on.
Campbell comes in and bowls to Wells, who's on the front foot and pushing the ball away into the offside, out towards backward point, and there's no run.
This game is clearly not big enough for it.
Yep, but don't blame it.
Yeah, so it's decided not to turn up.
It's not going to bother. They're back on Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever the next time the Southern Brave are playing here.
They are, I can tell you if you really want to know, Scott.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I thought you had this at hand. I thought you had this right on your fingertips.
I have.
Right. Campbell in the game. Balls left by Wells. Good bounce and carry again through to the keeper. No run.
They're playing Thursday.
Okay.
Here against, well, would you believe it? How ironic.
Not the originals.
Yes.
Oh my word.
Are you not on duty for that one?
I'm not. No. Where am I on Thursday? We're Neath, I think. I think it's Neath.
Oh, you
on
are.
Thursday,
Yeah.
Glamorgan, I think. Well, that might be Wednesday. I'm getting my days confused. two without loss in the second over. Campbell bowls. It's defended by Wells out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, I suspect it'd be a home win for the Brave. Having watched the originals yesterday, they didn't play very well. No, they're not playing very well at the minute.
Who's in their side? Who's the headline acts?
Well, they got Butler and Salt in the batting. I mean, they scored 190 yesterday, and it still wasn't enough. Trent Rockets won by about 7 wickets.
Wow. That's a huge
is,
day, isn't it, of
yeah.
scores? Yeah.
2 slips waiting. Campbell, left arm over the wicket, just turns Wells around a little, trying to work it into the leg side, but pushed into the off is no run. That's a really good over sent down. That was a testing over that had Wells playing it, I think, every delivery apart from one which he left, which had good bounce and carry through to the keeper. So a good start from Campbell from this hotel end of the ground. I like to see some new names, and it's part of the joy of watching this competition, both last year and this year. You see players that you've never seen before. I've never seen Jack Campbell before, and looking forward to watching him today. With 1 or 2 others there.
Well, I'll tell you who would have seen him before me. It would have been Martin Emerson up at Durham, because he was at Durham Uni.
Right, okay.
Durham picked him up and played him in a few List A games. And I have to say, in the Royal London One Day Cup, he's been a bit of a revelation. 15 wickets in total. That includes some for Durham. Wrapped on the pad there, as trying to work that away on the onside is Keaton Jennings, but probably going down the leg side. But he's bowled well. He bowled really well at Beckenham in that big run fest. Really kept it tight, actually. But he picked up 2 wickets against Derby, went for 50 off 10, 3 for 17 against Northants. 3 of those 5 that I mentioned where they fell like a pack of cards at the end of the game. He picked up 3 of the 5 that they lost for 11. And he has bowled well. As Turner bowls, length ball, Jennings pushes that up to mid-on. And there is no run. And in that game against Kent, 4 for 44 on that flat wicket. So, yeah, he's been nice. Useful. Still hasn't got a number on his back, which is really disappointing. I know 1 or 2 Hampshire fans were saying, listen, this guy's bowled well. He looks good. As Scott Reed's already been impressed, having only just seen him for an over. And he still hasn't been given a number. Tries to cut that away, cuts it into the ground and fielded at 3rd slip by Anarin Donald. So good bowling here, apart from that one down the leg side from John Turner. It's been quite accurate stuff. Paul Williams at Solent Sport says, praised for Dom Kelly, the 16-year-old, who I've not seen at all, making his debut today. And sure he will cope, says Paul. Could be a very good game today and a real test for Hampshire's youngsters. Certainly will. I think this is the biggest test that Hampshire will have so far in this competition. Tries to cut that, and he's edged it through to the keeper. He's gone. The extra bounce has done for Keaton Jennings there. Tried to cut that away through the offside, and that did bounce. Feather of an edge. Ben Brown takes it. Lancashire 2 for 1.
Well, the start that they've made with the ball has been rewarded, hasn't it? Hampshire started well. and it was short and wide, and Jennings had a go at it, and the edge through to the keeper. But a good start with the ball here. I mean, we're into the third over of the match, but it looks like a pitch with a bit of pace and bounce and carry on it. And the bowlers certainly early on have enjoyed bowling on it, and reward for Hampshire. It's a big wicket, that. Keaton Jennings, captain, been in really good form this year across all three formats for Lancashire. He's had probably the last couple of months have been an outstanding return of runs in the championship and in this competition, and the blast. It's a big breakthrough, nice and early for Hampshire, getting rid of Keaton Jennings at the top.
Yeah. Now, if you're watching on the live picture feed and listening to our commentary, or if you're in the ground and looking around for scores, both on the live feed and on the ground, there is nothing. In fact, Lancashire are 0 for 0 off 0 on the live picture feed. On the ground, there is absolutely not a scoreboard working, but it is 2 for 1. I think.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So clearly, well, the scoreboard is sort of working in a way that it shows the name of the batters coming in, and I think showed the two teams up. So if it's a picture or if it's anything other than showing the score, the scoreboard's fine. But I guess scoreboard kind of gives away what it should be doing. The word scoreboard. But anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll figure it out.
Sure it will.
Yeah.
Technical issues, we all have them.
Yes, that's for sure.
I have them every day.
Yeah. And I can still hear that, what we heard earlier, Scott, the winding up of the camera, which sounds like somebody is winding up a parasol.
It does.
In their garden. And it's been going up and down for about the last hour. So I don't quite know what's going on. You can probably hear it in the effects mic there. Josh Bohannon is the new batter. He's also been away with the... Did he play in the England Lions?
No, he missed last week because of a finger injury, actually.
Oh.
So he damaged his finger in a game against Derbyshire and missed the game against Worcestershire last time out with that injury.
Here's Turner. He's over the wicket to the right-hander. Bohannon gets a length ball, turns it away in front of square on the leg side for no run.
Yes, I guess surprisingly, he wasn't actually called up by the Lions, having featured for them in the winter on the back of a good year last year. But this latest round of Lions call-ups didn't include Bohannon. But yeah, he's back fit after a finger problem.
So it's Turner again, 25 years old, Josh Bohannon. As Turner comes in, that bounces a bit. Bohannon, not the tallest, gets sent back there by Wells. He was about a third of the way down. Wells got a good call in the end, just in time as the throw came in. End of the over. Lancashire are 2 for 1. Good round of applause that for Turner. Joe back on the tweet says, great start for John Turner. Pretty big wicket to get early. It certainly is. Keaton Jennings, I must admit, when I saw his name in that Lancashire squad, you think, yeah, you're really going to need to get that guy early. John Turner has done that, and Hampshire fans will know that John Turner's debut last year in this competition against Essex, his first wicket was none other than Sir Alistair Cook.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
wow.
A man for a big wicket.
Clearly, yeah. What a way to start. That is like proper legendary thing, isn't it? You've been dining out on that for years and years.
Oh, it is.
There's Campbell to... oh, Wells up, balloons up towards extra cover. A bizarre looking shot. He's going to go here. He should do. Oh, it's actually a really good catch. First it looked like it should be quite simple, but I think that's a fantastic catch, kind of running backwards, out from extra cover towards the boundary. It went a mile from Wells. Tumbling catch. I think that's a really good
Gubbins,
effort.
I think. Yeah.
Well, if it was Gubbins with a catch, then that is a fabulous effort, because it looked at first like it should be quite routine, but he really did have to kind of gallop backwards and get into position, and took the catch and tumbled over and kept the ball. And Hampshire have got rid of the top two. Wells is gone, and Lancashire are, I think, 2 for 2 in the 4th over.
Yeah, the scoreboard is starting to crank up. But we have got Lancashire 0 for 0 on the scoreboard. It's a start.
Does that mean we can start the game again?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, come back, lads. Come back, Mr. Wells. Come back, Mr. Jennings. We'll start the game again. No way, from a Hampshire point of view. They are, as Scott said, 2 big wickets. Wow, what a start. You'd be sitting in the change rooms, wouldn't you? Having your little team talk, having a little chat, and thinking, yeah, Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings opening the batting. This will be a test for us. They've both gone. before the 4th over has been completed. Now here's a bit of experience coming out for Lancashire. Stephen Croft, the captain, 37 years of age. Scott's seen him for a number of years. Good player in white ball cricket, this guy, isn't he?
Fabulous player, yeah. As you say, he's had, he's really kind of modern day Lancashire legend is Stephen Croft. He keeps churning out performances and keeps breaking new records. He's broken numerous again this season for appearances and runs scored for the club in different formats. So yeah, he's well, I guess he's just the person you kind of want at 2 for 2 in the 4th over. You bring out Croft to join Bohannon, but what a start for Hampshire. What an unusual dismissal that was.
Yeah, well, it is. I tell you what's quite interesting. We're not quite in line, but we're quite high up, so we're getting a good view. Campbell is getting a little bit of a way swing to the left-hander, wasn't he? Just a little bit of shape, and I haven't actually seen that from him. But there is a bit of shape there, and it looked like he played the original line, didn't he? So hit across the line, but actually as the ball straightened on him, so he's got that leading edge.
Here comes Campbell, left arm over the wicket, balls to Croft. It's pushed full and wide of off stump and left. And through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Got an email here from Paul Spencer, solentcricket@gmail.com. Are you using emails today, Scott?
No, it's okay. Stick with that one.
Yeah. I remember Lancashire fans in when we played Ageas last game of last season said that I said the email address too quickly, so I'll just slow it down. solentcricket@gmail.com. That's especially for our northern friends.
Campbell, left arm over, balls to Croft. Again, that's wide of off stump and left by Croft and through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, clearly they don't understand my accent. Unlike, of course, I get the northern accent easy. Surely, says Paul Spencer, Lancashire could play in red. Well, they do in the T20, don't they?
Yeah.
The two teams are indistinguishable from each other, and this is now very commonplace. So today is not exactly what Kerry Packer had in mind all those years ago.
Yeah, there are a lot of dark blues, navy blues, blacks. That's deflected away down towards fine leg. I don't think Croft has got bat on that. Down towards the boundary. Actually does reach the rope, and the umpire does signal a leg by. So just kind of glancing off the pad or the thigh pad down towards the boundary. Runs for Lancashire, not for Croft. But Lancashire now are 6 for 2 in the 4th over.
What about Derbyshire's Royal London kit?
Oh, I quite like that.
Do you?
Yeah, you're not a fan?
Well, it just looked odd. Because there's nowhere in the world with a kit quite like that, is there?
No, which I think is the reason why I liked it.
Yeah.
But the more you looked at it, the more whiter it became. Campbell into Croft, down the leg side, signal is a wide by the umpire. But they had a kind of bit of kind of yellow and maroon and bit of blue stripes on the front. It was just because it looked a bit different. I quite liked it.
Predominantly off-white, wasn't it? Really?
Off-white.
I mean, you probably said it, and those that were listening at Derby, I apologise for saying it again. I did think it looked like somebody had put their white kit, in the wash, but stuck a blue shirt in with it by mistake, so it all came out with a bit of blue in.
We've all been there, haven't we?
Yeah.
Campbell for Hampshire in and balls, turned away off the pads by Croft. Just flicks it away towards square leg, and there's no run. Just to confirm, it was Gubbins that took the catch to dismiss Luke Wells. Running backwards, it went off that leading edge out towards kind of extra cover. And you at first thought this is quite routine for Gubbins, but then the way he had to get back into position, running backwards, ball went high. It was a good catch. Campbell in, balls and left again by Croft through to Ben Brown. So that completes the over. 4 overs gone. I think we're on 7 for 2. I think that's the score. 7 for 2, 4 overs gone. With Croft, I think both batters are on 0, Croft and Bohannon. We've had leg buys. We've had a couple of wides, I think. I don't think we've seen a batter get a run yet.
I think you could be right, actually. Not we'd know looking at the scoreboard.
I'm just checking.
No, well, both bowlers have conceded 1 run.
So we've had the leg buys and a couple of wides, haven't we?
Is that right?
I think so. I don't think. Yeah, Wells 0, Jennings 0, and now currently Bohannon and Croft both on 0.
Yeah. So there you go. But yes, that ball did go high. Do you know what? The only time I've ever seen a ball go higher in the air, sort of straight up, was, funny enough, a game here against Lancashire quite a few years ago when Shane Warne was captain, and he was disappointed that Lancashire weren't declaring.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he bowled the ball from this end.
Yeah.
That high. Well, almost that high. Here comes Turner into Bohannon. Bohannon drives up to mid-off. No run there. Again, that camera is going up and down on that pole. You can probably just about hear it.
It's the parasol.
Yeah, it is.
Someone's just ordered a bit of a pina colada and just just chilling out.
I reckon there's somebody that comes out from the bar, puts a parasol on that pole, puts it up, and then at the end of the over, the bloke comes back with the camera, and then winds it down, puts the camera on, puts it back up, and it goes like that every over. Here comes Turner. Oh, he's playing a miss in. He's edged that, I think, yes. Now, Bohannon doesn't want to go, but everybody went up in unison. It took a while, but the umpire has given him out, and that's bounced from a length. Bohannon drawn into the drive, and he's the third Lancashire player out for no score.
Yep. Yeah, Wells naught, Jennings naught, Bohannon naught. Croft still on naught, and Lancashire are 3 down, and their runs are all extras. They're 7 for 3 in the 5th over. And Hampshire making the absolute most of this. They're cashing in. But I mean, you'll know better than me, Kevin. But the way that Hampshire have bowled on the pitch, and what we've seen so far with movement through the air from Campbell at this end, and movement off the pitch to bounce and carry as well. But Hampshire have just made the most of it. They bowl really well, and it's been tricky for Lancashire's top order.
It has. I don't know if you're finding a bit of a theme now, a bit like the Red Ball County game, where the new ball does make a huge difference, doesn't it? I mean, I know it's always made a difference, but it just seems to be more pronounced now than ever. And I don't know what you're finding, but I think I'm seeing a pattern now in this group stage of this competition with 2 new balls at each end. Batting is quite tricky against a new white ball as well.
Yeah, and I think at certain grounds you go onto as well, because you perhaps playing on pitches that maybe are towards the edge of the square as well. You've got, which I think we found this a little bit last year, you've got ground staff having to prepare so many pitches. It's tricky, isn't it, to get what you perhaps, I'm not saying the pitch is questionable here at all, I'm not saying that whatsoever. It's just part of the bigger factor, I think, isn't it, when you're at this stage of the season, when you've got so much cricket being played. But I agree entirely with the new ball, and that's been a massive thing, isn't it, in the county championship, because the balls have been going soft so quickly. Yeah,
agreed. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, Hampshire 68 for 5 in their last game against Derbyshire. We're really in serious trouble. Of course, that was again against the new white ball before they chased down 246 to win. I'm also thinking North End. Oh, the parasol's going back up. Pina colada coming out underneath it. That's driven back to it.
Rob Jones.
By Rob Jones, yeah, the new batter, the 26-year-old, playing his 24th list day game. It won't be long before in a few balls' time. Oh, the applause is not for the fact that Hampshire have bowled so well this morning and have Lancashire 7 for 3. It's because the scoreboard is finally showing some numbers and some names. They're a wicked crowd down here.
Aren't they? Yeah.
Oh, they are. They don't. Oh, everything has to be just right. Here comes Turner. Jones forward, very watchfully there. Plays that back to the bowler. So yeah, we're almost all back to normal. Just need to get that camera back on that pole rather than that parasol below us. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says, hi Kev and Scott. He says, listening from southern central France. The horrendous drought and heat wave has been interrupted by storms and rain. Gosh, I think we'll all be going down there. Trying to find out what it feels like to be under some rain. Here comes Turner, bowls full, and Jones hits that into the ground, and Turner fields on his follow through. He says, at last. But he says, angry militants have cemented in golf holes because of the hosepipe dispensations. I've seen that, actually. I saw a picture this morning. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
People have been going around, because obviously golf courses now, the fairways white and the greens, the notices are green, and some people don't like that, so they've been going around putting cement in the holes. Yeah, incredible. I shouldn't speak too loud. There's a golf course behind us, so be careful. Quick, some runs off the bat. Jones pushes that out towards mid-wicket, and we have finally seen a run off the bat at the end of the 5th over. Great start by Hampshire. Lancashire have work to do, 8 for 3.
Oh yeah, Lancashire do have some work to do here. Top 3 all gone without scoring. And now Stephen Croft and Rob Jones, who have enjoyed good partnership already in this competition this season for Lancashire. They put on 154 runs against Derbyshire a few days ago. Feels like a couple of weeks ago, but a few days ago. Croft making 87 not out, Jones making 70 not out. So these two have batted well previously in this competition this season, and Lancashire desperately needing this a partnership here. Scott Curry coming into the attack to replace Jack Campbell. I think just 2 overs for Campbell. Yeah, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. There comes Curry. Right arm over the wicket and bowls, but down the leg side to Rob Jones, taken by Ben Brown.
Curry bowling on wide has been a bit of a feature in this competition so far. He's
Okay.
bowled well,
Yeah.
but he has struggled a bit with his line.
Yeah, 8 wickets this season in the Royal London One Day Cup for Curry. Campbell now picking up his 10th with the wicket he's got today from the 5 matches he's played. Here comes Curry, bowls again, just back of a length to Jones. That's pushed away into the offside. It's picked up at extra cover and there's no run. Lancashire 9 for 3 in the 6th over. And a gloriously sunny and warm Ageas Bowl in Hampshire. First against second in the Royal London One Day Cup. It's the leaders, Hampshire on top. Jones off the back foot trying to force the ball away. Can't get it past the infield. Again, there's no run. Remains on 1. Lancashire 9 for 3. Quite a decent crowd in today, which is great to see. Well, you'll know better than me. It looks like a good crowd here today. I think Lancashire's previous home games at Emirates Old Trafford have had good crowds as well. The first match against Derbyshire I thought was a really impressive crowd. Curry bowls a fullish length and flicked away by Jones. Just off his pads. Good stop at square leg, but Jones does get through for 1, so he doubles his total, moves to 2. Lancashire 10 for 3.
Yeah, Donald at square leg. You're right. I've read many pieces, and we've obviously, and you will have done in the 4 games today, talked about this and the 100 and what have you. But I just think during the school holidays, a 1-day game, absolutely ideal. Why would you want to have 4 days, bit slow? Would you take the family to that? No. Would you take them to 1-day game? Yeah.
Curry in, bowls, slow ball, which is a short ball from Curry. And Croft tries to pull it, misses it and through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad crowd. Obviously, a couple of nights ago, there was a Brave game on here, which I think was just over 12,000 people in total, I think, what have you. So there is games going on here.
Yeah.
So this one, it's a bit bigger than a championship day. Yeah.
Feels that way,
so
doesn't it?
It's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. Quite appreciative already, aren't they?
Mm.
Seems to be quite a few at the far end, up towards the pavilion.
Here's Curry running in towards the pavilion. Brings Croft onto the front foot. He defends. Pushing the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
Got an email here from Bill Seeger. Morning to you, Bill. Cricket@gmail.com. From the live stream position, it appears as though Croft is moving across his stumps against Jack Campbell. Of course, he was bowling this end before Scott Curry's, enabling him to gain wides, which appear to go down the leg side. I think that's generally a standard thing with the umpires, isn't it, anyway?
Curry comes over the wicket to Croft, just deflected off the hip away to the leg side. There is no run, and that's the end of Curry's first over of the day. Just a couple of runs off it. We've had 6 overs of the Lancashire innings, and Lancashire are 10 for 3. Croft on 0 and Rob Jones on 2.
Yeah, quite an incredible start by both sides here, really, for differing reasons, of course. Bill just finishes off the email, says to gain wides, which appear to go down the leg side when the ball is quite straight. Well, it's either down the leg side or it isn't really, but I know what you mean. The tight ones perhaps look a bit worse than they are. John Turner comes in to bowl to Rob Jones. Jones drives, found the gap through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That will be 4. Ball hit away to our right. Not quite a half volley, but he leant into that quite beautifully. Lancashire pick up their first boundary of the morning. 14 for 3. Bill finishes off by saying, I cannot blame him when 3 men have gone for knout. Joe Extra is doing fine for Lancashire. Yeah, I think they were top scorer until Jones hit that boundary. The bowling attack is coming along nicely, says Bill. Here's Turner comes in and bowls. That's bounced a bit as well. Nip back as Jones just took a bottom hand off the bat as the ball goes out behind square on the leg side. 15 for 3. Now Lancashire will bring Stanley Marissa in at the end of this over for Scott. And, good to have Stanley back. First time he's worked with me, with Hampshire, since the quarter final up at Edgbaston on the T20.
What happened on finals day? I've forgotten. Pretty quiet end to the game, wasn't it?
I've got a feeling 1 or 2 in the Lancashire side will be looking for some revenge, but one of them's already disappeared, as that's turned away down to fine leg, so we'll have to think of some revenge in a different way. 16 for 3. Interesting. I just want, actually, before you disappear, or maybe we could do this when you come back, but just interesting take on that last ball of the game after the no ball was bowled by Ellis, and then the 2 batters for Lancashire did that, complete that single, and then wanted the second. I wonder how you saw that at the time as Turner comes in. That's whipped away by Jones down to fine leg where Felix Organ fields 17 for 3.
Well, I thought that the no ball was the one that would, for me, frustrated me the most, because it looked like there was a change in the field for the free hit for the no ball, which obviously wasn't picked up by the umpires.
No. Turner in, forward is Croft, back to the bowler.
So that, I think, could and should have been another free hit, because you obviously can't change the field for a no ball. The final thing, coming back for a second, I think was I felt like it was clutching at straws a little bit. I mean, Hartley had run way past the stumps, hadn't he? You know, he kind of stopped and given up.
Turner into Croft. Slightly short of a length, turned away to square leg. End of the over, 17 for 3, 7 gone. And
I thought the explanation that was given a few days later to clear it all up was a pretty good one. Stephen Moore, who's obviously former Lancashire player and was with me in commentary that night, he called it straight away, having watched it live, but he said, look, I think you're kind of clutching at straws a little bit if you're wanting to run back for 2 with the way it unfolded there. I just think maybe emotions were high, and in hindsight, reflecting back on it, I think the right outcome materialised for me.
Interesting. Thanks, Scott. Scott Reed will be back in about half an hour or so's time. I'll just do a quick 30-second resume of the game so far as Scott Curry starts a new over, bowls to Jones, who pushes that up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So 17 for 3. What a start from Hampshire, and what a comeback Lancashire are going to have to mount as they try and build a decent total as these balls get a little softer and would seemingly get a little easier to bat against. Here we go. Very hot indeed. 17 for 3. Hampshire are on fire here, having lost the toss and been asked to bowl first. Looks a good toss to have lost. Already back in the pavilion, Keaton Jennings returning from the England Lions and the former England opener. He went for no score, caught behind, trying to cut a bouncing delivery, and then Luke Wells, the left-hander, caught by Nick Gubbins. That was a leading edge. It went high up in the air. Gubbins did well to catch that one at cover. He went for no score. And Josh Bohannon driving at Turner. He went for no score as well. So Lancashire is 17 for 3 in the 8th. As Curry bowls, and that's cut away by Jones down to third man. That'll be a single, and it's 18 for 3. And welcome Stanley Marissa.
Morning, Kev.
How are you?
Yeah, really good, and yeah, really pleased to be back down for what should be a really interesting game, and I guess a cracking start for Hampshire already with three big wickets back in the pavilion. Yeah, they are big wickets as well, as I've just mentioned. Yeah, there's these are the top 2 sides in Group B. 2 groups in this competition. They play 8 fixtures, and then the top 3 sides in each group go through to knockout stages. That's cut quite deliberately in the air, but wide of third man, and I think that's gone all the way. I think that's a maximum. I'm sure that's just gone over the rope as well. It is signalled by the umpire at our commentary end.
quite short and quite wide. And that was cut away,
yeah,
hard, but deliberately in the air by Croft.
Yeah, really good shot, actually. Probably the first shot of anger we've seen today. You know, everything's been quite good in terms of lines and lengths from the Hampshire bowlers. A little bit of width offered there by Scott Curry, and Stephen Croft looked like he threw the kitchen sink at that one.
He certainly did, as Curry runs away from us and bowls to Croft once more. That's better. Good line and length. Croft can do no more than just push that up towards mid-on, fielded by Campbell. You've been playing a bit of club cricket, haven't you, up in the north of Hampshire since you've been away?
Not as much as I would have liked, unfortunately.
No?
Yeah, I've sort of been, been here, there and everywhere, really, and spent quite a bit of time out the country, actually, on holidays and all that sort of stuff. So I'm hoping that I can get a few more games towards the end of the season, and then maybe next season try and have a full season, I guess. Yeah, it's been, slightly tricky, but it's all good.
Sure. As Curry comes in, that's full, and that's worked into the gap on the leg side by Croft. He'll move on to 8. Lancashire move on to 25 for 3 at the end of the 8th over. It's been a while since you've been doing commentary. Obviously, the quarter-finals, you were with me up at Birmingham, as I mentioned a little earlier. Have you been following what's been going on?
I have, I have, and it's been really pleasing to see that this young squad. A few players obviously lost to the 100, but I guess it's been a good test in the strength and depth that Hampshire offer, and they've been really good, and I guess it's been a good opportunity for some of those young guys to come in and try and make us some sort of mark, and obviously 4 games out of 4, and they'll be keen to obviously make a good impression here against a strong Lancashire side, as John Turner comes in from the pavilion end, bowls to Stephen Croft, who defends that towards mid-off. But so a really good start actually for the Hampshire team. A little bit of bounce coming from John Turner, and Jack Campbell started well. In amongst the wickets, he's been bowling quite well, has he? Yeah,
he has. Again, sort of, as Scott mentioned, names that are coming up both for your own side and on opposition that you don't normally see.
Yeah, so John Turner comes in again to Stephen Croft and bowls back of a length, where Stephen Croft just pushes that back towards the bowler. Slightly dry-looking pitch, so it could be again. Obviously, Lancashire deciding to bat first, trying to put a score on the board, but they would have been rocked by those 3 wickets. And I guess their game plan will have to sort of switch. They would have been thinking, let's put on a big score and try and put pressure, but all the pressure's on them now. So as John Turner comes in from pavilion end again, Stephen Croft waits, goes for that big shot again, slight whiff outside off stump, throws his hands at it, but manages to not get any contact, luckily for him, as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. A little bit of bounce on this wicket, Kev.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, we saw it here against Worcester in the first Royal London One Day Cup game. We saw it at times in the T20s where actually they're playing more hybrid pitches away to our right. But at times there's been more bounce in this square than I've seen.
Definitely. As John Turner comes in again, Stephen Croft pushes towards the leg side and takes a single, which moves the score on to 26 for 3.
I think Simon the groundsman here has been, I've had 1 or 2 chats with him, not loads of course, because he's a very busy man, of course, as you'd expect, but I'm not always here, and also I'm stuck up in the gods in the hotel, and we just don't cross often, but the conversations I've had with him, I think that's one of the things he's been trying to get into these pitches. Yeah,
just a bit of life in there. John Turner comes into Rob Jones, again back of a length and push back towards the bowler. Lancashire got 2 of what they would probably describe as their best scrappers, I guess, for a tricky situation. If you'd want anyone at the crease, you'd want Stephen Croft with all his experience, and Rob Jones has played quite well so far in this tournament, and they're going to have to pull together and try and make some sort of score and give themselves something to defend, as Turner comes in again to Rob Jones, back of a length again, and push back towards the bowler to end that over. Another really tight over, greeted with some warm applause so far from this appreciative Hampshire crowd, and the score moves on to 26 for 3 after 9 overs.
Yeah, just 1 run off that John Turner over. Good point you make about Rob Jones in the last game, which they beat Worcestershire at Old Trafford. He hit 85 not out, chasing 248 Lancashire were in that game. And also Rob Jones 70 not out in the game before against Derbyshire, also at Old Trafford, which they won by 39 runs. Banning first scored 221 for 4. So, yeah, very much in good form. And actually Croft, who's facing now Curry bowls, length ball, Croft forward, pushes it out towards extra cover. Also in that game against Derbyshire, made 87 not out. So, yeah, some form between these two batters in recent matches. Stan, I just need to show you a picture of the lunch. I shouldn't say this on air because that'll make people hungry, but you just need to have a look at that because I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier. You can tell me your choice in a moment as Curry comes in, runs away from us and bowls. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Takes Lancashire on to 27 for 3. So, yeah, decent crowd. Quite a few people in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, which is the stand to the left of the pavilion as we look back. We're at the northern end of the ground in the hotel, top of the hotel. Left of that, I can still see the 100 stage, which is eagerly awaiting the next game here, which is Thursday. The Brave in action, slight leading edge as that goes out to, or past backward a point. Gone down to a wideish third man area, 28 for 3. Croft into double figures.
Again, it looks like there's that just a little bit of extra bounce. Again, you saw that Stephen Croft went towards that and the ball just hit slightly higher up on the bat. So it looks like this new ball continues to offer a little bit for these Hampshire bowlers, which is exciting for them, I guess.
Yeah, make the most of this hard new white ball as Curry bowls. It's a drive, not quite timed as it goes out to extra cover. That's off the bottom of the bat there of Rob Jones. But yeah, I mentioned it to Scott Stanley that I think there is a pattern here in these Royal London One Day Cup games with a new ball at each end that again, as we see in the white ball, they make a huge difference when they are hard.
Definitely, and that, I guess that poses a little bit of a problem for top order batsmen.
Certainly does. Well, you'd know about that, Stanley.
Yeah.
So that's pushed out in front of square on the leg side, fielded there by Toby Albert.
I guess you're kind of stuck in a sort of paradox where you're trying to get things going, but at the same time, if there's a little bit of bounce, you have to kind of also maybe hold back a little bit. So that's probably why you do see a few wickets up the top, because people are still trying to play aggressively and they know that obviously the field is in, so that's their time to cash in. But if there's a bit of extra bounce and the ball's moving around, then you could see a few wickets falling as well.
Definitely. Curry bowls, there's a drive and it's half stopped in the covers. It's taken most of the pace off the shot, so the shot won't go all the way to the boundary, but they'll jog through for 2, and Jones moves on to 11. And Lancashire, having been 7 for 3 at one stage, are now 30 for 3. That's right. And you know, you only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, so you want to play positively, but there is a risk. There is.
I guess it's that risk and reward, though, isn't it? It's just making sure that you give yourself enough time as a batsman to see what's happening, and I guess if there is a bit of extra movement, to maybe take your time and try and build an innings from there.
Yeah, it's turned away and going to get a quick single to Jack Campbell. Now Dom Kelly is out there somewhere. Again, he's not familiar to me. I don't know if he's got a number on his back. I know Jack Campbell still hasn't, unfortunately. But I'm going to keep my eye on there because I haven't seen 2 Hampshire players without a number out there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. 10 overs gone. So that's power play 1 done. Lancashire 31 for 3. Got an email, sorry, I got a tweet here actually from Paul Andrews. Morning to you, Paul, at Solent Sport. He says, as a Hampshire fan, what a great toss for us to lose. Let's hope the pressure is kept on the Lancashire batters and we can get a positive result today. Yeah, one of these sides is going to lose their unbeaten record, Stan.
Definitely, and I guess these are the sort of games that you want to be playing in and you want to be making a little bit of a statement, I guess. Both of them, like you said, have been unbeaten throughout the competition. Lancashire missing out on the game that was abandoned due to rain, I think it was in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is a little bit bizarre in these.
I know, they actually saw some rain
in this time
in the last few months. Lancashire, how lucky have they been?
So lucky. As we have a change of bowling from the pavilion and Jack Campbell back in as he comes down to Rob Jones, who plays that out towards the offside for no run. Jack Campbell performing really well and he's just gone into double figures for wickets this season, and he's just moved up to 10 wickets. started shaping the ball a little bit earlier, as we saw, Kev. Slight shape from this end.
Yeah, nice. Decent pace, and he gets a bit of bounce. He looks a good bowler. He's 22 years of age.
Does. Nice smooth action as he comes in again from that pavilion end. Rob Jones waits, and he bowls slightly back of a length and cut away towards that offside. A little bit of width offered, and this might, it goes for 4 in the end. A valiant effort there, but a little bit of a teaser there, and the ball trickles over the boundary.
That is Dom Kelly, who tried to pull that ball back, and we know it's Dom Kelly because he is the second Hampshire player in this game without a number on his back.
Yes.
Because he can't be the other one because Jack Campbell's bowling.
Jack Campbell is bowling.
Yeah. So there we go. 2 Hampshire players with no numbers on their back.
Timely boundary there for Lancashire as the score moves up to 35 for 3. A little bit of a rebuild going on from Stephen Croft and Rob Jones. Exactly what they would have wanted after that initial scare of 3 wickets being down for, I think it was 7 runs in the end. We hadn't seen a run off the bat for 24 minutes, I think it was. So good going from these two. Jack Campbell comes in again from that pavilion end, bowls back of a length and pushed out into the onside for no run.
Yeah, the best start ever, really, wasn't it, really, from a Hampshire point of view? Jennings, Wells and Bohannon. What a bet that would have been if you'd put on those 3 batters not to score a run between them. I wonder what odds you would have got, Stan.
Well, yeah, definitely some low odds, I would have said.
Yes. Not, of course, that I'm saying that endorsing betting, being part of the BBC, of course.
So Jack Campbell comes in, 1 slip and the keeper waiting. Cut away again, half a stop there by, it looks like, possibly Toby Albert, and cleaned up by the 3rd man, Dom Kelly, who gets the ball back into Ben Brown, and the score moves on to 36 for 3. A little bit of width again from Jack Campbell. Maybe the ball not coming back in as much as he initially would have thought. With a slip coming out, might show that the ball is maybe not moving around as much. As Campbell comes in to Stephen Croft. Much tighter line and pushed out again towards mid-off. Stephen Croft. Lots of experience and just the man you'd want out in the middle in a time where Lancashire are going to have to rebuild and try and get themselves to a score, I guess. And I guess with the way that the competition's gone, it's difficult to know what is a good score.
Yeah, they varied, haven't they? Up and down the country.
Definitely is. Campbell changes his angle and comes round the wicket. Pushed out again towards the offside, and a single taken to end that over from Jack Campbell. 37 for 3. Lancashire move on with Stephen Croft on 11 and Rob Jones on 17.
I mean, you know, the 300s have become the norm in a way, but hiding in amongst those are some very bizarre scores. I mean, just looking at at Lancashire, for instance. I mean, I've never been to York, so I don't quite know what sort of pitch and ground that would be, but Yorkshire only making 224 before being bowled out. Lancashire reaching that total after 41 overs, so you would think there was obviously a better pitch than the Yorkshire score suggested. Up at Old Trafford, Lancashire 221 for 4. I think that might have been a reduced game. I don't know, actually. I didn't write down the number of overs, and normally I do, so I'm suggesting that maybe that was just a normal game. 248 for 9 at Old Trafford, where Worcestershire were well beaten. Lancashire passing that inside 45 overs. So, you know, 300s possibly there in the right conditions. Change of bowling, and this is Dom Kelly, the 16-year-old who's getting a warm round of applause. Just completed his GCSEs at Millfield. He's a right-arm medium pacer as well as a left-hand bat. And he's playing his first game for the first team. And this is a big moment for him. Runs away from us, bowling to Stephen Croft. Bowls. Croft gets a length ball. Good start. So it goes out on the offside. I don't think I've quite heard an applause for a standard line and length ball before.
No.
Quite like that.
No, it would have been a big moment for the young man, and yeah, that's all you want to do, get the ball in a decent area, land it, and I guess he can start and get into his work from here.
Yeah. Now, quite interestingly, I'm sort of in this WhatsApp group of sort of former Hampshire cricketers, which I've only recently joined.
Okay.
I'm still sort of thinking about it, even though I'm in it. That's turned away on the onside. And that'll be a single for Croft. Moves on to 12:38 for 3. One of the comments this morning, because it is Old Players' Day today.
Okay.
Hampshire Old Players' Day. They'll be up in the Shane Warne stand away to our right all day. In fact, a few of them will have already arrived, especially when there's some free food and drink around. A few of them would have got here early, that's for sure. But I saw one or two of them. Certainly one former player mentioned about Dom Kelly, who will know more about him than I would do. And said, and it's just a general comment to the group. So that's turned away through mid-wicket by Rob Jones. Nice looking shot, but it will be cut off before it makes its way all the way to the boundary as an Ira Donald comes around from deep square leg. 40 for 3 in Lancashire, and Jones moves on to 19. And one of the comments was, look out for this guy Kelly. He's the star of the future. Interesting.
Yeah, so far so good with what we've seen. He's got a nice bustly action, runs in quite hard into that crease, and yeah, so far everything looks pretty good. So we'll wait and see how he goes.
That's for sure. I did get sent some other information about him actually, but that was more about his batting. That's another length ball which Jones skillfully works into the gap in the covers for a single. He moves on to 20, and Lancashire 41 for 3 in the 12th. I'll just quickly find it if I can. He scored at the end of July. He scored a maiden Southern Premier League 100 for the Hampshire Academy against Bashley.
Wow.
So
he bats as well as
yeah, genuine all-rounder by the looks of it. That's full and driven square on the offside out to the fielder in the deep by Stephen Croft, who moves on to 13, 42 for 3. But for 16 years of age,
impressive.
Looks all right, isn't he?
Very impressive.
Doesn't look too bad at all. Be a little nervous, but he looks all right. I'm not sure what you're expecting from 16 years of age, to be honest, Stan. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but he looks all right. Comes in again and bowls, and that's a length ball which is driven up to mid-off. That's well fielded there, and that's the end of Kelly's first over in first team cricket. 42 for 3, and that went for 5, and that was a fairly okay first over, wasn't it?
Yeah, steady start, and it's good for Nick Gubbins to try and get him involved and get him into the action pretty early. The last thing as a young man on your debut is to be waiting to do what you do. And with that start, there would obviously also be a little pressure with a good start from John Turner and Jack Campbell. So he'll have a little bit of nerves coming in to try and back up that good work, and he seems to have done that, as I think we have our first of possibly a few drinks breaks today.
I think you're right, Stan.
Yeah, looks like with this heat, it's important to make sure that the players have enough fluid and keep them going.
You'd know about that playing in Zimbabwe.
Yes, and I guess over the last few months, it's the first time that I've sort of felt that kind of heat that you do sort of feel in Africa, almost like it's quite close to you and kind of sticks on you a little bit. So yeah, it's nice, but yeah, sometimes a little bit weird, because obviously having been out away from it for so long, you kind of forget what it's like to be in that sort of heat. But yeah, it's very nice, and I guess a little bit difficult for everyone else.
Yeah, well, it's it is, but we're coping. So, while the players take drinks, just a brief recap, because Lancashire won the toss and elected to bat first. And as one or two of you have suggested on the messages that we've been receiving, at the moment it looks a good toss to have lost. But as these balls get a little softer, batting will become easier. So don't expect Lancashire to just keep folding as they did at the top of the order. A real bonus in the third over. Keaton Jennings trying to cut John Turner. One that bounced, got a top edge, caught by Ben Brown for no score. That was 2 for 1. Then in the fourth over, Luke Wells trying to work Jack Campbell away on the onside. The ball just straightened on him, and then he got a huge leading edge which went high up in the air, and Nick Gubbins took a well-judged catch at cover, and he really did have to wait a long time for that to come down. You couldn't have called that either way, whether he was going to drop it or hold on to it. In the end, it looked safe. Wells went for no score. That was 2 for 2. And then in the 5th over, Josh Bohannon aiming quite an expansive drive, it has to be said, to John Turner, and edged through to Ben Brown. He went for no score as well. That was 7 for 3. Lancashire beginning to stage a recovery through. Stephen Croft, who has 13. Rob Jones has 20. And at the moment, the bowling figures for Hampshire, as we've completed 12 overs. Turner has 5 overs, 2 for 10. Jack Campbell, 3 overs, 1 for 7. Scott Curry, 3 overs, none for 15. And Dominic Kelly, the 16-year-old, playing his first ever first-team game, 1 over, none for 5. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, Stanley Marissa. Scott Reed will be back in about 5 or 10 minutes' time. Those are your 3 commentators for this game. Let's quickly get through an email, actually. Is this next over mine or yours? I can't remember.
This will be mine, I believe.
Good. Oh, good on you. Right, quickly before they're getting ready. John Clark has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, greetings from Brisbane in Australia. I'm a Lancashire supporter, born in Liverpool, and Aigburth was my local ground. I went to Old Trafford many times and also to Southport. I've really enjoyed the live cricket, and an 11 o'clock start in England. It's 8 o'clock here. So it's a great time to watch cricket. Thank you, John.
Nice. Good place to be, Brisbane.
Oh, it's just like Brisbane here.
Jack Campbell comes in again, pushes, no hand on that, he pushes that down back towards the stump, Stephen Croft. Luckily, no hand there from Jack Campbell, otherwise Rob Jones could have been in trouble at the non-striker's end. That would have added to Lancashire's...
I think he just stuck his boot back or something, didn't he?
He did. Just a nice full ball that was pushed back down the ground and clatters into the stumps, but no harm done for Lancashire as Jack Campbell runs in from that pavilion end. Bowls to Stephen Croft again, slightly back of a length. Almost looks like it's stopping just a little bit as he looked to turn that, and maybe a little bit of extra bounce still. Tall lad, Jack Campbell. So
I think you're right. He's got to pat the pitch down, maybe already. Maybe unless he's cut his fingers across the seam, I'm not quite sure I could see that, but already maybe softer balls,
possibly
lacking a bit of pace.
Possibly. As Jack Campbell comes in again, Stephen Croft guides that down towards Dom Kelly, a third man. Played nicely off the face of the bat as Lancashire moves steadily on with this rebuild, 42 for 3 in the 13th over.
You excited about this one? Because now we're sort of into the second half of the group stages, Stanley. We're starting to get a picture of who's likely to qualify, who isn't.
Yeah, I think so. And I guess the idea for all of these sides is to try and finish top of that group so you can go straight into that semi-final. Still quarter-final, I think it is quarter-final spots for second and third. But you want to avoid that if you can, as Jack Campbell comes in to Rob Jones. Slightly back of a length again. Pushed back towards the bowler, and no run again. So Rob Jones 20 of 26 balls, so he's going okay. Stephen Croft 14 of 28, slightly slower, but a really important partnership here for Lancashire as they try and get themselves back into this game and just have a nice watchful few overs with as less damage as possible. As Campbell comes in again to Rob Jones, bowls slightly outside of stump, and he's cut that away towards Aniran Donald on the deep cover boundary. So a few sweepers going out, Kev, just to show maybe that they want to sort of try and protect those boundaries with deep cover and deep backward square leg and fine leg as well. So that extra fielder that's allowed to be out the circle, try and protect those boundaries. And as Jack Campbell comes in for the final ball of this over to Stephen Croft outside of stump, beats the bat. Looks like he might have cut his fingers across that one. Looks like a slight bit of movement. That's a good finish to that over. 44 for 3 after 13, Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely nipped away a bit off the pitch, Stan, isn't it, that one? Yeah, 2 runs off that one. Yes, the team that finishes second in both groups hosts the team that finished third, so the opposite group again.
Yeah.
And those playoffs, quarter-final playoffs, on the 26th of August, and then whoever wins that will then play the team that finished top, and that team will play at home and that match is on the 30th of August, with finals day, 50 over 5, finals day, final day, on the 17th.
Trent Bridge, I believe.
September. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's changed to Trent Bridge. I think this will be the second year, I think. Here's Dom Kelly then, right arm over, bowls, and that's another good length. Bowls to Rob Jones, who's well forward to that one, plays that out into the covers, and there is no run. So, yeah, lots to look forward to, and of course, important running in the championship for both these sides in September.
Yes. Hampshire, I guess, looking for that treble that might still potentially be on.
Yeah. I've been joking with the head coach about the treble ever since Hampshire won their first game against Worcester. That's Jones pushing forward up towards extra cover again. And, there is no run, but of course now 3 wins later, 4 in 4. It's still on.
I guess the ideal situation is if you are in the mix in all those competitions, then as a coaching staff and coaching unit, then you have to be pleased that you're in the mix. So yeah, it's still on, I guess.
It is. Here's Kelly, runs away from us and bowls. It's slightly fuller this time, but Jones, who gets a good stride in that, driving at that one again. It's not timed, so it goes again out to extra cover where Gubbins does the fielding. I think 2nd and 3rd in the championship, these two sides, off the top of my head. Surrey out in front. All that to look forward to next month, but it's this competition that these sides are focusing on at the moment. As Kelly comes in again, and that's a length ball driven by Jones. He finds the gap this time between Gubbins and point. That'll be Fletcher Middleton. Goes out into the deep where Toby Albert fields. What an innings he had. Toby Albert at Derby, 80 odd not out, guiding Hampshire home there.
Really impressive.
20 years of age, guiding your side home. What a feeling that must be.
I think that's been the pleasing thing, hasn't it, with all these younger players, is that it's been someone different stepping up on each occasion, and I guess that's what you want to see.
Definitely, yeah. You want to see the youngsters having the chance, which they are doing. That's cut away down to 3rd man by Croft and moves on to 15. 46 for 3, but 1 or 2 unfamiliar names, I guess, from a Hampshire point of view in the Lancashire lineup. George Lavelle, the keeper, 22 years of age. Liam Hurt, I know he's 28, but I've not heard of him too much before, so looking forward to seeing him have a bowl. So that's what this competition is all about. And of course Jack Morley, the 21-year-old slow left arm spinner as well for Lancashire, as that's worked out into the same gap on the offside by Rob Jones this time, and moves on to 23. And Stanley says a bit of experience out there for Lancashire, and just as well coming together at 7 for 3. They've taken it on to 47 for 3. Yeah,
another solid over there actually from Dom Kelly. Seems to be hitting his straps quite nicely, and a nice sort of phase where the game's kind of just calmed down after those initial 3 wickets. Lancashire rebuilding, trying to get themselves back into this fixture, and Stephen Croft and Rob Jones are putting up a good fight here at Hampshire after striking early, as Hampshire will seek that 4th wicket to try and put some pressure into that middle order, as Jack Campbell runs in from the pavilion end to Rob Jones, flicked towards the leg side. Could they potentially push for 2? No, just the 1, as Toby Albert cleans up on the deep backward square leg boundary. So just pushing along nicely as the score moves on to 47 for 3.
I think we're going to see a lot of this over the next few overs, aren't we?
I think so. It's just a nice quiet period of the game while both teams sort of try and edge each other out and feel each other out, as Jack Campbell comes in to Rob Jones. Ball's full, and I'm not sure what happened there. It almost seems as though Rob Jones, or should I say Stephen Croft, has kind of jammed down on that, and the ball hasn't gone anywhere really. It's ended up behind the wicket next to Ben Brown. I'm not sure. I don't know if that maybe hit the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, it didn't bounce.
Looks like he was looking at the bottom of his bat as though it sort of chalk end, but it was a really full ball, so I'm not entirely sure if we're starting to see maybe some uneven bounce, which would be, I guess, slightly worrying as a Hampshire fan. You have to bat second on this pitch, as Jack Campbell comes in to Stephen Croft again, pushed out into that leg side off his hip, as the score moves on to 48 for 3. Yeah, bizarre that was that, Kev?
It was, yeah. I couldn't quite work that out either, if I'm honest. It wasn't a half volley, so it wasn't a Yorker. Not a lot of explanation as to why the ball found its way through to Ben Brown. Just one of those anomalies, maybe, because I think the pitch has been good. I think it's been is, yes, a bit of bounce, but we saw that at Derby for Hampshire's game against Derby a couple of days ago. Bit of bounce in that pitch as well.
Yep. You want to see that at good competition between bat and ball, as Jack Campbell bowls short and pulled away by Rob Jones again for a single. So a lot of work on that leg side boundary for Toby Albert, it seems. As the score moves on to 50 for 3, Lancashire will be really pleased with the position that they've found themselves in now, after being 7 for 3 and I guess staring down a bit of a tricky situation. But yeah, these two have been really good and kind of pulled things back for them.
Yeah, they have. They haven't looked in too much trouble, are they?
No. As Jack Campbell comes in to Stephen Croft, short and over his head, and that was, it looks like it could be a no ball, is it?
Yeah.
Could be a no ball for height. It did look like he did go for that short delivery, but probably went slightly too short, and that's gone over Stephen Croft, who's not the tallest. So that's gone through to the keeper. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. But a good option for him, just to make sure that he reminds the batsman that option is there for him.
It's almost worth giving one away for that, isn't it?
Definitely. Definitely, as he comes in again. He's tried it again, but this time pulled away hard in front of square, but good work on that leg side boundary, deep square leg. Toby Albert putting in some good work, moving swiftly towards his left side and keeping that down to just the one.
Yeah, I think the bit of movement we saw early on, didn't we, is gone really. It's all about now bowling accurately and just trying to give the batters as least amount of options as possible.
Definitely.
That's what 50 over cricket has become now, isn't it?
It has. As Jack Campbell comes in to Rob Jones, faces up, slight width, pushed out into the offside, no run, and then another over. Actually, they're getting through their overs quite quickly today. Lancashire move on to 53 for 3 after 15.
Right, we're going to have a change. Stanley, I'm going to get you to come into my position, and then
Perfect.
Scott Reed will come in to where he was originally. Just while we do that, I'll just quickly read this email out. This is from Malcolm Wood, solentcricket@gmail.com. Malcolm's in Manchester. He says, an interesting point earlier about taking people to a one-day game during the holidays. Malcolm says he agrees. That said, how do you get youngsters interested in list day first-class stroke test cricket? The major form of the game, of course, test cricket. OK, tests take place this August, not next year if rumours are to be true, but surely you have to attract the youngsters into the first class. I don't want to be hypocritical, but I can see why having different forms of cricket in blocks works for fans, members and players. Scott Reed is back, and then Stanley Marissa alongside him.
So Kevin just launches into a conversation about the scheduling and disappears. What an interesting first hour here. What a good partnership these two have put together. I mean, absolutely vital as well for Lancashire. They batted well the other day against Derbyshire. They made runs, 154 runs in that win that Lancashire got over Derbyshire. Both have been in good form with the bat, Rob Jones in particular, over the course of the last couple of games. So they've got themselves a start as we see some spin from Felix Organ bowling to Stephen Croft. And that's turned out towards square leg for 1 run. Croft moves on to 18, and the score moves on to 54 for 3 to bring Rob Jones back on strike. Good afternoon, Stanley.
Scott, good afternoon to you.
Nice to see you again.
Afternoon? We are
I think we just creeped into the afternoon.
Just about.
With the just gone past midday. The temperatures felt like it's been mid-afternoon since about 9 o'clock this morning.
It has, hasn't it? It really has.
Felix Organ from the Hilton Hotel end of the ground. Rob Jones on strike, 25 not out. Jones just taking guard from the umpire. As Organ comes over the wicket and bowls to Jones, looks to sweep, can't get it past square leg, where it's fielded, I think, by Campbell. And there is no run. There are 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. There's a long leg, there's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a long on. There's a square leg and backward point. Those 2 fielders actually switching position now. So backward point and square leg still in place, but just the 2 fielders rotating position. There's a short mid-wicket, short extra cover, and mid-off as well. And there's Organ creeping in to Jones. Again, that's turned to the leg side. And again, there's no run. Jones on 25, 54 for 3. Actually, square leg now goes to short fine leg, and deep fine leg goes to deep backward square leg. Little subtle changes being made. Organ balls. Jones reverse sweeps. There's a man out on the point boundary to field. Jones gets a run, moves to 26, not out. Lancashire move to 55 for 3.
Yeah, well played there from Rob Jones, actually just trying to manipulate. We saw him try go for the normal sweep early on in the over, but then the reverse sweeps come out as well, just to make sure that Organ knows there's different options.
Croft just turns his delivery away off the pads, out towards square leg for a single. Croft moves on to 18. Score moves on to 57 for 3 as Turner comes up from the boundary with his sun hat on to field. A final ball of Organ's first over. Again, just turn to the leg side. Gubbins for Hampshire in position to stop the ball, and that's the end of the first over from Felix Organ. Just gone for 3 runs, so a nice tidy start. We've had 16 overs of this Lancashire innings. It's been a pretty breathless first hour and 10 minutes of cricket, but Lancashire have at least got themselves a partnership here to try and rebuild. I mean, they were 7 for 3 at one stage. Now 56 for 3.
Yeah, they would have been sort of slightly nervous in that Lancashire dressing room
Yeah.
at 7 for 3.
Winning the toss and choosing to bat.
I guess you just have to play the situation and make sure that you are, if you do get in a tricky situation, that you are able to recover. And these two have been really good with this partnership, really important partnership to get themselves back into this game. As we see a change of bowling from that top end, Jack Campbell makes way for the 16-year-old Dom Kelly, who's been really impressive in his first couple of overs. As he comes in, Stephen Croft pushes out towards Jack Campbell, who does the fielding at mid-on.
I mean, 16, it's ridiculous, isn't it? And he's bowled beautifully. It's a great start. I thought the point you made with Kevin was brilliant, that you, as a young guy, you want to be getting him in as quickly as you can, just settle the nerves, get him into the match, and he's had a great start to the game.
Yeah, it's just been, really impressive. He's hit those lines and lengths as he comes in again, slightly wider, but pushed out towards the offside. No run again, as Stephen Croft, full of experience, trying to get things going again for Lancashire.
A bit of a contrast though, isn't it, from a 16-year-old kid bowling to Croft, who's, I think, in his 38th year. Yeah. I think he turns 38 at some stage this year.
He's been really a stalwart, I guess, for Lancashire over the years. As Dom Kelly comes in again, slightly shorter, pulled away, and that looks like it's gone through the hands of Tom Prest, possibly at mid-wicket. He was pulled really hard. Short ball from Dom Kelly, and Stephen Croft got a hold of that one and got quite a good chunk, but a reasonably catchable height.
He got quite a big chunk of Tom Prest's hand as well. He seems to be kind of clutching onto his hand. It was hit hard, wasn't it, by Croft?
It was.
And I agree. I think it probably was technically a chance, wasn't it? Kind of catchable height, but it went at an absolute rapid rate to Prest at short mid-wicket.
Really did. It's a nice let-off for Stephen Croft as Dom Kelly comes back in again, outside that off stump, off the outside edge. Really good bowling again. Nice lines, nice lengths. But yeah, looks like Tom Prest is still looking at the hand. It's one of those ones though, isn't it? They either stick or they don't. Looks like it burst through his hands.
It did. But the young lad was excited for a bit, thinking that could be his first wicket.
Could potentially be in that first list A wicket, first team wicket. Big moment as he comes in again from that pavilion end. It's bowled slightly into the batsman, and they've just pushed it out to the leg side. And good running, good call from Stephen Croft, who calls Rob Jones in for a single as the score moves on to 60 for 3.
Yeah, just brought up the 50 partnership as well, and with that dropped chance, dropped catch from Prest, brought up the 50 partnership between Croft and Jones.
Yeah, really important partnership. Really, really important. As Dom Kelly comes in to Stephen Croft from the pavilion end, bowls slightly outside off stump again, pushed out to the sweeper to end. Another steady over for Dom Kelly. He's got figures of 3 overs, none for 13 as Lancashire move on. to 61 for 3 after 17 overs.
It's what this competition's been able to allow, both last season and this season, is you've got a combination of kind of experienced players who are not being drafted up to the 100, but they're still extremely good cricketers, international cricketers across sides in the One Day Cup, and then you've got a sprinkling of youngsters in the team as well, which is quite nice to watch. And Stephen Croft last year described it as being a lads and dads competition, which I quite like the phrase of that.
Fair phrase.
And that's kind of summed up with a 16-year-old bowling to a 37-year-old.
Yeah.
So I think it's been enjoyable for that. And I did enjoy the One Day Cup last year because of the opportunities it gave to other players, as well as providing clearly a competition for the senior pros and the members who don't want to follow the 100 sides to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, really good points you make there, Scott. And I guess for the youngsters, you know, there's a lot of competitions, but to be able to break into those sides, into the championship sides, into the blast sides, it's, they're going to have to get fixtures like this and competitions like this where it actually gives them the chance. So I think it's brilliant that this competition runs alongside the 100, because, like you say, with the major players being drafted to the 100 sides, it gives them the youngsters, and it gives the counties a little bit of a chance to test their strength and depth. And yeah, both these sides look like they have good depth, and that's why I guess they sit first and second. Yeah,
I guess it's hard enough, isn't it, trying to force your way into a professional career in cricket, and chances are few and far between. Counties have got good squads, and this format does allow that to happen. Just another little drinks break while we've just been chatting there, which is understandable because it is a pretty sweltering day. Some drinks being brought out for the players and indeed the umpires.
Hot work for them too.
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's no respite today. It's pretty bright and sunny and hot throughout the course of the day. Everyone's playing across the country in the One Day Cup. Plenty of games taking place as the kind of competition enters the second half of the group stage. We're certainly coming towards the period in the group stages where you're looking at the table and it's starting to take shape, and sides looking to try and, of course, finish top if they can, because that gets them straight through to the semi-final, or at least try and finish second or third and get yourself a place in the knockout stage. The eliminator, I don't think it's quite an official quarter-final. I think it's kind of a playoff eliminator type game. But everyone's playing up and down the country. We'll take a look at some of the scores in a second. Felix Organ's going to continue over number 2 for him, with Stephen Croft on strike. He's trying to lap the ball, Stephen Croft. And then down towards the kind of fine leg boundary. Well, he shuffles back. Is there any bat on that? That doesn't look like it.
No.
So it did just deflect away off the pad. There was an appeal from Felix Organ.
Yeah, looks like it could have been maybe outside the line of that off stump. Did seem to go across. Tried to play that lap sweep, just trying to make sure that he's keeping Felix Organ guessing.
Croft remains on 23. The score moves on to 63 for 3. Organ is in and bowls to Croft. That's a wristy shot which he eases through mid-on, and this time jogs through for one. So 24 to Croft, 64 for 3 Lancashire. We're in the 18th over of the Lancashire innings. Brings Rob Jones back onto strike. Organ comes in from the hotel end, bowls. It's swept. It's met on the full actually by Jones and swept away towards deep mid-wicket. Tom Press fields. Jones gets 1, moves to 28, not out. 65 for 3.
Looks like they're favouring that sweep shot, trying to manipulate the field, and yeah, that was met on the full, which is quite bizarre for a sweep shot sometimes.
Organ to Croft, again just turns it off his pads out towards square leg. There's no run, quite heavily guarded the leg side field. Long leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, short square leg, short mid-wicket. Oh, again, another little tweak to the field. So now got a short fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Organ to Croft. Turns it around the corner down towards short fine leg. There's a tumbling stop inside the circle. Croft can get through for a single. I think that's Middleton with a towel hooked into the back of his trousers. Tumbling low down to his left to stop the ball. Croft moves to 25, 66 for 3. Organ fizzes one in to Jones, and that's played back down the pitch and gathered by Felix Organ off his own bowling. So his second over complete. 2 overs for 6 runs. 18 overs gone. 66 for 3. Yeah, just looking at some of the games elsewhere, just with I guess a close eye on games involving this group and the teams in this group. We've got Essex, Glamorgan, Essex 129 for 1 in the 21st over. Kent to play Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire 114 for 3 after 19. And Derbyshire at Worcestershire. And Derbyshire 75 for 1 in the 18th over.
Dom Kelly comes in for his 4th over from the pavilion end, bowls 2. That's an inside edge, possibly. That's looked like it took off. And Stephen Croft was not quite sure what happened there. It looks like the ball just maybe jumped up off a length. It looks like it looks like it was an inside edge.
Yeah.
Really good ball that was. Looked like it was angling back into Stephen Croft, who went to push forward at it. Got a big inside edge. It's gone past Ben Brown's left hand. Come down towards us here at the Hilton end for 4 runs. Streaky runs there.
He got one to come back into Rob Jones in the previous over, didn't he, Kelly?
Did.
And that one came back in and got the inside edge.
Did good bowling from the young man as he comes in again. Stephen Croft, who pushes that one over the offside towards deep backward square leg. Slightly went harder at that one, slightly fuller there actually from Dom Kelly and Stephen Croft. Probably looking to go a little bit, I guess, straighter than that, skewed off the outside edge and gone towards deep square leg.
The shot that Croft played is to say, I just want to get off strike for a minute. Watch from the other end for a delivery or two.
Definitely. As Dom Kelly comes in again, back of a length. Couple of good balls here actually.
Yeah.
He seems to be running in nicely and starting to cause a few problems for the Lancashire batsman.
It looks like he's got a little bit more movement from that end. So he's got a couple to come back into Jones and to Croft. I mean, it's a really impressive start.
It is, yeah, really impressive. Some will say young of age actually, and causing such experienced players problems as he comes in again, bustles in again, back of a length, and Rob Jones can only push that towards Nick Gubbins, who looks like he does the clearing up there at cover. So the score remains on 71 for 3. 2 balls remaining in this, the 19th over. Lancashire reeling at 7 for 3 at one point. I'll be really pleased that they have a good partnership going on between Rob Jones and Stephen Croft as Dom Kelly comes in, pushed out towards, shy at the stump, pushed out towards mid-off actually, and a streaky run there. Looked like at one point the single was on, but then halfway through that it looked like he had to start getting the skates on there, Scott.
I agree. Yeah, I actually think if he hits, I think Jones might be struggling. Yeah. I think it's Scott Curry with the pick up and throw towards the stumps. I think, direct hit would have been tight.
Yeah, definitely. So lots happening in this over actually. A streaky boundary off the inside edge and nearly a run out as Dom Kelly comes in, bowls full, pushed outside towards Nick Gubbins at cover, no run, 72 for 3. A really good set there from Dom Kelly. Things happening, and Hampshire will be looking for that 4th wicket. Lancashire trying to build on this decent recovery that they've got. And quite a bit happening after a slightly quiet phase. So, yeah, exciting.
Yeah, these 2 top of the first and second in the group. I think it's Group B. I think the group's A and B, but
yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I'd read that somewhere. But I look on the BBC Sport website, and there's just two groups. 2 groups. I thought I'd read somewhere that there are groups A and B. Hampshire are top, 4 wins from 4 and 8 points, and Lancashire are second, 3 from 4 with 7 points. It's Felix Organ. He's going to come around the wicket this time to Rob Jones, who again sweeps. And that well-guarded leg side field as Tom Prest had it to deep mid-wicket, and he fields, and Jones gets 1, so he moves on to 30, and the score moves on to 72. Correction, 73 for 3. We're starting the 20th over of the Lancashire innings. Morgan over the wicket to Croft, and that's hit firmly down the ground. Donald comes up from long on to field. Croft nudges the ball for a single. 31 not out now, 74 for 3. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. Change of shirt in the last drinks break for Rob Jones. He's gone from his long sleeves to his short sleeves. I don't blame him.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It'll skip down the pitch. He's played a little upper sleeve towards mid-off. That's through for 1. Kelly fields. Jones moves on to 31. Score moves on to 75 for 3.
Seems to be getting into his work, Rob Jones, starting to use his feet, use those sweeps, and looking a bit more comfortable at the crease.
Croft getting onto that front foot and hits it down the ground, and Donald loses his cap as he comes up from the boundary at long on to field. Croft to 32 not out, Lancashire 76 for 3. Again, we see this little subtle change. So square leg goes to short, fine leg, and then deep fine leg goes to deep backwards square leg. There's a deep mid wicket and a long on. Morgan to Jones, again with the use of the feet, coming a step or two down the pitch towards the ball, returns it out towards the leg side. Gubbins fields. He's been busy there, Gubbins. Close in, saving runs at either mid wicket or extra cover. Morgan to Jones, forced through mid on for a single. And I think he's pinched a strike. It is. That's the end of the over. So 20 overs gone. Jones 32, Croft 32. Both have faced exactly 50 deliveries. So it's a pretty balanced partnership between these two, which is currently worth 70 runs for Lancashire from 95 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been really good. I guess from a Lancashire perspective, if you were going to 1 to 2 people at the crease, it would definitely be these two, Stephen Croft and Rob Jones, both coming into this game with some good form behind them. So they would have been quietly confident, and they've rebuilt this innings and got Lancashire in a decent position. But still a lot of work to be done as Dom Kelly comes in from the pavilion end to Rob Jones. Good set from him last set. As he bowls slightly outside off stump, pushed outside, pushed towards that offside where Nye Donald does the clearing up on the deep point, or deep cover boundary, should I say.
Quite liking your use of the word sets. You're kind of blending the 100 talk to in the one. Hey, I don't mind that at all.
I am actually, yeah.
I've been referring to sets yesterday doing the double header at Emirates Old Trafford. I've gone from sets to overs, but you're sticking with sets.
Yeah,
I don't mind
so.
that.
I quite like the term set, I think, Scott. Dom Kelly looks like it was a slightly slower ball to Stephen Croft. Rolled his fingers across that, and it's just guided down towards third man, where it looks like John Turner does the cleaning up, and the score moving slowly. Looks like both these teams just going through a nice little phase, trying to rebuild. Hampshire looking for that 4th wicket to try and put some pressure on that Lancashire middle order, but some resistance from these two, Stephen Croft and Rob Jones, as Dom Kelly comes in again. Slightly shorter, pulled away to Tom Prest, who does the cleaning up this time. Had that, I guess, half chance that happened in the previous over from Dom Kelly, where the ball was hit pretty hard towards Tom Prest and burst through his hands. From him, probably would be slightly disappointed that he didn't get, I guess, a good enough hand on that. That could have possibly the wicket that they've been looking for. Kelly comes in again, back of a length. No run, pushed out towards the offside where Point comes in and does the clearing up. Happy with things at the moment then, Scott, with this recovery, I guess?
Yeah, I think so, yeah, definitely. I mean, vital recovery. You mentioned both are in good form, and they've both batted well together this season already. Croft and Jones put on 154 runs against Derbyshire a couple of days ago.
Definitely, as Kelly comes in, bowls full, pushed outside to leg stump towards the leg side where Jack Campbell comes in. No chance of a run out, a nice single. They've run actually quite well, these two, and tried to put a lot of pressure. I guess when you are trying to build an innings and runs don't look like they're coming freely and the boundaries aren't coming as easily. So you've got to make sure that you're running hard and that putting that pressure on the fielders, which they've done. As Long On has pushed out a slight change of the field, so he's going to look to probably bowl a bit fuller. As Dom Kelly comes in and no run on that offside. As Rob Jones and Stephen Croft continue. That's another over done. As Lancashire move on to 79 for 3 after 21 overs.
Yeah, good stuff from Kelly.
Scott, I'll make way for Kev as he comes in.
Cheers, Stanley. Yeah, both batters having a conversation halfway down the pitch. There's a base here for Lancashire, but blimey, they need a base. Need a big partnership. Try and get some runs on the board after what was a pretty lively first half an hour, really. 7 for 3. There's Felix Organ to continue, over number 4 for him. Croft on, Jones on 33. Again, the use of the field, that's a good shot. Just a step down the pitch and he's hit it firmly for 4 to the right of Kelly at mid-off and down towards the boundary. I mean, visibly over the course of the last month or two, perhaps dating back, I think, to the game at Edgbaston in the Championship, Rob Jones has kind of grown more and more confident, and after, by his own admission, a few struggles over the last year or so, but looking in good touch again. This is chipped away into the offside by Jones, out towards deep extra cover, and he'll jog back for a couple more. And, he's a very popular player in the Lancashire dressing room. There's a lot of encouragement and optimism and support for Rob Jones. Most people want him, if not everybody wants him to do well. And he's 40 not out from 56. He's enjoying a good run at the minute in the team. Lancashire 86 for 3. Organ comes around the wicket and bowls swept by Jones. Little bottom edge off the down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 41 not out. Lancashire 87 for 3. Hey, Kevin.
Hi. Yeah, I was reading little bits about him. You know how he's had some seasons that haven't gone particularly well for him. But I always think, you know, when I see him walk out to bat, I always think, you know, this guy, yeah, is a good player. Always has been a good player for me.
Organ in, bowls to Croft. That's eased back down the pitch and gathered by Organ off his own bowling, and there's no run.
And we kind of thought these two, with their experience,
yeah,
would do this, didn't we?
Yeah, I think, and the form that they've both been in over the course of the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Croft again sweeps. Everyone's sweeping. Little bottom edge disappears down towards short fine leg. And Middleton fields no runs. So 1 ball left of Organ's 4th over, the 22nd of the Lancashire innings. Organ in to Croft. Oh, that's a sharp single, turned down towards short fine leg. Good running, actually. Jones and Croft getting through for a quick 1. So Croft moves on to 34, and Lancashire are now 88 for 3. 22 overs gone.
These two have put on 81, haven't they? Is it 81 for the 4th wicket? Yeah, 7 for 3.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, so it's a good partnership, these two, and I just get the feeling they're putting the pressure on the fielders more and more throughout this partnership. Anything that's slightly to the left or right, and they're really going for it. Quick 30-second update of what's been happening so far. Coming up. Well, Lancashire, having won the toss and decided to bat first, are 88 for 3 in the 23rd of 50 overs. You'd think at this stage they're going all right. Well, actually they are, but they were at one stage 7 for 3. A couple of wickets for John Turner and 1 for Jack Campbell. Really did blow the very top of the Lancashire order away. Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon didn't actually manage a run off the bat between them. But since then, a recovery. Stephen Croft has 35. Rob Jones has 41. Lancashire 89 for 3 in the 23rd. That's turned away down the leg side by Jones. They're finding the angles not only when they're hitting it just wide of the fielders, but now they're finding some angles because they've been out there for quite a while. They've been out there since the 5th over. And these two experienced players are just starting to put the pressure back on Hampshire with the score at 93 for 3.
93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3. 93 for 3
Is it my over? I can't remember.
It is, mate. You start to see you can finish.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind. Don Kelly, I think, has looked very impressive for a 16-year-old with the ball. None for 27 into his 6th. Not highly impressive figures, but let's cut away and only just short of the diving fielder at backward of points. Trying to work that out. Oh, and it's gone for 4. 2 fielders behind Fletcher Middleton couldn't pick it up, both trying to. But somehow that ball has made its way all the way over the rope at backward of point, and that is 4 runs. And Narwin Donald, one of those 2 fielders, who I'm afraid couldn't stop it going all the way. 97 for 3. Nice shot. Nice cut shot from Rob Jones. It moves on to 49. It's playing very nicely indeed here for the visitors, as Don Kelly comes in again from that pavilion end and bowls, and that's cut away. It's gone finer this time down to John Turner. He was the other of the fielders that couldn't quite stop it, and that's a 50 up for Rob Jones. Really, really good innings with his side in trouble. 60 balls with 5 fours.
3rd successive half-century for Rob Jones, making 70 against Derbyshire, and forgotten his last score, 80 something was it?
It was 70 not out against Derbyshire, you're right, and 85 not out against Worcester. Yeah. So Don Kelly, who's starting to get a bit expensive. He was just under 5 and overs. He's over 5.5 now into his 6th. He's got 2 balls left of it. He's bowling to Croft on 35. Pulls that away, and that's going to be 4. Too short there, I'm afraid. Looks like he's just lost a little bit here, Don Kelly, and I think he'll be whisked out of the attack at the end of this over. He's just giving Lancashire some momentum here, and that's the Lancashire 100 up, and that's come up towards the end of the 23rd over. What a difference this Lancashire innings looks from being 7 for 3 in the 5th.
Yeah, he's had a really good start here, Kelly, hasn't he? But I guess it's always a balancing act with a young guy. Do you do another over? Do you just save him back?
It's quite bustly seamer, that's for sure. Slightly slower ball, as Croft is quite happily playing that quietly back up to mid-off. End of the over, 23 gone, 102 for 3 at Lancashire, and I think I have to say, whatever happens from now on, I think Dom Kelly does look at 16 years old. Wow. But I think maybe it might be just time to take him out the firing line.
Yeah. So he bowled 2 overs from this end, didn't he? And then he switched to his bowled 4 on the spin from the other. Yeah. And of which a couple of overs in particular, he troubled Croft and Jones, got the ball to come back in to both batters, got Croft's inside edge past the stumps. Bowl well, but yeah, maybe these 2 are now settled, aren't they? They're both in, they've got a good partnership, and anything that's just a fraction not on the money, you don't need to be off it that much, do you? A millimetre or 2 short or 2 full, anything that's just not quite right. And both of these have capitalised upon it, but he's an impressive start to his career. A bowling change. Nick Gubbins comes into the attack, replacing Felix Organ. So he bowled 4 overs for 19. Gubbins replaces him from the Hilton Hotel end. Floats one up to Jones, who plays the ball away into the offside, and there is no run. Gubbins in again, that's off the back foot and carved away into the offside. Good stop. That's extra cover.
That's Scott Curry there.
He's hit firmly by Jones, and Curry did well to get down to his left-hand side. Goes right back Jones, and this time cuts the ball away towards deep point and jogs through for a single. So Jones moves to 51 and Lancashire to 103 for 3.
Yeah, building nicely up there, these 2. We've seen a bit of Gubbins in this competition. This actually is his 17th over so far this season. Likes to get his leg spin in.
Has he bowled much before?
The odd over in the championship, but the odd.
Okay. Gubbins bowls again. That's driven down the ground for a single by Croft. I was reading the scorecards from the other games, and so he'd bowled in this competition. I just wasn't sure how much he'd bowled prior to it.
It's about 1 over in the championship.
Right, okay. White ball specialist. Gubbins to Jones. And that's play back down the pitch towards Gubbins, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Is it something he wants to try and develop then, his leg spin?
I think he does. I mean, he's captain as well, which helps.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, you can call the shots, can't you? Yeah.
I'm bowling.
End off.
Yeah,
I'm in charge.
But no, it doesn't do a lot of bowling. But he can bowl as you've just seen there, and he's okay. But he does tend to bowl a lot more in this competition this season, that's for sure. I was a little bit naughty, wasn't I? Because Scott picked me up on it when I was off commentary about 40 minutes ago when I read Malcolm's email out from Manchester. Hopefully, Malcolm, you're still listening. And he was talking about the formats, the way they are at the moment and the way they fit into the 6 months of the season. And funny enough, we were talking about that before we came on air, didn't we? And I think, if I remember rightly, we both sort of think the same thing, and along what Malcolm said as well, that we quite like the formats the way they are and where they fit into the season right now.
I do. I actually think, I think this has been. I think that maybe it's a little bit too full on at the start. Perhaps if you're a player, that's kind of 6 or 7 successive rounds is a lot, isn't it? You need to have a big squad to deal with that, especially big bowling resources to deal with that, I think. But I think it's probably been the most balanced season we've had for a bit, with championship games being played in June and July. I appreciate that there's maybe not as much county cricket in August as supporters would like. I think it's you, mate.
Is it me? Sorry, Scott Curry into the attack, and that's played out square on the offside by Stephen Croft. Apologies.
It's okay. I get that. There's only, potentially for some counties, there's only 8 days of cricket, isn't there, in August, if you don't kind of qualify from this format. So maybe that's something that could be looked at, but I quite like the way it's been set up this year. Yeah.
Here's Curry from the pavilion then, and bowls, and that's nicely played late by Stephen Croft. Angles the bat, opens the face down to third man, John Turner Fields, and Croft moves on to 41. Is that right? Have we got that right?
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
41. 105 for 3. So on the whole, we both like it, and it's rare actually for me to come up against a commentator that thinks the same as me.
Oh dear, that's worrying for me, isn't it, really?
Well, yeah, good luck with the ones that I've been doing recently. They're good guys, but just have different views. That's a hit off the front foot, carved away by Jones to backward of point, fielded by Middleton. So I like that. Yeah, I can't have an argument all day now.
do you want me just to say the opposite, just so we can...
Because I won't believe you. I've got to believe that you really don't like what's going on. But as you can see and as you can hear, we love it. Here comes Curry bowls, and that's worked to mid-wicket by Jones. There's no run there. Scott Curry back into the attack, bowling his 4th over here. He has none for 16. Got a couple of more emails to read out as well. Keeping them coming. Solent Cricket. Sorry, I'll say it slower for our friends up north. solentcricket@gmail.com. Stephen Deere has emailed. As Curry comes in again. That's a good length and a good line. There's no angle there for Jones as he pushes it out again on square on the offside. Currently listening to my 3rd match while sitting on the beach in Rhodes. That's Greek Island, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Loving how well the youngsters are doing. The cricket making up for the Southampton Football Club's average start to the season. This is a bit of a football-free zone at the moment, so I did read that without the only time I'm going to mention football today. But you're right, the youngsters doing well. As Curry comes in, and you class Curry in that as well, as that's pushed to mid-wicket. Scott Curry, only 21 years of age himself, even though he's been around the first team for a couple of seasons. That's a good over from Curry, 105 for 3, just the 1 run off it, and we are effectively halfway through the Lancashire innings.
Yeah, and a crucial partnership for Lancashire. They've still got quite a bit of batting to come. In Balderson in particular, Lavelle and Bailey are all capable batters. I guess Williams can hang around for a bit, and then Hurt and Morley. So there's a little bit there to come, but this is a absolutely vital partnership, which needs to go on, you would think, for at least another 10 overs. This is cut away by Croft through the offside for 1 run. Croft moves to 42, 106 for 3. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. 51 not out. Here's Gubbins twirling his way in. It's a full toss. And Jones cashes in by crunching the ball away through the offside for 4 runs. The left of mid-off and out towards the boundary for 4 to Jones.
You just feel at the moment it's going to take something special to prize these two away from the crease, yeah. And it's been a good one as well, isn't it? 127 balls. They've looked quite at ease out there.
55 to Jones. Another full toss, which he hits away into the offside. 1 bounce towards Curry. Extra cover, no run.
That's when he's only bowled 1 over in the championship.
Gubbins into Jones. Work back towards the Hampshire skipper. And there's no run. 110 for 3. Jones 55 not out. Gubbins in, bowling. Drops short this time. And Jones slices the ball away through the offside. And jogs through for 1. Moves to 56, 111 for 3. So that century partnership coming up in pretty quickly. Kind of almost going to run a ball, wasn't it, really? Yeah. Forward goes Croft in defence and just dabs it back along the pitch and gathered by Gubbins off his own bowling. And there's no run, so 26 overs gone. 111 for 3. Croft 42 and Jones on 56.
Yeah, he's used very much in a way of just to get through a few overs. You know, you look up at the scoreboard and you suddenly think, well, hang on a minute, we're 2 or 3 overs further into the innings than I thought. It's a little bit more like that. There'd also be something wrong, of course, from a Hampshire point of view. That he starts bowling 10, 15 overs a game, and Mason Crane's not even getting a look in. You know, would suggest that there is a spot for a leg spinner, and yet Mason Crane isn't playing. So, so there's a bit of that as well. But listen, he's getting through his overs. Which means we don't go over too late in time. Here comes Curry, which is the main thing. Outside the off stump, short, and Jones pulls out of that shot since the ball went way outside the off stump. I love this email from Chris Wood, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi chaps, say hello to my sons, Tom, who's 10, and James, who's 8, who are watching the live picture feed up in Wigan. Quite happy to do that. At the Lancashire-Derbyshire game last week." As Curry comes in bowls, and that's full. That's driven out on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. No run again. At the Derbyshire game last week, Tom came to the conclusion that one umpire puts the ball into his pocket at the end of the over and then teleports to the other umpire's pocket, after which the other umpire pulls it out. So I have to say, says Chris, the evidence is compelling. I think that's exactly what happens.
Big fan of that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, good spot.
That's full, driven, not timed, but up to mid-on, and they'll take a single. Jones moves on to 57. Lancashire 112 for 3 in the 27th. It's a bit like Father Christmas, isn't it, really? You don't want to spoil the illusion. So that's exactly what happens. The umpire has a special mechanism in his pocket, and once he puts the balls into it, rather than walking over to the umpire or even throw the ball to the other umpire, it just mysteriously ends up in the other umpire's pocket, of which the bowler then takes that ball at that end. That's driven towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Croft is 42 off 63, Jones 57 off 76. Both experienced campaigners for Lancashire, and they needed to be when they came together, with Lancashire all over the place at 7 for 3 in the 5th. Looked a poor decision to bat first then. It doesn't look a bad decision now, with momentum with Lancashire as Curry comes in and bowls. It keeps a little low, tries to work that away on the offside, misses it as it goes through to Ben Brown. Odd one's kept a little low. We were talking a bit about one-day outfits earlier as well. Paul Spencer, who's in Lancaster, solentcricket@gmail.com, talking about World Series Cup uniforms in 79 and 80. Kerry Packer was mentioned earlier, wasn't it, really? As the start of all that coloured clothing and all that. As Curry comes in and bowls, that's full, it's driven. Well stopped by Curry on his follow-through, low down by his boot. End of the over, 112 for 3, 27 gone, just 1 run off that. Paul says, first season post-Packer, England played in whites. and they refused to comply, apparently, according to Paul, with black pads and gloves, whilst Australia and the Windies were mainly white, but with yellow and maroon trims on tops and trousers, respectively. They were very smart and still my favourite one-day international tops. Bizarrely, in that series, the day games were played with a red ball. Australian and Windies batters had maroon and yellow pads, whilst the day-night used white ball. It all seemed so very exciting 43 years ago. I think I can just about remember one or two of those things he's just mentioned. It's very different now, of course. A chat going on with Ben Brown and Nick Gubbins, or is it? Yes, it is. Maybe just chatting about how things are going to progress over the next few overs, or how they want them to progress.
Well, Gubbins is going to continue 2 overs for 8. Last one was a little untidy, but he's got Jones on strike on 57. Jones comes down the pitch and clears mid-off. Really did force that ball away down towards the long off boundary for 4 more runs. I think they quite fancy having a little go at Nick Gubbins here. He's been really aggressive to Gubbins, Jones in particular. 61 now to him, 116 for 3.
It's the right shot, isn't it? With mid-off up.
Yep.
Wasn't quite hit how he wanted to, but I think you've got to be a little unlucky, haven't you, when you play a shot like that, to actually be caught in that area. You do back yourself. It doesn't have to come right out in the middle of the bat, just somewhere near it.
He's forced to change to the field, so mid-off drops back and fine leg comes up. So there's a deep square leg, long on, long off and deep point. And everybody else inside the circle, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Another full toss, which is hit down the ground, this time just for 1 run. Jones moves to 62, 117 for 3. 28th over of the Lancashire innings. Live on the Hampshire stream and on the BBC Sport website and the app. Royal London One-Day Cup fixture between Hampshire and Lancashire. Croft sweeps, appeal for LBW, kind of fell over Croft there. Ball disappears down towards fine leg. He wants to come back for 2. The umpire, I think, is going to signal runs, bat on it. And the way that Croft kind of got himself into a rather tangled position with the sweep shot, he'll be mighty grateful that there was bat on that as well. May have been struggling without it. 44 to Croft, 119 for 3, halfway through the 28th over. As they came back for 2, Ben Brown whipped off the bails and just having to be repositioned on the stumps. Croft 44 not out. Gubbins to Croft, coming down the pitch towards Gubbins. He wants to come back for 2. It's good running. Just turned the ball away towards square leg. They hurried back for a second. 46 not out, Stephen Croft. 121 for 3, Lancashire now. 2 balls left for the 28th over. Hot day for turning 1s into 2s.
Yeah, consistently.
I spoke to Rob Jones actually after the game against Worcestershire the other night. He goes back and cuts this ball to Croft away towards the offside for a single, and that was another baking day. The day-night match was a hot day the other Wednesday, and he scored that 80-odd. Not many boundaries in it, you know, and it's similar to the 70-odd he got the few days prior to that against Derbyshire. Gubbins bowls to Croft, and that's hit down towards Donald at long on for a single. Croft moves to 47 now, 123 for 3 at the end of the 28th over. So yeah, Rob Jones, it was a career best score for him. He made 85 and got 7 4s in that 85. And I think he got, in the 70 the week before that, he got 1 4 and 1 6. And he was absolutely, sweat was tumbling off him as he came up to the commentary box to have a chat after the game. And he stood there. I said, just take a minute, mate. There's no rush to do this. You know, you have just been batting for a couple of hours. He went, I think I need to start hitting some more boundaries. He absolutely ran his socks off for his for the runs. And I think it's something similar again today on a hot, sticky afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, it's not ideal time of year, is it, really, to be running up and down between the wickets on a regular basis, although of course there'll be plenty of batters who are out of form up and down the country that would love to be saying, oh, I wish I was that hot and sweaty at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Jack Campbell is back into the attack, the left arm seamer, 22-year-old. He's created a good impression in this competition so far. He's round the wicket to Rob Jones, full outside the off stump. Jones almost falls over trying to swat that away on the offside, just kept his feet really in the same position that he was in his stance with, and then somehow tried to get his body moving outside the off stump. It didn't look great. He actually replayed the shot after that with his front foot outside off stump. Campbell is into his 6th over, 1 for 15. Got another email here from Paul Spencer, silentcricket@gmail.com. I mentioned earlier that it's the Old Hampshire Players' Day today. Who are somewhere around here. I thought it was away to our right. I'm not sure. That's turned away in the gap on the leg side through mid-wicket. They'll take 2. Total moves on to 125 for 3 now. Jones on to 65. I thought they were up in the Shane Warne stand, but I can't actually see too many out there. There probably are. I'll get the binoculars on them in a moment. Anyway, Paul says, on the subject of the Hampshire Ex-Players' Day, just wondering if any of the 1973 County Championship winning squad are at today's event. I must admit, I don't know who's there today. As Campbell comes in and bowls to Jones once more. Jones drives into the ground, fielded by Gubbins. Several in the crowd think that's a catch.
Hey.
A fine side, mind you, with the 1973 side. Messrs Andy Roberts, Barry Richards and Gordon Greenwich. Wasn't a bad trio of overseas players for Hampshire, was it? Sadly, one player who won't be there, the great Shane Warne, but sure there will be a good few toasts to his memory today. I'm sure there will be, Paul. Sad. On the eve of the season, Shane Warne passed away. Oh, they're going to take a quick single as that's turned away where short leg would be. Throw comes in from Prest to the bowler's end, but that's another good example of the running between the wickets between these two, which has almost been exemplary. 126 for 3. Lancashire would have an Old Players' Day, wouldn't they? At some point?
They had one earlier this season.
Do they? Yeah.
I think, there was a... And it was to celebrate the anniversary of a game between Lancashire, a one-day match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire that went on to like 9 o'clock at night in front of a big crowd.
Okay. Slightly slower ball from Campbell, trying to find the angle is Croft, but finds Middleton at point. Yeah,
it was like a kind of one of these famous games that if you're a Lancashire or Gloucestershire fan, everyone claims to have been there. So there must have been like 500,000 people in the ground watching. And it was a one-day cup semi-final, I think. And Mike Proctor was playing for Gloucestershire. It was probably some epic names in the in the two teams, and I think that was a part of the Old Players' Day.
Okay. Oh, I saw Yorker and he's bowled him. He's found the breakthrough. Jack Campbell. Croft goes. Almost a perfect Yorker. Croft couldn't get the bat down in time. In fact, I think there was a bit of a bottom bat, and somehow the ball just came back onto the stumps. And he has gone. Croft goes for 47. Lancashire 126 for 4.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kev. I agree with you. I think he's got kind of a bottom edge on that, and the ball just ricocheting onto the stumps. So fortunate for Stephen Croft, but he's played his part in a very good partnership. 47 runs from 70 balls, with a frustrating way for him to lose his wicket, but he's gone. But good knock by Croft. He came together with Lancashire in all sorts of bother. 7 for 3. They'd not actually got a run off the bat when Croft came out to bat. Jennings and Wells and Bohannon all out for naught. There was a leg bys and wides that got Lancashire to 7 runs, so it was a really horrible time to come out and bat, and he's played his part in a century partnership. But obviously a little frustrated that he couldn't take it on. But a welcome breakthrough for Hampshire. I suspect that would have been pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I tell you what, when you get into these situations in 50 over games where 2 players are playing as well as Croft and still Jones is, that you kind of think, well, there's going to be a mistake somewhere. Once they're playing the way they are, there might be a lofted drive which is caught in the deep somewhere where they try and look for the angle and it wasn't quite there. But that actually is a genuine wicket. There's a bowler there that's come in and actually got generally a bowler out with some clever bit of bowling. A really, really good Yorker. And to actually get that through the defences of Croft in that situation, the bowler has actually got a wicket there in that situation. And I think in those situations, I think that's a mark of a good bowler.
Yeah, it's a classic Yorker delivery, wasn't it? That,
you haven't
had executed beautifully.
You haven't had to wait for a mistake from the batters, which generally happens, doesn't it? So, I can't remember who's over this is now.
I think it's me.
It's you. Yes, of course, you're this end. Yeah. It's me. It's you.
It's going to be Felix Organ to return. So three overs from Nick Gubbins comes to an end, and Organ back into the attack. It is Rob Jones on strike, and that's flicked away towards square leg for a single. Jones moves to 67, so Lancashire 127 for 4. George Balderson is the new batter for Lancashire. Making 3 changes, Lancashire, from their team against Worcestershire. Balderson keeping his place in the side, but Bell dropping out. It's a low full toss, which Balderson gets off the mark with straight away. Punched up towards mid-on. And scampers through for a quick single. Middleton Fields for Hampshire. Balderson off the mark straight away. 128 for 4. Organ balls to Rob Jones. Plays that one up towards to Donald, who comes up from long on. Almost loses his Hampshire sun hat, blue wide-brimmed sun hat. Organ to Balderson, who goes back, beats him, taken by Ben Brown, and there's no run. 129 for 4. Organ around the wicket bowls and driven on the bounce by George Balderson back towards the bowler. Again, Organ fields off his own bowler. Again, there is no run. 1 ball left of the over. And Balderson again going back, trying to work the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. So that's the end of the over. 30 gone of the Lancashire innings. 129 for 4. Balderson on 1 and Rob Jones on 68.
So email here from Chris Jenkinson, solentcricket@gmail.com. Stanley Marissa will come in alongside me, take over from Scott Reed for the next half hour. Under the heading of player kit clashes, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about these two teams, from this distance anyway, looking and almost playing in identical colours. There are a couple of little subtleties, but if you look quickly, they both look like they're playing in dark blue, which they are, just slightly different shades. Campbell's round the wicket, bowls to Jones, who pushes that up to mid-off. Chris says, my thoughts are, if both teams' kits are clashing, why don't the teams just play in traditional cricket whites? You can't with a white ball. It clashes too much. It's difficult if the ball is sort of somewhere with the white clothing background. That's the reason they play in coloured clothing. As Campbell comes in from that pavilion end again and bowls to Jones. Jones tries to cut, very dangerously close to the top edge as it goes through to Ben Brown. Also, the umpire's strip is clashing too. Well, it sort of is, but they've got sort of green sleeves, haven't they? If a batter, old school here, looks up quickly, no, he says batsman, he's put old school, so it is actually batter, of course, looks up quickly towards square leg, they could erroneously think the umpire is an opposing team's player. Well, that's a good point as well. Seriously though, I think that teams should entertain the idea of a second or an away strip. Yes, we know plenty of sports that do that. As that's pushed out in the offside and there's no run, we can think of one anyway. If the original idea of coloured, that is not wearing the same clothing, is worth pursuing, says Chris Jenkinson. What are your thoughts on that, Stanley?
Yeah, it's a fair point. It is a fair point. And I think, yeah, I guess for the crowd, I guess for them to be able to distinguish who's who, it almost, yeah, you kind of just, I guess from a neutral perspective, you do want to have that difference between the two sides so you can actually see who's who.
Yeah, Campbell round the wicket, cut away, just in front of square by Jones. Goes out to the deep fielder. Jones moves on to 69, 130 for 4.
Yeah, and Jack Campbell continues to find ways to make the breakthrough and pick up wickets.
11 wickets for the season now. I heard you mention his 10th earlier in the commentary, and yeah, he's been a bit of a find, hasn't he, really? Played a few list A games for Durham last year when he was up at Durham Uni. Apparently came back down earlier in the season, got injured apparently, so that's why we hadn't seen him. Because I said to him on the Isle of Wight, I said, where have you been? He said, oh, well, I've actually been injured. He's over the wickets to Balderson, length ball. Balderson pushes that out behind square on the offside, and there is no run. I must admit, when you first look at him, and I had the first look last week against Worcestershire, you think, okay, one game, okay, but he's been very consistent.
Yeah, everything I've seen today has been really good. He just has a nice gather towards the crease, and he bowls the ball in the right areas, and I guess the left arm angle as well provides that difference.
Yeah, well, it's a short ball. I think that'll be a wide, sorry, no ball. It looked very high. Oh, not called, actually, by the umpires, so that is the end of the over. And we like the shape he got on it early, because Luke Wells was trying to work him away on the onside, and the ball straightened on him, got a huge leading edge which went right high up in the air. But we've seen him bowl with a bit of shape as well.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get that ball coming back as a left arm bowler, coming back into those pads, it's always such a strength.
Yeah.
As we obviously see Felix Organ continue, managed to start getting a little bit of purchase in that last over. A couple beat the bat from George Balderson, so the pitch might be starting to take a little bit of turn, which could be interesting for the rest of this game. But good position here, Hampshire. That's the wicket they were looking for to break that partnership of 119, I think it was in the end. Really strong partnership, but now it's a good tricky position for both sides as Rob Jones comes down the wicket and pushes that towards Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket. He's used his feet really well in this innings and managed to try and put that pressure on the spinners and make sure that no one settles. Played the sweep shots really well as well. So busy. Seems like a busy cricketer. Organ comes in. Big shot from Rob Jones. Goes down the ground, and it's gone all the way for 6. Really strong shot. We spoke about how he's been using his feet, and he's just skipped down the wicket and popped that over mid-off's head quite nonchalantly in the end, actually. And that is a really strong shot because the ball is turning in towards him, and he's managed to hit that over the mid-off fielder. So that's always a sign that someone is in good nick.
Certainly is, yeah. And they kept the same field. I would have pushed the mid-off back.
Definitely, as Organ comes in and Jones comes down again, pushes the ball towards mid-off. So I can kind of see what he's trying to do. He's trying to give Nick Gubbins a situation because obviously Organ and Nick Gubbins are going to have to fill 10 overs somewhere. So if he can put the pressure as he turns that one on to the onside and picks up another single, so they've run well as well. So you almost see it, Kev. There's always almost like a game inside a game. So, Rob Jones he seems to have, I guess, clicked onto the fact that there's part-time spinners, and if he can put that pressure on, it might force Nick Gubbins to have to look to his seamers again, which he probably doesn't want to do quite at this point. As Organ comes in to George Balderson, bowls just outside goes for a run, and he's turned him away. A little bit of indecision there. Balderson set off for that single after pushing that ball to short fine leg, but Rob Jones sent him back, and luckily no damage done. As slight change of field as Tom Prest moves towards long on where exactly that ball goes, as Balderson pushes that down the ground and moves the score on to 137 for 4 and ends that over.
Yeah, I think that gap was put there to get Balderson on strike, keep Jones away from it, which is good tactics. 7 runs though, as Stanley says. John Traynor has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says Liam Hurt, who's coming in a little later for Lancashire. His batting might be needed, says John. A few weeks ago he hit 156 for Lancashire's second team, including 10 sixes. He gives the ball a thwack, says John. Oh, he was batting at 10 then, was he? Was he? He was batting 10 then? Wow. 156 for Lancashire's second team, batting at 10. Wow. So we'll look out for him then. He obviously has a bit of power there. Mr. Hurt, look out for him. John Turner returns to the Hampshire attack. He has already picked up a couple of wickets. Keaton Jennings and also Josh Bohannon. Neither of them, including Luke Wells, made a run between them. He's round the wicket to Balderson. That's a length ball down, or that'll be a wide down the leg side. Take by Ben Brown. Haven't seen too many wides today, Stanley. I think Scott Curry's been a bit guilty of bowling a few in previous Royal London One Day Cup games, but I think on the whole, haven't seen too many.
No, only the 4 wides. They're not terrible.
Here comes Turner bowls. It's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run. I'm getting a message from some of the old players. They must be already having a couple of drinks up there.
Excellent.
Oh dear. I'll just quickly reply to this one. Just let them know I'm actually working, unlike them, who are enjoying the free food and free drinks, I'm sure, as that's hit Balderson. Maybe just on the thigh pad there. Maybe just missed the thigh pad, looking at the way he's reacting as he goes out on the offside.
So what is it then, Kev? Is it just like a former player's day then?
It is, yeah. Just I mean, I would have been eligible, obviously, but I'm always working because obviously it's a home game.
Of course.
So I'm over here, and they're over there, enjoying. I think I've been to one in the past. I can't think why I would have gone to that actually. Maybe somebody just filled in for me on that particular day, but yeah, as I say, I don't know who's over there. I don't know how many are over there, so I can't be much help really. Balderson looks like it just got winded there a little bit. So my guess is they are somewhere over at the Shane Warne stand, but I can't really tell at this stage.
They're probably inside. Is there air conditioning inside there?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, if they actually, yeah, I'll be behind a window, you're right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Unlike us here, Stan. 139 for 4 then in the 33rd. He's round the wicket, Turner. Short, and it's off the shoulder of the bat. One bounce to deepish gully there. Good delivery of that from Turner. Balderson, a bit surprised by that one.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier from John Turner, actually, that round the wicket line caused a few problems for Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, so good to see that he's actually still managing to extract that sort of indifferent bounce that we saw earlier with this slightly older ball as well, so yeah. Promising signs.
Tuck that one in a bit. 2 for 11, halfway through his 6th. His best bowling performance in this competition so far. Here's Turner, comes in and bowls. Slightly short of a length. Balderson on his toes, turns that into the gap on the leg side. Scampers through for a single, picks up or moves on to 3, and it's 140 for 4 here at Lancashire. There are other games going on, of course, in this competition today. Let's quickly mention them. In Group A, and Scott's right, a couple of publications say no groups at all, just 2 groups, and others say Group A, Group B. This is Group B. There's Turner bowls, cut away down to 3rd man by Jones. Quite close to him, that one, actually. Doesn't really get a lot of pace onto it, but he finds the right areas. Moves on to 77, 141 for 4. Leicestershire 173 for 6 in the 31st. That's in the other group. Also in the other group, Durham against Nottinghamshire up at Grantham. 167 for 6 in the 34th. Also in Group A, Somerset 191 for 2 in the 34th against Middlesex. Sussex Surrey in the other group, as that's turned away by Balderson's. Plenty of gaps on the leg side for him. He finds another one square, moves on to 4. Again, Hampshire keep him on strike at the end of that over. 142 for 4. Quickly mention these, Stanley. Sussex 193 for 2 in the 33rd against Surrey. In this group, Essex 228 for 2 in the 35th against Glamorgan. They're the next 2 games for Hampshire against those sides. Northamptonshire 159 for 7 in the 32nd, or after the 32nd, against Kent, and Derbyshire 161 for 2 in the 31st against Worcestershire.
Looks like it's going to be Felix Organ to continue. To George Balderson, who's on 4 of 13 balls, so a slightly slower start, but watchful. I'm trying to rebuild again after that really strong partnership between Rob Jones and Stephen Croft, as Felix Organ pushes his long off back Knight Donald moves down here to long off as Organ round the wicket to Balderson, who pushes down the ground, and no run. As Rob Jones, who's looked to anchor this innings actually really, and looked really busy at the creases on 77, so Lancashire will be hoping that he can push on as Balderson comes down the wicket, pushes that out towards Nick Gubbins, who does the clearing up at cover. So a couple of dots to start this over.
It's noticeable how extra cover and mid-wicket are a little closer, aren't they?
Definitely. Organ comes into Balderson, back of a length again, another dot. So this is really good stuff from Felix Organ.
It's going to be interesting to see what Balderson does here. 3 balls, 3 dots. He knows that Jones needs to face most of the strike.
Does.
They push mid on back.
So Organ comes in again. Balderson still no run, pushes that out towards mid-wicket. 4 dots.
That's a bonus really, because he bowled it quite full, didn't he? Sort of middle and leg, expecting Balderson to push it to mid on, but he got it slightly too square.
Did. Felix Organ comes in. George Balderson waits. Goes for the big shot. Big appeal. Could this be out? Looks like umpire says no. Might just have been sliding down the leg side.
I think you're right.
It looked like it.
Again, for me, Organ's bowling that quite full, aiming sort of leg stumpish, middle and leg, to get Balderson to drive down to the ground and get one down to mid on, because we're coming towards the end of the over. In the end, Balderson, I think that was slightly too wide of leg stump, so Balderson's trying to slog that over mid-wicket, but missed it.
It's that pressure for those 5 dot balls. Finished the over, drives down the ground hard, and Nye Donald comes round and does the cleaning up at long off. So a really good over there from Felix Organ, just the one from it. And Lancashire move on to 143 for 4.
That's such good bowling, isn't it? That's not just bowling spin for bowling spin stake. That's bowling to a plan.
Definitely, and I guess with all these sort of, with the professional area, it's all about matchups. So you will see that the left-hander Balderson comes in. So as a captain, you're probably thinking you want the ball turning away from him, and Felix Organ comes back in. But it's then about executing that plan, and he looked like he executed it really well.
Yeah, he deliberately pitched it fullish on that sort of middle and leg area, inviting Balderson just to get a single down to mid-on, so no damage done, and still not giving Jones too much of a strike. But Balderson, who swings that away, loses his shape there a little bit. You can see he feels under pressure. He moves on to 6 of 20 deliveries. He's been facing most of the balls in the last 2 or 3 overs, and that is a little bit of a shot which just is sort of swinging away at it, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is working into Hampshire's hands, as you know, the more balls they can bowl to Balderson, the better, and keep Rob Jones off strike and maybe try and upset his rhythm, because he's been going so well. But this could be a tricky period for them too. Yeah.
Turner bowls to Jones. Jones just pushes that up to mid-on. That's not quite come out the middle of the bat. So 144 for 4. This is quite interesting, isn't it, when you get the new batter in now at this stage, how sides look to put the pressure on them, and at the same time as you're doing that, you're putting the pressure on the batter that's been there.
Definitely, and we are getting towards the back end of the inning, so the batsmen are going to be trying to push on a little bit.
Yes, that Turner from that pavilion end bowls Jones. Jones drives on the up past a diving Middleton at backward a point. They want to, but Donald's sweeping up behind him. Single throw comes into Ben Brown, brings Balderson back on strike, and Jones moves on to 78, 145 for 4, halfway through the 35th. So yeah, fascinating little contest here. Balderson, I would say Turner will just look to bowl a good line and length here, won't he? Won't try and give him any let-off balls here. Sweepers out both sides of the wicket as he's round the wicket. That's a short delivery, tries to pull that away on the leg side, misses. That didn't bounce that high, so no worries there about being a no ball. Called one for the over though.
I know we spoke about it the previous over, but you can see your mid-wicket fielders and your I guess all the fielders in the ring are nice and tight, just to make sure that they keep him on strike and there's no easy single and there's no getaway for him. So yeah, a lot of pressure coming on to Balderson. Yeah,
6 off 21, the left-hander facing Turner again. Just turns that away in the air, caught mid-wicket. There's the pressure, and Balderson goes. Simple catch there, just looped that one up. Ball may just have held a bit in the turf, but he's trying to find the angle, closes the face of the bat, and he goes for 6. Lancashire are 145 for 5.
Yeah, John Turner really good again, and a lot of that wicket has to come down to what Felix Organ did the previous over. So it was, I guess it's also about bowling in partnerships, and we saw Balderson slightly getting a bit, I guess, twitchy, and sort of not finding his feet, and it almost felt like something was going to happen. And yeah, we could feel it up here, couldn't we, Kevin?
Yeah.
In the end, it was just a bit of a tame dismissal, really. He's tried to just flick that ball off his hip, and maybe got a leading edge and just spooned a nice simple catch to the mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton it was, wasn't it? I wasn't quite sure who that was, because Fletcher Middleton for most of this competition has been fielding at sort of point and backward a point, but he seems to be in a few different positions for this game, but a simple catch nevertheless. Dominic Hill has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi Dominic here. Been enjoying the coverage for a long time and thankful for everything that is done to allow me to keep in touch with Lancashire." Well, that'll be Scott Reed, of course, not me. I only keep you in touch with Lancashire about twice a season. Scott Reed, of course, does it all season. And to keep me in touch with Lancashire and the county circuit, all the way from Tokyo in Japan. Wow. I agree with you that for the first time in a while, the calendar seems settled for county cricket. So here's another one that agrees with what's the way the games have been falling this year at the blocks and what have you. Of course, it does seem like a shame not to have red ball cricket in August, but my children find the shorter version much more engaging, and it works well for them to watch this in the holidays. And having every game available, they really get to know the county players. They prefer this competition to the 100th, though. To be honest, I am worried though that with England's recent struggles in 50-over cricket, is there another shuffle inevitable to allow some one-day players to get some more 50 overs games? I suppose if we're useless at the next World Cup, I suppose they will. Won't they? They'll have to do something about it. You just never know, do you?
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're always going to have a format that might be slightly less performing than others. I guess it's I guess you'll do well to find a side that's strong in every single format for a number of years. So, and as players retire and people come through, you're going to get that phase, and I think we just are in that phase at the moment with the one day. But with competitions like this, it's a good opportunity.
Agreed. George Lavelle is the new batter for Lancashire. John Turner bowls to him. He drives. It goes out to point, and Fletcher Middleton back into his familiar position. George Lavelle, just 22 years of age, playing just his 11th this day game. He'll be keeping. He'll have the gloves for Lancashire when it will be their turn in the field. 35 overs gone. Lancashire won 45 for 5. You're right, Stanley. It's very difficult to be great in all three. But isn't it amazing how we started this season with county cricket being slated here and there and everywhere, and then all of a sudden Brendan McCullum comes in. We play like out of our skin, almost a different game, and now nobody's really been saying anything.
No. And I guess it's all a matter of mindset, isn't it? And you can see that Brendan McCullum came in and he managed to change the way that the players were thinking. And I think the white ball format could be something as simple as that. It's new regime, new captain, and yeah, it might just take a little bit of time to settle and bed in as Felix Organ comes in to Rob Jones from this pavilion end, from the hotel end, and pushes that down the ground for a single where Nye Donald is at long on and does the cleaning up. So a couple of wickets in the last few moments for Hampshire, who's seemed to have dragged things back. There was a good partnership of 119 between Rob Jones and Stephen Croft, who brought things back from a tricky position that Lancashire found themselves at 7 for 3, which seems like quite a long time ago. But that partnership brought things back, and then all of a sudden Hampshire now back in a decent position themselves at 145 for 5 as Organ bowls to George Lavelle, who pushes that out towards the deep point boundary and gets himself off the mark and trots up to the other end and says, "Over to you, Rob Jones," who's looked pretty much in control. And if Lancashire are going to get any sort of total that might challenge Hampshire, you feel is going to be very key towards the situation as he comes down and uses his feet, something that he's done really well throughout this innings, and pushes that out to Tom Prest on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So the score moves on to 148 for 5. Halfway through this, the 39th over, Felix Organ bowling to George Lavelle, the young 22-year-old keeper. Back of a length again, and pushes that out towards Tom Prest at the deep mid-wicket boundary. So they've rotated the strike. It seems to have been something that they've done quite well throughout this innings. Both Stephen Croft and Rob Jones managed to use their feet, use the sweep shots, try and rotate that strike, and in between the odd boundary as a bit of indecision actually from George Lavelle seemed to take off for a single there, and Rob Jones turned him down, and he had to stop halfway through and get himself back in. But luckily, no harm done as Organ comes in to bowl the last ball of this, the 39th over, to Rob Jones, who goes down the wicket and pushes that down towards long on and gets himself back on strike for the following over.
Yeah, that was a worrying moment from a Lancashire point of view. So Lancashire 150 coming up in the 36th over. Decent crowd, you can hear the applause in the background there. It's more than a Championship Days crowd, but we had, I think, here for the Worcestershire game, Stanley, first game here, just over 3,000 people, which is not bad for a Royal London One League Cup, blah, blah, blah.
Definitely.
Is there as many here as that? I'm not quite sure. It's certainly no more than that anyway. I think it's a few down, but I'm not very good at predicting crowds, but as I say, it's no more than 3,000, that's for sure. Got an email here from Alan Burke from Failsworth near Oldham, as Scott Curry comes back into the attack, right arm over, as Jones works that length ball into the gap in the covers, fielded by Norrin Donald at deep point, 151 for 5, and Jones moves on to 81. The match that Scott was referring to a little earlier, that went on till very late in the evening, was a 1971 Gillette Cup semi-final between Lancashire and Gloucestershire, which ended at 5-9. Wow. He's given me a click onto a link which I can have a look at later, which I will do later actually, Alan. And that's pulled away in the air to top edge, but it's safe over press head at mid-wicket. The ball plugs in the outfield. Got a little bit lucky there, did George Lavelle, but managed to find the area between the in-running fielder and the out-rushing fielder. He's a Lancashire fan, but thanks to everybody in the commentary box for your work. That's very nice. I must admit, you're mentioning that, I think Gloucestershire must be involved in some very late finishes, probably with Proctor's long run. No game finished that early, as Curry bowls. Forward is Jones. It's hit high on the bat, really. No pace as it goes out to Middleton at backward point. Because I must admit, when Scott was mentioning that game, I also remember a very late finish at the old ground in Southampton between Gloucestershire and Hampshire, and Proctor then was running in. No wonder where Proctor got so many wickets. He got them all between about 8:30 and 9 o'clock in the evening.
Fading light.
Yeah. I'll just bowl quick, but I'll wait until it's a little dark. Here comes Curry. So Hampshire on the receiving end of that as well. That's a slower ball from Curry down the leg side. You can definitely see that coming out the hand a little differently, and I think that's a ball he's struggled with a little bit in this competition. He has, as I mentioned earlier, bowled a few wides. There's another mention about that game actually from Des Platt, silentcricket@gmail.com, who is in Rain Hill near Liverpool. I'm learning of all these sort of villages and suburbs that I've never heard of before. I've heard of Liverpool, of course, as that's cut by Jones over the head of Middleton as it bounced into the ground, goes down towards Dom Kelly at third man. Jones moves on to 83, 154 for 5. Des says, I am one of the alleged 500,000, this is what Scott said, there was 500,000 watched on a ground that probably only held about 15,000. It must have been packed. That went to that match, says Des. Come to that in a moment. Sorry, Stanley, I'll just there's a nice drive out on the offside by George Lavelle. That could beat the on-rushing Donald. He doesn't. Donald does really well running from virtually deep point to deep extra cover, and somehow managed to save 4 runs. I think the batters have come through for 3 anyway. 157 for 5. They have Lavelle on to 6. I am one of the alleged people that went who went to that match that BBC postponed the 9 o'clock news for. I went with my dad. His ticket was 50p and said 10 shillings on it. Mine was 25p, which was 5 shillings. Wow. Have you heard of any of this currency, Stanley, as that's pushed out to backward a point, no run?
No.
No, I'm sure you've not heard of it. Return rail fare for us both was 35p. Wow, you can't walk down the line for 35p. I was a mad keen 13-year-old and would watch every ball with rapt attention. That's the end of the over, by the way, with Lancashire at 157 for 5. That was never the remotest danger of a day's cricket being too long for me. Dad had indoctrinated me, and I would watch every ball from about the age of 8. Talking about the 1973 Hampshire team, who actually would have been worthy champions in 1974 as well. I saw a 3-day game between Lancashire and Hampshire at Ageas in August 1975. I'll come back to that actually, Stanley, because that's quite a long one, but quite interesting parts of that.
Yeah, very interesting actually. And it looks like Felix Organ is going to continue. 8 overs he has, none for 36, as he comes into George Lavelle and bowls it back of a length. So it looks like Nick Gubbins might try and get 10 overs out of Felix Organ.
Might do, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess he's going to have to try and find 10 overs between himself and Dom Kelly, I guess, as George Lavelle comes down the ground and pushes that out towards Scott Curry, who does the fielding at cover. That's the score, 157 for 5.
It's been no turn for the spinners, though.
Not too much off the straight.
No.
Not too much off the straight as Organ comes in again. Lavelle, a little bit of indecision again, actually, as the ball goes out towards square leg. Set off for a single, then turned down again by Rob Jones.
Been told to get off the pitch as well, running down the pitch there. I know he was off balance trying to get a single, but came straight down the wicket.
As Organ comes in again to Lavelle, who pulls hard, just past the mid-wicket fielder for just a single actually in the end. And Donald does the cleaning up, but slightly shorter of a length. He went back and pulled that quite hard.
I'm going to be doing a quick 30-second update in a moment. Take this ball, Stanley.
No problem at all. It's a slight change as the deep backward square leg goes towards square leg and short fine leg comes in and Felix Organ comes down. Rob Jones, again another dot, so really good this from Felix Organ.
This is a problem for Rob Jones here. You can see George Lavelle now just starting to get a little panicked, isn't he? The fact that he's not giving Jones the strike now.
Definitely. We saw that with George Balderson as well previous, and Rob Jones has to just continue his work and try and keep busy himself. As that ends that another over actually. So Hampshire getting through their overs, 159 for 5 Lancashire are after 38.
And I think that's the other thing, Stanley, as well, isn't it? When you've got one new batter lower down the order and one batter going well, if you can sneak in some spin, get their over rate quickly running through, I think there's as much that as much as anything. You were saying about getting the bowler Organ to bowl 10.
Definitely.
I think actually maybe at the moment Gubbins would have liked him to have 3 or 4 more in his
I think
locker.
so, definitely.
Just run through those overs, put more pressure on the 2 batters. So it's going to be Scott Curry to continue from the pavilion end. 6 overs, none for 24. It's going to be bowling to Rob Jones on 84. Bowls. Jones hits that 1 bounce, 2 bounces up to mid-off. And there's no run. I'm not sure if he was trying to hit that up in the air with mid-on and mid-off up, but nevertheless it can come out in the middle of the bat. So 39th over here of 50. 59 for 6. Have to get through these overs in the next hour. They should do that. Here comes Curry in again. That's wide of a soft stump, or Jones was trying to reach for that. In fact, actually the bat went over the top of the line of the ball. Here we go. Lancashire in their first innings, 159, was the only innings, 159 for 5. We're in the 39th over of 50. They've had a bit of a recovery, mainly through this man batting now, Rob Jones. He's 84 not out. He put on 119 runs for the 4th wicket with Stephen Croft. Lancashire were at one stage 7 for 3, so they've definitely come back into it. And there's another wicket, and Jones has gone now for 84, cutting away at Scott Curry, caught by Fletcher Middleton at backward a point, and that's the last of the recognised batters out for Lancashire now, and 159 for 6 they are. Bonus wicket, Stanley.
Yeah, definitely a bonus, and I think that's I guess down to the pressure that's been building up the last couple of couple of batsmen that have come in, they haven't managed since Stephen Croft left the crease. They just haven't been able to rotate the strike, and you can definitely tell that Rob Jones sort of got out of his rhythm, and he was not having as much strike and ended up trying to force one there where the ball wasn't quite there for the shot.
It's good innings though from Rod Jones, 84 off 109 balls.
Really strong from him, really impressive, and Lancashire will definitely owe him for getting them into this position from where they were. He's definitely played a big part in this recovery. But Hampshire will be over the moon with that, as he was starting to look dangerous at one point.
So Jones departs, and really well compiled 84. So George Lavelle is out there, and will we see a Liam Hurt now? Maybe Tom Bailey? Tom Bailey, Scott Reed is suggesting to me. It is Tom Bailey, the new man out for Lancashire. So we're into the sort of bowling all-rounders now. And the main men for Lancashire out. Keaton Jennings no score, Luke Wells no score, Josh Bohannon no score. They were blown away at the top there, 7 for 3. Then Stephen Croft and Rob Jones putting on 119, but Croft going for 47. Rob Jones going now. Be interesting to see just how many Lancashire can eke out now in these last 11 and a bit overs. He's taking his time coming out here. Tom Bailey obviously trying to put pressure on Hampshire to get their overs in the right time and have one person left on the boundary rope. That's been a problem in the 100, isn't it? Trying to get the 100 balls in. Sorry to go back to the 100 now, but Scott knows all about the 100. He's been commentating for TMS on that. I think just about every game has been affected. Right, here's Scott Curry then, bowling to Tom Bailey. Bailey leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Has it clipped the bat on the way through? It has. And Ben Brown has taken a super catch. The ball just died on him a little bit as it clipped the bat. Bailey left the decision to leave that alone a little too quickly. It hasn't bowled him, has it? No, I don't think it has. I think that is definitely caught behind. If I'm honest, I'm going to have to just hang on a fraction just to have it confirmed. But I think that's caught behind.
Definitely looks like it. It definitely looks like he went to pull the bat away, and it might have caught an under edge there. And it's just gone through to Ben Brown, who takes a smart catch, diving low, and Hampshire have gone bang, bang, and that's another wicket. 159 for 7, Lancashire are now.
And Scott Curry is on a hat-trick. Wow. These are all bonus wickets here for Hampshire.
They really are. At one point, you would have been thinking maybe 250, 260, try and keep Lancashire down to that, and then all of a sudden you add 3 wickets to the situation. Now they're going to be thinking they could bowl them out, hopefully. Well, from a Hampshire point of view, maybe bowl them out before the 50.
So 159 for 7, and the hat-trick ball is also put up on the scoreboard in case anybody on the ground is not paying attention. And now I would say this will be when he appears. There's no batter appearing yet for Lancashire. Get the stopwatch on. Where's the stopwatch when you need it? There was a situation. Oh, he's coming in now. He's walking over the rope now. There was a situation at Newport on the Isle of Wight earlier in the week, Stanley, where I think it was Keith Barker who is playing his first one-day game for Hampshire since he's moved from Warwickshire. And he took an absolute age to get on. I think because he hasn't got a yellow helmet, he probably hasn't got some of the coloured kit. Yeah. And probably didn't know where it was for some reason. It took him ages to get on. I'm surprised nobody in the opposition actually said, look, hang on a minute.
Yeah, what's happening?
This guy's taking too long. But they were all too polite, and they were fine. But
did a couple of wickets fall, and he might have still been trying to get himself.
Yeah.
It's always that tricky point, isn't it, when you're scrambling around trying to find everything. And
so Will Williams is the man charged with keeping this next ball out, who recently signed as an English qualified player. The New Zealander was playing as an overseas earlier. So here we go, look, the crowd getting behind this delivery. This is nice. They're really getting behind Scott Curry. In he comes then, bowling to Will Williams. Is it going to be a hat-trick? Williams in behind that, plays that into the ground. And the crowd give Curry a warm round of applause. He got the ball right. Williams played it too well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think in those situations, what you want to do is just make sure the batsman has to play and give him a decision to make. And yeah, Williams got in behind that and kept that out. But Hampshire will be over the moon with the situation they find themselves in now.
Certainly will. I quite like that from the crowd. I don't think I've heard or seen that too often. Here comes Curry, bowls, just hitting him on the pad, and he's gone. Oh, well, it wasn't a hat trick, but it's 3 in 4. Came across his stumps there, Will Williams, trying to work that away on the onside and hit plumb in front. And Lancashire have got a real problem here. They're 159 for 8, having been 159 for 5 earlier in this over.
Yeah, wow. And that's another. Scott Curry's just come in and picked up 3 wickets in that over. Unbelievable stuff, actually, really, from the position that they were in. And Lancashire were going quite well with Rob Jones and Stephen Croft, maybe only half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Now, all of a sudden, 159 for 8. And it's just a procession, really. So they would have been hoping to get themselves in a situation where they can actually try and press on. But much like this innings, it just hasn't seemed to get going. They've been obviously that strong partnership, but after being 7 for 3, they had that recovery, and then all of a sudden it looks like the wickets seem to be falling in clusters.
They certainly do. Right, at the end of all that excitement of that over, Stanley, I'm going to get you to stay on.
Yeah.
Because I've forgotten, actually, about all that. Scott Reed, as you would expect, kept nudging me, saying I've got to come back on, as you'd expect from Scott. So Stanley will stay on, and Scott Reed will come in next to me. It's probably just as well Scott wasn't doing that over or on at that over. I think he would have been pulling his hair out. So come this side, Stanley. It's a bit of a faff. And wow. I mean, sometimes there are just situations, aren't there, that just go a certain team's way, and that certainly has here. Welcome back, Scott. Not a great time for you to come back.
No, that's that unfolded pretty quickly, didn't it? I was just preparing to eulogise about Rob Jones, which I shall do anyway, because that's an excellent 84. I mean, in the context of 159 for 8, when only there's one other batter reached double figures, then that's an outstanding effort from Rob Jones. 3rd successive 50 for him. He'd have been frustrated he couldn't go on and get his first List A century, but it's his List A top score, 84. But it's been absolute kind of carnage, hasn't it, at the other end. Here's Felix Organ around the wicket bowling, and Lavelle going back and just turning the ball away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it was 145 for 4, then 145 for 5. Organ to Lavelle. He gets a run here, clipped to deep backward square leg. 160 for 8 in the 40th over. Then 159 for 6, 159 for 7, 159 for 8, and now 160 for 8. It's a rather unusual looking scorecard, because Wells 0, Jennings 0, Bahanan 0, Bailey 0, Williams 0, Balderson 6, and then 2 batters with scores. It's Organ in and bowls, and that's eased away through mid-wicket by Liam Hurt for his first run. 161 for 8. So in the middle of all those noughts and the 6 for Balderson is a 47 to Stephen Croft and an 84 to Rob Jones. And now George Lavelle on 8. 3rd top scorer of the innings. It's hit back down to Felix Organ, who does well, low down to his right to stop the ball. And there is no run. 161 for 8. What a quirky day, Stanley, because the collapse at the start, then the recovery, and then the collapse again.
It's been a very strange day, hasn't it?
Organ to Lavelle. Let's work to the leg side, and Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, very. It seems as though the innings hasn't got going. I guess if you're rocked with 3 wickets at the top, you're always going to be trying to claw things back. But
Organ to Lavelle, just a late cut down towards backward point. Again, there's no run. End of the over, 40 gone, so 10 to go. 161 for 8. Excellent stuff from Felix Organ. He's bowled 10 overs for 40. Curry,
yeah.
7 overs, 3 for 24. 3 wickets in 4 balls. Yeah, a lot happening.
Definitely a lot happening in that last half an hour or so. From a decent position that they found themselves in Lancashire, they would have probably been thinking, you know, if they could bat well, they would probably be pushing towards that 260 mark, maybe to give themselves something to bowl at. But then all of a sudden, Scott Curry's come in and picked up a couple of wickets, or 3 wickets in that last over actually, just missing out on his hat-trick. Getting Hampshire back into this context from where they were, they're going to be happy with this. 161 for 8, Lancashire now sit. And Hampshire hopefully can pick up these last couple of wickets. And as Scott Curry comes into Liam Hurt from the pavilion end, who gets him behind that one. So Scott, what would you think from here would be a decent score? What would they be looking at?
Blimey. Well, I've got 2 wickets left. They've not really got. I mean, Lavelle can bat, you know, but he's not played much cricket at this level. Hurt can give it a bit of a swing.
Scott Curry comes in again. Liam Hurt pushes that towards Fletcher Middleton, who does the cleaning up. It's always a tricky one, isn't it? When your innings has been a bit topsy-turvy. They've never been in a position to maybe feel like they can actually decide what's going to be a good score, because as soon as they try and get back into the game, all of a sudden they lose a couple of wickets. So,
I mean, it's a bit old school, isn't it? But you just perhaps just try and bat through these 10 overs if they can.
Definitely. Scott Curry comes in from the pavilion end. Liam Hurd pushes that towards mid-on, should I say? No run. Yeah, definitely a good point, like you say. Try and get through the next 10 overs and just see sort of where you end up. I know we've seen it throughout this competition that sometimes it's those low scores that are slightly trickier to chase. And if they can come out and maybe make some inroads with that new ball, then you never know. All you want to do is make sure that you give yourself something to bowl at, especially when it's been slightly trickier, as it has been today. As it's a little bit of an issue with the ball. It looks like Scott Curry has just gone over to the umpire. Maybe a little bit of the seam has come up. Maybe they just needed to do some tidying up with the scissors. And it looks like he's heading back to his mark. Lancashire sitting on 161 for 8. They were 145 for 4, so a little bit of a turnaround as Scott Curry comes into Liam Hurt, bowls it back of a length, and no run. Possible shout for LBW, but stifled.
I mean, if they can try and go at 3-4 runs and over, maybe. I mean, 3 runs and over gives them another 30, which gets them to kind of 190, but they'll probably try and... It's what's out there, and with only 1 wicket to come, isn't it? It's
That's
pretty
the
tricky.
major issue, isn't it? Scott Curry comes in, Liam Hurd drives nicely towards Nick Gubbins, who does the cleaning up at cover.
I mean, he can hit the ball, Liam Hurt, but it's, you know, he's got runs in the seconds this season as well, but he's batting where he is because for a reason. Lavelle is a wicket-keeper batter. At the other end is Jack Morley left to come. Yeah, just see if they can try and bat 9 overs and see what they end up with.
Definitely, as Curry comes in for the last ball of this, the 41st over, slightly down the leg side, so you might have to reload and bowl that one again. Probably looking for that Yorker towards the leg stump, but just got it slightly wrong and pushed that.
You know, it was a game yesterday, Stanley, in Manchester, where one team's got 189 from 100 balls, and it looked like that was more than enough. It would be a staggering run chase if they got it, and they cruised to victory.
Did they? As Curry comes in, and no run again, and ends that over. Lancashire struggling here at 162 for 8 after 41 overs, 9 overs remaining, and Hampshire look to put more pressure on and maybe wrap this innings up as quickly as they possibly can.
So yeah, you just don't know, do you, till you see both teams bat, but all the kind of logic would suggest this should be a game that Hampshire go on to win. Even if Lancashire bat through these final 9 overs, they're probably not going to have enough runs to defend in 50 overs. But you've all watched enough cricket to know that it's difficult to try and second guess how these things could try and unfold. So they can try if they can try and go at about 3 and over. Gets them in the region of 190. I suppose it gives them something to work with, and it If they can start well, and they've got a strong bowling attack today, led by Bailey and Williams, who are the first choice bowlers in the county championship at the minute. As Turner returns, and bowls full and off stump, and Lavelle digs it out in towards the offside. There's no run. Then you never know.
I guess that will probably be the most disappointing thing, I guess, from a Lancashire point of view, with with obviously with the bowling attack that they've got today. All they would have wanted is come here and put a bit of pressure on, put a decent score on the board, and obviously after winning the toss, and put the pressure on Hampshire, but hasn't happened, unfortunately.
This is down the onto the middle and leg stump, and Lavelle rocks back and tries to pull it. Just deflects off something or some part of his body. Let's have a look. It's come back for 2. Yeah, 2 leg buys, so no bat on that. Remains on 8. Score moves on to 164 for 8. And Lavelle and Hurt batting here for Lancashire in the 42nd over of the Lancashire innings. They won the toss and elected to have a bat first, who was 7 for 3. It's turned into the onside by Lavelle. There's no run, but then when the Croft and Jones partnership occurred, looked like a pretty sound decision to bat first. But Croft undone by a good Yorker from Campbell, who's bowled well. Turner's picked up 3 wickets, Kirby's picked up 3 wickets, Campbell's picked up 2. It's been a really good performance with the ball by Hampshire. Turner bowls again, and it's cut down towards deep backward point by Lavelle. Scampers through for the first, but here's just the one. He moves on to 9. Score moves on to 165 for 8.
Definitely is a wicket keeper, isn't he? He's very bustly, and
yes,
they're always on the move, aren't they? They're always scampering, looking for runs, and short in stature, so it looks like he likes that cut shot as well.
Yeah, kind of classical wicket keeper build, isn't he? Yeah, so he likes to cut and likes to pull, all the kind of usual traits you see.
It's weird how they're all exactly the same.
Given the chance in the team because of the injury to Dane Villas. That's swatted by Hurt. I think he's aiming to try to pull it through mid-wicket. In the end, just chops it back down the pitch and gathered by Turner off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Would Dane Villas be involved in this, or would he have been in the 100 by
No, he wasn't drafted to the 100. He wasn't selected. So he was due to play in this competition and captain the team, but picked up a hand injury in the championship match before the one-day cup started. That's hammered with plenty of force by Hurt through the offside, and he'll come back for 2. So he moves on to 3, and Lancashire move on to 167 for 8. So it's given. That's the end of the over as well. 42 gone, so 8 remain. So it's given Keaton Jennings a chance to captain the side. In the absence of Dane Villas, I'm not sure what kind of time frame we're looking at really with Villas, whether he would be available for the knockout stages, perhaps so. I think I kind of was told maybe 3 to 4 weeks, which feels like basically most of the tournament, but I suppose you can recover a little quicker. So he might be back. Washington Sundar has been Lancashire's overseas player as well for this format, but he picked up a shoulder injury in the last match. So I think he was due to play here and then leave to join up with India.
Yeah.
But he's not available this week because of that shoulder problem.
Yeah, so there's a couple of big losses, I guess, for the Lancashire squad. Obviously, Villas is quite an inspirational leader and has done so well for you guys over the time. As it looks like it is Jack Campbell back into the attack, picked up a good wicket earlier on of Stephen Croft and bowls to George Lavelle, who guides that one down to Dom Kelly at third man and picks up single and moves the score on to 169 for 8. So I guess from a Lancashire point of view is just try and eke out as many runs as possible, give yourselves something to bowl at. You never know if they possibly get a start like Hampshire did and try and heap up some pressure on them. So anything is possible. So until we've seen both sides bat, we don't know what's a good score. As Campbell comes in to Liam Hurt, bowls full, looks like a slightly slower ball, and play a miss and dot ball as the ball goes through to Ben Brown.
Well, these young bowlers for Hampshire have had a really good day, haven't they? They've all bowled well, they've all chipped in,
they have
contributed, taken their opportunities.
Yeah, I think once you get a start like that, it just gives you a little bit of a lift as a team, and and they have seemed to just hit their straps and continue. And Jack Campbell bowls, and Liam Hurt plays it down the ground. Strong shot. Scott spoke about how he can hit the ball, and he looks like a big, bustly lad, and he's slightly fuller ball there from Jack Campbell with mid on and mid off up. He's decided to go down the ground, and it's a good shot for 4.
Yeah, hits it hard, Liam Hurt. Don't often see him bat. I mean, he doesn't play too often for Lancashire, and not often required when he does play to bat. So he's got a chance. I mean, he's coming with 10 overs to go. He's got quite a long time to have a bat.
Definitely. Jack Campbell comes in and bowls, and clipped away by Liam Hurt. They're going to look for 2. They're coming back for 2. This could be tight, and a slightly wayward throw there from Felix Organ, and they managed to get 2. So good running there from Liam Hurt, trying to put that pressure back onto the Hampshire fielders. Moves the score on to 174 for 8.
I mean, he's obviously in the team for his bowling, and he has bowled well in the first couple of games, especially the first match, 2 for 33 against Derbyshire. Bowled with some good pace, runs in and bowls hard and fast.
Jack Campbell comes in, 2 balls to go, and this goes for the short ball, slight top edge. As Liam Hurt goes towards fine leg. Slightly looked like it rushed him, that one. Short option, and went for the big hook, but didn't manage to get much of it, so just a top edge and safely through for 1.
Yeah, 10 from 13 Hurt, 10 from 19 Lavelle. So got to 175 now. 1 ball left, the 43rd, so 7 overs left after this. Eyeing up 200 potentially, Lancashire.
Possibly. As Campbell comes in, ball short again towards George Lavelle, pulls it towards the deep backward square leg boundary, but didn't actually get enough of that to take it to the fielders, and safely through again for another single, as that ends the 43rd over. 7 remaining. Lancashire 175 for 8. Lavelle moves on to 11 off 20, and Liam Hurt 10 off 13.
Elsewhere, a century for Lewis Rees, unbeaten on 103 for Derbyshire. Shah Massoud made 63 as well. Derbyshire 216 for 3 after 40 overs against Worcestershire. And Northamptonshire, this is in the same group as Lancashire and Hampshire. Northamptonshire at 200 for 8 after 45 overs. That game taking place at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. So Northants 200 for 8 after 44 overs. And Essex and Glamorgan in Cardiff, well, that no, Chelmsford. And it's cut out toward deep backward point by Lavelle as Turner comes in. It's picked up well on the backward point boundary, but they come back for 2. Good fielding. Nicely run for 2. 178 for 8. So Essex batting first at 303 for 8 from 44 overs, including a century for Tom Wesley, making 104. So that game's at Chelmsford. Essex 303 for 8 after 44 overs against Glamorgan. The games in Lancashire's and Hampshire's group. And that's pulled out through the onside and caught at deep backward square leg. George Lavelle departs. Lancashire lose their 9th wicket as they try and sneak in some extra runs here after a collapse which included 3 wickets in 4 balls, but a good catch at deep backward square leg. Another wicket for Turner, his 4th of the match. Lavelle goals for 13. Lancashire are 178 for 9.
Yeah, really smart catch there. It looks like it might have been Dom Kelly, the young 16-year-old. George Lavelle seems to have fallen into that trap, hitting towards the longer side, so he actually went the aerial route, which probably wasn't the best choice. Maybe the ball got slightly big on him. John Turner went slightly shorter, but yeah, George Lavelle trying to hit towards that long side, managed to get underneath one and spooned up what ended up being a pretty simple catch to leave Lancashire now 178 for 9. So things have moved pretty quickly, Scott, since that partnership between Stephen Croft and Rob Jones.
Yeah, Jones and Croft rebuilding for Lancashire. For listeners on 5 Sports Extra who have just joined us here at the Ageas Bowl for this game between Hampshire and Lancashire. Lancashire was 7 for 3. there wasn't even a run off the bat at that stage. All of them were extras, the 7 runs that they got. Wells, Jennings, Bohannon all out without scoring. Then the Croft and Jones partnership is worth 119 runs. Croft eventually out for 47, Jones for 84. It's a rather quirky scorecard because Wells 0, Jennings 0, Bohannon 0, Balderson 6, Lavelle 13, Bailey 0 and Williams 0. And then the 2 contributions from Jones making 84 and Croft making 47. So Lancashire kind of stumbling their way towards kind of 180, 190. So if they can try and push up to that, but they've only got 1 wicket left, which is Jack Morley, who's just come out to bat to join Liam Hurt. And this is first against second in Group B of the Royal London One Day Cup, in front of a good crowd on the south coast, watching Turner, who's picked up 4 for 21. He was just come in to bowl and then pulls away at the last moment. And Scott Reed and Kevin James with you on commentary, heading into the final 7 overs of the innings. There's Turner around the wicket and bowls, and that's worked by Jack Morley just off the pads out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, I think Hampshire will be more than happy with this situation. I think it's a good pitch, Scott. I don't think there's a problem there. I think it's going to be tough. Whatever Lancashire get here, it's going to be tough for Hampshire. 2 new balls at each end. Tom Bailey, good bowler, isn't he? He's always been a good bowler. You know, at the very least, I don't think this is going to be easy for Hampshire at all.
Turner bowls, short ball that gets up onto Morley, and kind of fends it off of a description out towards square leg for a leg by, so he remains. Oh no, he's got bat on that. Sorry, he's got a little bit of bat on that. He gets his first run, 179 for 9. Yeah, Lancashire come into this game with their front line bowling attack. Bailey and Williams have been their new ball bowlers in the county championship in the last couple of weeks, and then they've got Liam Hurt and the left arm spin of Jack Morley. Turner to Hurt, who rocks back and eases the ball off his hip to deep backward square leg, jogs through for 1, moves to 11, 180 for 9 with 1 ball left of the 44th over.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Hurt bowl. Be interesting to see him. He obviously looks somebody who's strong, spends a bit of time in the gym. I think you can see that even from this distance. He also looks like a man when he's in the middle. Doesn't mind running. Doesn't mind running where he wants to run. He's already had 2 or 3 calls from the umpire saying, "Look, you've got to run off the pitch here." I just noticed there he's just sort of ambling down and runs across the pitch.
Turner to Morley. It's full and it's on off stump. He tries to drive the ball through the offside, just picks out backward point, and there's no run. 44 overs gone, so 6 remain potentially for Lancashire to try and bat through. They're 9 down, 180 for 9. Morley has 1 and Hurt on 11.
Got a couple of emails to get through before we get through the end of the innings. Thank you to the ones we've had so far. Been quite interesting. This one's from Mark Taylor, silentcricket@gmail.com for the rest of the day. I saw that the squad announced for Hampshire for today's game had both Keith Barker, not surprising as he was in the last 2 games, and Kyle Abbott, more surprising afterwards during his recent commentary stint. That's right, he said he was most definitely going to have the month off, but then we thought Keith Barker would. Any of the thoughts on the inclusion and then the exclusion? Yes, Barker's in because Ian Holland has been recalled to the USA squad, playing up in Scotland right now, and as part of the World Cup qualifiers, Barker wasn't expecting to play. Here's Campbell, round the wickets, tries to swing, misses as it goes through to Ben Brown. That's Hurt on strike. Liam Hurt. We heard, didn't we, that he got that amazing score for the Lancashire second team a couple of weeks back.
He got a century batting at number 10 for the twos.
Apparently there's quite a few big hits in that as well. I can't remember where I saw that. I got a message. We've had so many messages already and several that I haven't even read out yet, so I can't even begin to work out where that came from. Here comes Campbell over the wicket. Short, it's pulled up in the air. Somebody should be under it, and it's going to be caught a deep square leg. No, not quite. Ball just died a little bit on Toby Albert running in off the boundary. Quite a big top edge there from Hurt, and I think in the end that quite saved him because there wasn't the distance on that pull shot. He moves on to 12, 181 for 9. He's
got 156 off 129 balls with 13 fours and 10 sixes.
So he can hit it. I tell you what, how Lancashire would love a little cameo from him like that here now. That would put the pressure on Hampshire, who will probably feel that a game where two sides have come into this unbeaten, you would think that Hampshire would fancy themselves here at the moment, but a lot of work still to do, both with the ball and with the bat. Here's Campbell over the wicket, bowls, length ball to Morley, who pushes that out on the onside, and there is no run. So in a competition which has already seen several people, young people, make a name for themselves, if you can make a name yourself and your team is doing well at the same time, then everybody gets excited, and one of those bowling at the moment, Jack Campbell, is one of those, 2 for 29. Really good wicket to get rid of, or good bit of bowling to get rid of Stephen Croft, who was well in, pushed that up to mid-on, does Morley, and there is no run. And to bowl a good Yorker at that stage and get it underneath the bat of Croft. Very experienced campaigner. Shows what a good bowler he is. That ended that 119-run partnership. Didn't wait, as we said at the time, didn't wait for a mistake from the batters. Actually got the batter out. Don't often see that in the middle overs of 50-over games when two batters are going well. It's normally the batter that makes the mistake. Here comes Campbell and bowls. Slightly slower ball. Morley watchfully plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, the young lads have done well, haven't they? I mean, obviously Turner 4 for 23, Campbell 2 for 22, Curry 3 for 25, all in their early 20s, and there's a 16-year-old bowling as well. For
Dom Kelly.
For Hampshire, yeah.
16.
Goodness.
Bustles in. I was trying to think who he reminded me of. Would he be like a Jordan Thompson, do you think, running in and bowling?
Okay.
Is that a fair comparison? I'm not, you know, just generally the way he looks. That's played back to the bowler, end of the over. Campbell, 9 overs, 2 for 29. Lancashire, 181 for 9 after 45. Would that be a fair comparison?
Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, he's a bit kind of no frills with it, isn't he? Just kind of turns, shuffles in, bowls, good line, good length, decent pace. He's done well, hasn't he? I mean,
16
for 16, yeah. He probably just bowled 1 over too many in that second spell, and Croft and Jones were quite well set, and they had a bit of a go at him, didn't they? And he went for a few runs, but no, he's had a good day. 6 overs for 36, slightly spoiled a little bit by that last one, but still pretty impressive from the teenager. So yeah, Hampshire have had a good day with the ball. Lancashire won the toss and elected to bat first, and were 7 for 3 in the 4th over. Got themselves to 181 for 9. There's 5 overs remaining. Turner looking for a fifer. 4 for 23. In and bowls, muscled away by Hurt again up off his toes, dragging the ball away through deep mid-wicket, sprinting back for 2, and moving on to 14. And the score moves on to 183 for 9.
Yeah, even though he's only in his 11th game, John Turner, this is already a list A best for him. Never taken 4 wickets in an innings before.
Balls to Hurt, hit firmly back down the ground, and it wraps him on the left hand. He's taken some pace off it, but just hope he's not done some damage to his hand. It was hit pretty firmly by Liam Hurt. Clubbed back towards the bowler, but for no run.
See why all those fielders are out on the leg side on the boundary. Expecting one over there soon.
Yeah, there's a long leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. Short again. Oh, big top edge. Keeper comes up. Who's going to take this? There's 2 there. Well, it's taken that extra cover, and that's the end of the
Gubbins.
Gubbins with a catch. Thanks, Kevin. That's the end of the Lancashire innings. 183 all out, and Turner gets a fifer. 5 for 25. From 9.3 overs, so a brilliant afternoon for John Turner. 5 for 25, career best figures, first fifer in List A cricket. Congratulations, well bowled, a memorable day for the 21-year-old John Turner, who gets a terrific round of applause from the Hampshire supporters inside the ground. Hurt the last man out, and Lancashire all out for 183, so 184 the target for Hampshire.
Yeah, well, John Turner, it was that fittingly started the rot for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings trying to cut Turner in the 3rd over. It bounced, edged through to Ben Brown. He also took the 3rd wicket in the 5th over. Josh Behannon trying to drive him, edge through to Ben Brown. So yeah, absolutely super performance. Again, this is what this competition is all about. Turner, just 21 years of age, enjoying success in front of, I have to say, it's an okay crowd. And when you walk off the field and you get applause like that, then it makes these youngsters want a bit more. And what we did really enjoy a little earlier, in fact in the middle of the innings, was Scott Curry when he was on a hat-trick, having picked up Rob Jones and Tom Bailey. The crowd clapped him in as he ran in, a bit like if you were a long jumper at an Olympics, weren't they, as they clap you down the runway to do your jump, and it was absolutely fabulous. That's what these youngsters are experiencing here. You can't get that in second team cricket. That's what this competition is all about. I think we'll take a quick break, shall we, Scott, because there's only half an hour between the innings. So when we come back in just under half an hour's time, Hampshire will need 184 for victory.
It's worked by Brown away off the pads through the leg side and gets through for 1 run. He moves to 1 and Hampshire move to 5 without loss. Their target to win is 184. Kevin, good afternoon.
Good evening. What an absolute nightmare that was. Oh,
okay, mate.
Thank goodness you got up here before I did.
Which took us by surprise, I'll be honest.
Well,
me and Stanley were a little bit surprised.
I'm thinking, how on earth am I the only one that's got a real problem? You've got a room key, so you can get up and down, can't you?
Is that what your issue was?
Well, the issue I've got is the key that I've got don't work.
Williams around the wicket, in the balls, and Gubbins looks to drive, playing a miss through to the keeper, no run.
Having worked this morning, it's obviously, there must be a cut-off at 1 o'clock or something. It's now not working.
When it's check-out time, it stops working.
Yeah, I know. You think, oh, for God's sake. So thank you very much.
Oh, no, that's okay. All is good.
Yeah. Having said I'll see you guys over a bit later.
Don't rush.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
God almighty, there's always something here. Always something.
Gubbins on 4, 2 slips waiting. Here's Williams, right arm around the wicket, balls, and that's driven down the ground. It's a good-looking shot, and he's got 4 runs for it, Nick Gubbins. Just at work to the right of mid-on and down towards the boundary for 4. A nice, bright, positive start here and a good power play for the home side, and what looks like a total which is could be anything short, could be 100 short, who knows. We'll find out when Hampshire come out to bat and get on with this innings. But a good start by these two will go a long way to kind of shaping the outcome of the match. Williams around the wicket, balls, and this time it's off the back foot, just chopped away by Gubbins. Liam Hurt comes up from extra cover to field and there's no run.
Yeah, interesting move by Hampshire to open with Ben Brown, because Narwin Donald, who's been regularly opening with the 50-over captain, hasn't really got going in this competition. 16, 21, 7 and 4 in the 4 matches to date. I mean, Ben Brown hasn't been much better. 47 in the first game against Worcestershire here. So an interesting move.
Williams around the wicket, bowling, just worked away off the pads by Gubbins towards the square leg umpire. Jogs through for 1, moves to 9. 10 without loss, with 1 ball left of the second over. Bailey and Williams with opening the bowling for Lancashire.
I'm just wondering if the thought is that you know, maybe to have another attacking batter down the order here, because you know, we have seen in this competition 2 new balls, hard work.
Yep.
You know, just maybe Ben Brown a little bit more circumspect with his batting.
And he's being watchful here and defending from the crease and just dabbing it back down the pitch, and gathered by Williams off his own bowling. No run, 2 overs gone, Hampshire 10 without loss.
Yeah, you know, it may be given Narwin Donald, you know, a little bit more of a chance with an older ball. Maybe that's part of the thought, and also, you know, maybe Ben Brown, who will be a bit more watchful, you know, might give himself a better chance of negotiating the harder ball. So, you know, maybe there's two thought processes there. But it's still very hot, isn't it? Having just had lunch, as we did, in an air-conditioned room. Yeah. Makes you realise how hot it is out here tonight.
It does.
Tom Bailey then, from the pavilion end, right arm over, comes in and bowls to the left-hander Gubbins. Gubbins just waits for that one, works that nicely behind backward of point. And in from that position. Is that George Balderson down there?
It is, yep.
Yeah. Doing the fielding. And I just had a message from somebody saying they thought I'd gone on strike at the start of this innings. I nearly did. That's nice, isn't it? Eh? It's nice to know you've been missed. I think is probably a nicer way of putting it. Don't think most people noticed, really. 11 without loss. I feel quite. That's made me feel better again. Here comes Bailey bowling to Brown. Oh, Brown gets trapped in front. That looks out. That's kept a little low. It's nipped back on Brown. And I have to say, my initial thought was, if he hasn't got an edge on that, that is about as plumb as it comes. Just watching it on the replay, if you're watching the live feed, and that looks pretty out. So that experiment has not quite worked. Brown goes for 1. Bailey, the wicket taker.
Well, they need a couple more of them, don't they, really, Lancashire, to try and wrestle themselves back into the game. And good start by Bailey. They've got 2. I mean, I mentioned this a little bit earlier on. In Bailey and Williams, they've been kind of their lead strike bowlers in the county championship over the course of the last couple of weeks. So they've gone with their best two at the top. Needs a good spell from Bailey and Williams. They'll probably bowl at least the first 10 overs between them, you would think. 5 overs each, every chance. A good start from a Lancashire point of view. And I say, if the experiment didn't quite work on that occasion, Brown goes. It looked pretty plumb from here, didn't it? And just looking back on the replay, I don't think there's too many issues with that.
Certainly not going over the top.
No.
Which is quite interesting, isn't it? Where we saw the 2 new balls this morning bounce quite a lot. That one. Keep with the new ball, keeping a little low. Tom Prest walks to the middle. Another youngster, 19 years of age, who hit the headlines a couple or so games ago when he made 181 against Kent. Followed that up with a half-century against Northamptonshire on the Isle of Wight. The only man in the Hampshire side that played in that T20 finals day and got half-century in the semi-final, which got Hampshire through to the final. So, like 1 or 2 of the youngsters in the Hampshire side, big things hopefully will happen for him. Is it me? I can't remember. It is Bailey.
It is you, yeah.
Comes in and bowls to Prest. That's gone slightly the other way there, outside the off stump, and Prest leaves that one alone. So Tom Bailey with the initial breakthrough, the 31-year-old playing his 24th List A game. Always a threat when he's on bowl. Always. So we're in the 3rd over here. Hampshire needing another 173 to make it 5 out of 5. This isn't going to be easy. We said that at the back end of the innings as Prest turns it away on the leg side. He's off the mark. Lancashire will come at it hard, that's for sure. I got a couple of emails right at the back end of the first inning, so apologies we didn't get to read those out. I'm sure you're still listening, so I'll read a couple out. Leslie Patterson, sonatcricket@gmail.com, if you want to get involved for the rest of the game. We decided it would be too hot up at the Ageas Bowl today. Maybe not a good decision, says Leslie, as Bailey comes in and bowls to Gubbins outside the off stump. Gubbins leaves that one alone as it goes through to Laval. Have enjoyed listening whilst in the hot tub, in brackets cold tub. Temperature tuned down to 34 degrees. Fingers and toes crossed for another Hampshire win today. Enjoy, says Leslie. Thank you very much for that. In the hot tub, eh? Or a cold tub by the sounds of it. That's absolutely ideal, isn't it, Scott? It's a bit like somebody emailing in and saying, just on my 3rd ice cream or something. Here comes Bailey. Oh, that's close to the off stump. Comes back as well, but Gubbins, a good leave at the end of that 3rd over. 12 for 1 Hampshire. Email here from Bill Seeger's emailed again, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says some insightful comments on the game so far. I thought Campbell's Yorker, where he got Stephen Croft out when he was on 47, was very well disguised and executed, but being aware that the pressure put on Balderson by the team, culminating in an organs over, meant you could almost sense a wicket was coming. Thank you, Bill. We called it, yeah, we did call it. You could see it happening, unravelling.
Here's Will Williams from the hotel end. Pressed on strike, goes back and pushes the ball away into the offside. Picked up by Stephen Croft at point, and there's no run. 12 for 1. With Pressed on 1 and Gubbins on 10. Yeah, I mean, it was just an impressive all-round bowling performance, wasn't it, from Hampshire? Certainly, it's an unusual looking batting card with 2 players basically contributing, and the rest of which the majority out without even scoring. As Williams comes over the wicket and bowls to Prest. Oh. Well, that disappears down towards the boundary to the keeper's left-hand side for 4 runs off an inside edge. He kind of played half at it. And deflects off the inside edge, past the stumps, past the keeper, down to the boundary, 4 runs.
Good delivery there, wasn't it? Just nipped back off the seam a bit. So he was playing first-class cricket in New Zealand, wasn't he, for Canterbury?
That's right, yeah. So he was in Christchurch playing for Canterbury since his first-class career started, when he played first-class cricket in New Zealand. That's turned away off the pads by Press for a single to square leg, 17 for 1. He then came across to England and played some club cricket in Somerset. Lancashire picked him up for a couple of games, signed him on a 2-game deal to play in the championship matches at Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. And a 2-game deal turned into a 3.5-year contract. He's got a British passport. His mum's from Kent. So yeah, he's gone from being an overseas player for 2 matches to a local player for 3.5 years.
Wow.
Balls again to Gubbins. That's worked into the onside, no run. Fair to say that he impressed the Lancashire head coach Glenn Chappell. He quickly made up his mind, clearly, with Director of Cricket Mark Chilton, that they fancy keeping him up. But I mean, he was terrific from ball 1 of his debut. He just looks like a really good county bowler. Consistent line and length, always putting it on the spot, gets the ball to move, will bowl long spells. He's kind of tailor-made for county cricket, really, from what we've seen so far. He's around the wicket and bowling. It's left by Gubbins. And through to Lavelle, there's no run.
He reminds me a bit of oh gosh, who was the guy that went on to do some commentating at BBC Derby? Ian
O'Brien.
Ian O'Brien. Reminds me a bit of him.
Yeah. That's similar build as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it just reminds me, sort of similar. So it's interesting. So if he wants to go back and play for Canterbury now, he has to play as an overseas.
Yeah. I mean, he's played a decent amount of first-class cricket, but all of it, obviously, in New Zealand. And then balls to Gubbins. It's a straighter ball. He has to defend it, and does. It bounces away into the onside. No run. End of the over. 4 gone. Hampshire 17 for 1. And target to win 184.
Yeah, some good opening exchanges going on here at the moment. Ben Brown already lost his wicket. Yeah, so yeah, good move for him then, I suppose, if he's happy being over here.
Yeah, I spoke to him obviously about it when that deal was announced, and he admitted it's quite a sizable decision to make. It is kind of life-changing decision to make, to leave New Zealand and to give up that and to come here.
That's for sure. You can earn some decent money, I guess, as that's always missed cut. There's Tom Press there outside the off-stump, started a new over from Bailey.
Well, that's what he said, without, I guess, making reference to kind of the financial aspect of it. But it's the opportunity that clearly is provided by playing county cricket, by playing for Lancashire. It's something he said he always wanted to do, and of course you can always go back, can't you? So
yeah,
it's a great opportunity for him for the next 3 years.
That's for sure. Here comes Bailey, right arm over and bowls. Press works that away on the onside. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. I'm going to guess that's Balderson. It is.
It is.
Yeah. Patrolling that boundary away to our left near the tunnel. And Hampshire move on to 18 for 1, needing another 166. Whatever happens over these next few overs and what have you, whether Hampshire can sort of keep wickets intact or lose a couple, that you for sure. Lancashire will come at Hampshire hard here.
Yep.
They really will. How they're going to change the field, slightly more defensive as Rob Jones comes out of the slips and goes to short mid-wicket. They have to have 2 catching fielders, don't they? In the first 10 overs, I suppose mid-wicket is catching. That's debatable. Playing and missing outside the off-stump there. Gubbins, a ball that just straightens on him as Bailey's round the wicket. So yes, it's already at the moment, if you're a Hampshire fan watching, listening, almost feels as though these first few overs here are very, very important, and there's a few player misses out there at the moment. As Bailey turns and comes in again to Gubbins. Gubbins turns that away on the leg side behind square. There will be a single. It's just to Jack Morley's right hand. I guess that will be his wrong hand because he's a slow left armer, so throws that in left-handed. Comfortable single there. 19 for 1, Hampshire.
It feels almost like this first 10 overs of power play could shape the match, isn't it? You can either, Hampshire can't win it particularly, but if they were to lose 2 or 3, then it's game on again, isn't it? But
certainly is.
Steady power play, and Hampshire are well on course. Yeah,
they don't need to go at it too hard. That comes back and bounces at Press. Plays that late, plays it well into the ground, and the ball trickles down towards third man. It was a good delivery, but equally well played by the teenager. Press moves on to 8, and it's a 20 for 1. crowd here. I think we're not far off the crowd for Worcestershire. I sort of said that in the first innings. I think it's been pretty steady throughout. The old players up there in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. We just caught a glimpse of one or two of them at lunchtime as Gubbins pushes forward back to the bowler, and there is no run. Typically they're either eating or having a drink in their hand.
You did well. It was like an obstacle course, because you've only got a short period of time, and you were working as well, and you're kind of walking through the room and you're wanting to say hello to some familiar faces, but if everyone comes up to you, don't they? Everyone wanted to say hello and shake you by the hand, and
yeah,
it was nice to see. It
is nice actually. In a way, I didn't want to meet them because you feel rude.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know, I mean, Nigel Cowley, former off spinner and umpire, of course, came straight up to me. He messaged me earlier, and well, I was in commentary, so I had to say, look, I can't. And he came straight up to me and said, "Oh, you ignore me." I said, "Well, I'm commentary, and I've got to ignore you again because I've got to quickly go." So that's why I didn't kind of want to go through the room.
Here's Williams over the wicket, balls. Oh, it's a good delivery. A little bit of pace, just a fraction of movement away and into the gloves of the keeper. Kind of has the batter flirting, just pushing at a ball that probably didn't need to play at. Good stuff from Williams.
It is, yeah, it could easily be 2 or 3 down here, Hampshire. 29 years of age, Will Williams. He's done it just before it's too late, isn't he? He's made the decision just before.
Probably a factor in it as well. Kind of this may well be the only chance he gets to do it. Balls again, a fullish ball pressed. Plays the ball away into the offside, no run. 20 for 1. Pressed on 8, Gubbins on 11. It was, and one of the reasons behind the initial short-term deal was because of injury and call-ups. Lancashire were a couple of bowlers light going into the match at Warwickshire. A couple of their younger seamers who, had they been fit, may well have played, but they were injured. It's driven to mid-off, there's no run. Obviously didn't have Jimmy Anderson without Saqib Mahmood. Hassan Ali was there overseas for the first 6 or 7 games of the season. He did really well, got 20-odd wickets in the first 5 or 6 games. But he was obviously back with Pakistan. So I think they looked at it and thought we're a bit light going into that Warwickshire match. Because I mean, like Jack Blatherwick, who was in the squad for this game, had he been fit, probably would have played, but unavailable, so they went to this lad. Williams balls again. That's a slightly loose-looking shot from Press, just playing away from his body, and the ball goes through to the keeper. No run.
So he's not quite sure on that line, is there? I think generally, is he a bowler that looks to angle the ball in a little bit and then straighten it? So I'm just watching him bowl these few balls, and I think because of that line, Press not sure whether to leave or play, and in the end he was in no man's land there, wasn't he?
That delivery kind of sums up what we've seen from Williams so far in his Lancashire career, and he plays that consistently well, bowls that consistently well, that line and length. And as that gets Press on the back foot, just steered down towards third man, jogs through for 1, and Preston moves to 9, 21 for 1, and that's the end, is it? No, one more ball of the 6th over. Brings Gubbins on strike.
Jo on the tweets at Summit Sports, she's out on the ground. She says there is a teeny tiny breeze out here today, several degrees cooler than recent days. Doesn't feel it up here, does it? Oh, and I did manage an ice cream in the break.
Nice. Don't blame
Had to
you.
be done.
Yeah, don't blame you.
It's nice.
You've got to eat it quickly, don't you, on a warm day like this?
Yeah, can't enjoy it. It's got to wolf it down.
You have, yeah. It's like a race against time, isn't it? Williams around the wicket, balls. Gubbins turns it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the 6th over, 21 for 1.
Sort of ask you what it was, and he said, was it orange or strawberry? I don't know. So I just had to eat it as quickly as
Just shoved it in
possible.
my gob as quick as I could. Well, it just dribbles down your hand and melts away, doesn't it?
Do you want to take a break, or?
Sure.
Yeah, do you want it?
Well,
We're at
why
the
not?
top of the hour. It's probably easier to do,
Okay.
isn't it? We're bringing Stanley. I just thought it'd be easy, wouldn't it? I know it's only 20 minutes for Scott, but he did get me out of a pickle there with me not able to get back up in the lift. Oh dear. I was getting all these frantic messages from the live picture feed stream saying, "Where are you, Kev?" I said, "Well, I'm nowhere near it at the moment, and don't feel like I'm going to be." So Stanley Marissa is with us, former Zimbabwean A-team batter. Scott Reed, my name's Kevin James. We'll take you through the rest of the day's play with Hampshire. 21 for 1. And they need another 163 as Bailey comes in. That's cut away and well fielded at backward point. That's certainly saved some runs. Nice looking shot there from Tom Prest. He probably would have thought that that was going all the way to the boundary, but Stephen Croft had other ideas. Stanley.
Afternoon, Kevin. Afternoon, everyone. Yes, Hampshire will be pleased with that start, actually. Obviously losing Ben Brown quite early, but otherwise not too many scares after that, and they've moved on to 21 for 1. So, yeah, all good.
Into the 7th over here. Remember, there's 2 new balls, 1 at each end, so they keep a little harder for a little longer as Prest finds the gap between second slip and Stephen Croft. Quite deliberate dab down to third man, where it's fielded by Jack Morley. Hampshire move on to 22 for 1 and Prest on to 10. So yeah, it's no doubt about it's a tricky. It's so true in the championship with a new ball. You get through that 20-25 overs and things get a lot easier. With this white ball, it's very much the first 10, 12, 15 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. And you can see the ball is nipping around a little bit, but again, Hampshire have got the comfortability of knowing that they know what they have to chase, and there's no real pressure on that side of things.
Bailey's around the wicket, length ball to Gubbins, who quietly plays that to mid-wicket. Yeah, you just feel that for any batter, really, just... I think for openers, I think they're on a bit of a hiding to nothing, red ball or white ball, but if you're in and you're getting towards the 10th, 12th over in this, then just hang in there, don't do anything silly, because things will get easier. Allegedly. We'll find out, of course. Pressure of the run chase, as well as, of course, 2 unbeaten sides here. Flicked away nicely by Nick Gubbins, slightly in the air, but there's nobody at backward square leg. And that's gone out deep to Liam Hurt. And the total for Hampshire moves on to 23 for 1 and Gubbins on to 12. Gubbins has already scored 100 in this year's competition. Got 100 in the game against Kent at Beckenham when Tom Prest got the big 100. Other than that, 6 here against Worcester, 1 against Northants on the Isle of Wight, Derbyshire at Derby 2 days ago, 18. Here comes Tom Bailey and bowls. Prest edge, you saw it's a second slip, has it carried? Oh, and he's claiming it. The fielder is claiming it, and that is Rob Jones. Says to the umpire, now the keeper's joining in. Prest is unmoved, the umpire is saying no. Interesting there, Stanley, because Rob Jones is adamant he's caught it.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like Rob Jones kind of seemed to be the only one that went up. I think everyone else went up around him, but they weren't fully sure. The umpires didn't even, convene. I think they saw straight away, thought that was not out. Tom Prest playing that shot that he seems to like playing, running it off the face of the bat. They put a gully in there, and that nearly caused his downfall, really.
Jones is still not happy as the ball goes between him and backwards square on the offside down to third man. Jones still looks visibly annoyed at that. Now, if you're watching the live picture feed, like with normal, when you try and slow it down, or well, not slow it down, you won't get a slow-mo, but if you actually go onto the if the UCB videos do that, you probably can slow it if you're watching on a tablet. But Rob Jones, you're right, was the only one really that was totally convinced. It looked like keeper Laval then started to support him.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess it's one of those ones. It's quite tricky for us because we're sort of behind him from here, the Hilton end, so we couldn't exactly see. I mean, we're still quite a long distance away. So, but yeah, like you say, Kev, he was really convinced that he definitely got his fingers underneath that. But it's one of those ones that is so difficult to tell that it's almost you have to just go with what the umpires decide, and if it's not out, then there's no way you're going to convince them.
And it was both umpires they had to convince, and neither looked that particularly bothered. Didn't even chat to each other.
No, definitely not. And it looks like we've got a change actually from here, the Hilton end. Liam Hurts has come into the attack to replace Will Williams, who started quite well, but I think Liam Hurts is going to try and see as he runs in to Tom Prest and bowls, who clips it. Tom Prest clips that towards deep backward square leg and trots through for a single.
Wow, that was a moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of excitement in that over.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the case for Lancashire. They're going to have to take wickets up front. All the damage if they're going to have any chance in this game, the damage has to come up front with those new balls. The longer it goes without them making any inroads into this Hampshire batting order, then I guess the more the game's going to run away from them. As Hertz runs in to Nick Gubbins on strike, bowls slightly back of a length, and he just pushes that out towards Keaton Jennings at mid-off with no run.
Reasonable pace, isn't he? Liam Hurt, 28 years of age, playing his 15th list day.
He's a big, stocky lad who looks like he runs in and sort of what they would describe as one of those bowlers that hits the deck. And I guess for some people that haven't heard that phrase, it's almost someone that comes in with a big, strong shoulder action and actually gets the ball through and I guess hits that pitch. And he's got a nice long run up and runs in as here he comes towards Nick Gubbins. Ball slightly fuller again, good length and just a forward defensive, pushes that back towards the bowler. No run. In
between those two deliveries, it looked like Keaton Jennings was having a word with the umpire at this end. It's difficult to tell exactly what was being said, but I don't know, just looking at maybe some of the hand gestures and the body language, I think Keaton Jennings is just talking to the umpire about that alleged dismissal in the previous over of Prest. I don't think Lancashire will be too happy. I know they weren't particularly happy at the end of the finals day, T20 finals day.
Yeah, it seems like
they won't be happy if they lose this, or again, yeah, that's for sure.
Hertz comes in, bowls slightly wider, and Nick Gubbins plays that towards backward point for no run. It seems like controversies following these two sides this season. So there's always something to talk about. Yeah. But with that one, it's a slightly tricky one. I think, like I say, with Rob Jones seemed to be the only, not the only person, but he was the most boisterous in terms of his appeal. He obviously thought he got his fingers underneath that. The rest of the fielders kind of joined in, but I guess from the naked eye, no one moved. The batsmen didn't move, the umpires didn't move, so it's a tricky one as Liam Hurst comes in. Gubbins cuts well. Could this be a boundary? That's a good-looking shot. Slightly wide from Liam Hurst, and Gubbins rocked onto that back foot and cut that ball away for a well-earned boundary.
I think he's been waiting for a one with a little bit of width, hasn't he?
Yes, definitely. And as a left-hander, you're always looking for that. I think that's one of your strong shots. If you see the ball, any sort of width, you just have to throw your hands at it. And Nick Gubbins has done that, and he's moved on to 16. Hampshire 29 for one. One ball remaining in this, the 8th over.
Just going back to that incident, I must admit I didn't have my eyes on the bowler, Tom Bailey, but he didn't catch my eye.
No, he wasn't exactly running towards his fielder, was he? No. I think that's always a giveaway sign, isn't it, as Hertz comes in for this last ball. Again, slightly wider. Gubbins pushes that towards Keaton Jennings at mid-off. And no run. That ends the 8th over. Hampshire quietly moving on nicely and not too much alert. 29 for one. They'll be happy with the start.
Yeah, 155 needed. Keaton Jennings again, he's having a chat with the umpire. I think there's still a bit of... again, I'm sure he's talking about that dismissal. It was very brief that time.
It's difficult because he's talking to the square leg umpire, so I'm not sure
well,
what he could be saying.
Well, this is it. I mean, does the square leg umpire have a better view than the umpire at the far end? I just don't know. But it was an interesting position that Rob Jones had taken up, and he's there now. It's 4th slip. There's a big gap between 1st and 4th as Prest drives. Start of a new over from Bailey. Goes back to the bowler, and there is no run. So I think you can safely say that a bit of the chat going on out there at the moment between the Lancashire fielders will be that incident the ball before. And in fact, Rob Jones is just having a word with the fielder at backward of point. Again, I think they're just chatting about that alleged dismissal. Sure they are. Here's Bailey again then, as Prest cuts, and that's into the ground. Always worry now if the ball's out in that area at the moment. I think what the worst thing that could happen now is Prest get out in the next few overs, because I think there might be a huge cheer, not from the home crowd, but from the fielders out there in the middle. That's for Scott Reed's benefit, because he wasn't in the room. Prest cut at Tom Bailey, and Rob Jones, who'd been positioned in that position he was at just now in 4th slip, claimed a catch. He was the most convincing of the appeals for the catch as Bailey comes in down the leg side, tucked away. Fielder is up on the circle on the fine leg boundary, and I don't think Hurt's going to get there. He isn't. Tries in vain, diving all over the boundary rope more than anything, and that'll be 4 runs to Nick Gubbins. And then it felt sorry to go over this again, everybody, but it just felt then Lavelle, the keeper, sort of then started to join in and was fairly convincing in that as well. We couldn't really see what Tom Bailey was doing because he wasn't doing a lot. He didn't seem to get in our eye line and really claim much. But Rob Jones was adamant that he caught it, and the umpires never moved. They didn't go and consult each other. They didn't never moved from their positions, and both were happy with the fact that it wasn't a catch. Bailey was just coming in to run and stopped mid-run because Gubbins was he was doing something with his bat and his pad, and Bailey just then has his hands out saying what's going on. So I think it's riled Lancashire here a little bit, and as I say, I think there's a little bit of leftover here from the finals day as Bailey comes in outside of the off stump. That's close to the top of off, and Bailey's walking down the wicket there looking at Gubbins, and I don't want to stoke things up here, but my understanding was both teams stayed in the same hotel at the end of finals day.
Did they?
And my understanding from one or two people is that when the Hampshire team finally got into the hotel and the Lancashire boys were there, I'm not sure too many of the Lancashire boys even acknowledged the Hampshire players, as I understand it, which is fair enough if you've lost a final.
Yep.
But I think they were quite happy, not giving them much attention, if any. Outside the off stump and left alone. There was that incident that me and Scott talked about. It was quite interesting because I know from a Hampshire angle that final ball, and Lancashire were going to run the second ball. Scott, I thought, gave a great answer from the BBC Lancashire point of view himself, and Stephen Moore, former player, saying that they thought that the game was dead, and it was dead at that point, and the fact that they were going to claim a second run. If you looked at the Lancashire captain and one or two others who came on the field, they didn't see it quite the same way. So listen, I get all that down the leg side, and that will be a wide. Good take though by Lavelle. So I don't know, I just think with that, and quite rightly, if you've lost a final in maybe perceived circumstances that you're not totally happy with, then the next time the two teams meet, there is probably a little bit there, and I think that incident with Prest probably hasn't helped.
No, definitely not. But I guess from a Lancashire point of view, is that's they kind of have to understand that there's a game going on here, and it shouldn't affect their performance today, because what they've got is the situation they've got is they need to have
left alone. Yeah.
They need to take 9 Hampshire wickets, and
for sure.
That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think things will just. I mean, I'm not saying they really. Well, they didn't get out a hand out there at all, but I just think that when somebody's convinced they've caught it. Yeah, so I'm still thought they're having a chat with them. Well, is that Rob Jones having a chat with the umpire there now? There's still a bit of resentment there, I think. Listen, I get it. If he really thinks he's caught it, I get it.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one, I think. Sometimes when you feel like you've got your fingers underneath the ball, I guess without any sort of replays or anything like that, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be the umpire's decision. If the umpire's decision is not out, then unfortunately it's one of those ones. You just got to take the medicine and continue and try and hunt for those wickets. As obviously Liam Hurt, who bowled a reasonable first over, none for 5 of his first.
You play the game, Stanley, and we both have. 1 point I will make.
Yep, as Liam Hurst comes into Tom Prest. Back of a length drives towards backward point, no run.
I'm not talking about that specific incident. I'm talking generally now.
Yes.
Have you ever taken a catch where you thought, I'm not sure? Have you always been sure whether you've taken it or not?
No, definitely not. There's definitely been moments where I've caught it and I couldn't be convinced myself. So sometimes I don't know. Sometimes it happens so quickly, doesn't it? And you're not quite sure if your hands are underneath, or I don't know. It's always a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Hertz comes in to Tom Prest, bustling in from the pavilion and slightly short, good pace, and that's left alone and through to the keeper George Lavelle. Yourself, have you had any situations where?
If I'm honest, I'm totally the opposite.
Are you?
Yeah, totally the opposite.
So when you think you've caught the ball, you know you've caught the ball. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
but that's fine.
Yeah,
I get it. Not everybody does everything the same, so I get that. So there you are. So I think people listening and watching to this now will say that's fair enough, because some fielders think they have, and some fielders think they don't.
Yeah, so sometimes you're not quite
that's
sure.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah, definitely. Rob Jones was definitely sure, but obviously umpires didn't agree with him as Hertz comes in to Tom Prest again, beats the inside edge. So good couple of balls here from Liam Hertz Tom Prest playing slightly back in his crease, and that's gone through to the keeper, George Laval, and slightly good signs for Lancashire here.
He's all brute strength, isn't he? Is our man Liam Hurt. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport on the tweet says you can slow the replay on YouTube, and to him it doesn't look out. There you go. Again, just one other view.
As Hertz runs in to Tom Prest. Back of a length again, pushing him back. Good pace, and Tom Prest just pushes that one out into the covers. George Balderson does the cleaning up.
He's an interesting bowler, isn't he, Liam Hurt? There's not a lot of front arm in it, is it? It's all right shoulder, isn't it?
Looks very shoulder and body.
Yeah.
But he seems to generate some good pace. I think Scott was talking about his pace earlier, and every time he's come in and done a job for Lancashire, he seems to do well. So they'll be hoping that he can make that breakthrough that can maybe spark some sort of a collapse as he comes in. Tom Prest again on the back foot, pushes that one out towards mid-wicket. One ball remaining in this, the 10th over. Hampshire 35 for 1, chasing down a slightly smaller target that Lancashire set them, 183. Some really strong bowling from that Hampshire quartet of fast bowlers. And they've managed to do a really good job for their batsmen, and they can sit in that change room and they hope that they won't be needed at any point in this innings as Liam Hurts comes in to Tom Prest. Back of a length again, and that's pushed out into the covers. No run. Ends the 10th over, 35 for 1. Gubbins on 20 off 31. Tom Prest slightly slower on 13 off 26. The only wicket to fall, Ben Brown, who was pushed up to replace Anira and Donald at the top of the order. And he was out LBW to Tom Bailey early on.
So that's the first power play done, isn't it? 35. That was a maiden over there from Liam Hurt. So 10 overs, Hampshire 35 for 1. After 10 overs, Lancashire were 31 for 3. Lost all those wickets in the first 5 overs. 7 for 3 they were. Tom Bailey to continue. Right arm round to Gubbins. Gubbins plays and misses outside the off stump again. The angle coming in, bouncing and just straightening on the left-hander. Difficult to play. Good bowling from Bailey here. Into his 6th over, 1 for 18. Still a bit of movement for the tall right armour. Striving hard here, Lancashire, for another wicket. Trying to put Hampshire under pressure. 149 they need from here. Effectively 40 overs. Minus the 1 ball. As Bailey comes in, he's got just the 1 slip in at the moment as Gubbins leaves that alone. That just comes back with the angle. It's a good leave, but it's close to the off stump. Just looking around the ground, it's whilst it's got its sort of mauves, doesn't it, because of the main sponsors, title sponsors here. There's also quite a lot of Southern Brave branding, I should say, with their green. The pavilion at the far end, predominantly green with Southern Brave, Let's Go written all over it. And then down at this end, I've noticed that some of the stands have the branding at the back as well. And the tunnel area as well, mainly Southern Brave branded, as that's pushed up towards that mid-on. And there is no run. I was listening to the commentary from here a couple of nights ago when they were in action, and I could hear the crowd singing Green Army. I don't think I've heard a chant like that before. Green Army. I've seen some of the ground staff, they wear their green tops. Here it feels very much as though Hampshire are just the tenants here, a bit like Lords really with Middlesex. Feels like Hampshire have just borrowed the ground for the time that they're here. There comes Bailey again, short. Gubbins ducks underneath. What's that being called? 1 for the over. That looked quite high to me.
It did look quite high actually.
Gubbins ducked a lot. Gubbins ducked very low, which probably didn't help.
Yeah, no.
So there was a big gap between the top of his head and the ball, but even so, it looked high. Score remains on 35 for 1. Even the bins are green. I don't know if they've been spray painted or anything. I'm just looking at 4 bins. The only 4 bins on the right hand side, they're all green. In fact, now the bins on the left hand side are green as well, so it's all Southern Brave. Here comes Bailey, bowls. Gubbins works it away into the gap just in front of square on the leg side. He moves on to 21. It's 36 for 1, and we have 1 ball left of the 11th over. You've been watching much 100, Sterling?
I have been. Trying to keep a bit of not too close an eye, but it's it's quite entertaining. It's something to watch in the evenings and see some pretty strong performances. Obviously, you saw Will Smead for Phoenix, I think it was, the other day, and he scored 100, the first 100 of the 100.
Yeah. And didn't we get the first hat trick last night?
We
Is
did.
it Alana King?
It was, yeah. It was.
For the Trent Rockets?
Yes.
A few firsts this week in the 100. Here comes Bailey over the wicket to Prest. Prest gets one that just comes into him. He plays it right into the ground. And the ball just lodges just off the cut strip on the leg side. 36 gone. 36 runs, 11 overs gone. And Gubbins has 21 and Prest has 13. Just 1 run off that Tom Bailey over. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 19. Couple of tweets here. Adrian Kirk at Silent Sports says, after a 10-mile charity walk this morning, it's feet up with the Hampshire this afternoon. Enjoyable as always. Sounds nice.
Warm.
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
it is, isn't it?
Mm.
I think Joe said earlier that it was a couple of degrees cooler on the ground. Wow. If it is a couple of degrees cooler, I must admit I can't feel it.
No, not up here. We can't feel it.
No.
And it looks like it will be Liam Hurts to continue. None for 5 off his 2 overs. Bowled with some decent pace actually, and
Hasn't he?
yeah, looked quite lively. And I guess Lancashire will look to him to try and make this breakthrough as he comes into Nick Gubbins. Slightly back of a length, and Gubbins plays what seems to be a sort of get out of jail sort of shot from him, just nicely off his hips, and tucks that one into the leg side and trots over to the other end. So Tom Prest takes strike. These 2 batsmen, the form batsmen, I guess, for Hampshire, with Tom Prest scoring that big 100 and then also following that up with a good half century. So a really exciting player, and a lot will be on his shoulders to try and see Hampshire through to this slightly smaller total as Hurst comes into Prest and slightly outside edge actually, and looked to work that one towards the leg side, and seems like that came off an outside edge and worked its way down to the field at 3rd man there. So again, good bowling from Liam Hurts, asking lots of questions.
Yeah, he sort of hits the deck, doesn't he? Just short of a length, probably back of short of a length really. Just fires that ball into the deck. Gets the batters sort of playing from the crease really. You can't really see him. He's not. It doesn't seem the sort of bowler that you look to get forward to, do you? Unless it's a real half volley.
No, definitely not. It looks like he probably has that extra pace that might rush you just a little bit as he comes into Nick Gubbins. Looks like a slightly slow ball. He pushes that one out to the cover fielder where Williams does the cleaning up.
Yeah, clever bowling that. Gubbins actually was out earlier on in this competition, just pushing, coming forward and pushing at one. Caught, I think it was mid-off or extra cover early on. I think it might have been against Worcester here. It's a clever ball. That's definitely a ball that has got him out.
And I guess with that extra pace, if you've got that slower ball and you've got a good slower ball, then you could always confuse the batsman and have that as another trick up your sleeve as Hurts comes in. Gubbins again pushes that out towards mid-wicket. No run. I guess the tricky part for Lancashire is they're going to have to try and find a way. I guess the only way they're going to win this game is they're not going to restrict Hampshire to the runs. They have to take all 10 wickets, so they're going to have to be a bit more, at some point they're going to have to be a bit more attacking and try and prize out a few wickets and create some sort of pressure.
Let's see what the spinners do, Morley and Wells. See if they can find something.
So Hurts comes in to Nick Gubbins, 2 balls remaining in this over. Bowls again towards Gubbins and pushes that out towards mid-wicket. No run.
He's a former Leicestershire player, is Liam Hurts. I think he's done the rounds a little bit, hasn't he, with a couple of trials here and there. Loans, total eye loans. Thank you, Scott. Yep.
Yeah,
but obviously trying to find a way to be playing regular first-team cricket.
Yeah, and so far so good from what we can see. Is, like we say, is big and strong and runs in and puts the ball in a decent area as he comes in to Gubbins again. Pretty much a similar shot to what we've seen. Pushes that one towards mid-on. No run to end the 12th over. Hampshire 38 for 1, so going slowly, but no real alarm, so they'll be happy with this.
Well, it's steady stuff from Hurt, isn't it? Yeah, he's a little bit quick, a little bit quicker, I should say, than your average medium pacer, but he hits the deck, he's bowled nice and accurate. He struggles, you struggle to get him away if he gets it in the right areas, and 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Does prove that. The trick for him, of course, is to keep that going throughout his 10 overs. Because, yeah, whilst Hampshire, as you say, are not under massive run rate pressure, if you can come out of this with 10 overs for 20 odd, maybe even less, then it does put the batters, gives them an onus to be a little bit more positive against 1 or 2 other bowlers. It looks like Will Williams is going to change ends from the hotel end, or commentary end, and he's going to be coming on the Kiwi at the far end, the pavilion end. So Bailey's going to take a break. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. He'll be back for 4 more, that's for sure. As Williams comes in, right arm over and bowls, and way outside the off stump. Not a wide though, but quite wide. Got an email here from Jason Hutchinson, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great commentary. The sound of the summer for an exiled Hampshire supporter. If Hampshire get to the final of this competition in the middle of September, are there any restrictions that would stop Vince and Dawson and co participating? Well, I would say if you get to the final with a certain team, you would then be really silly to then get rid of 10 members of that team and put 10 more in. It would probably be, oh no, that's bounced outside the off stump, beaten the outside edge, I think, by a long way. Almost too good, that one, from Williams. That is definitely a spot there, isn't it, really? And I'm just wondering if that might prompt Lancashire to putting another slip in. I think you have to. When you see balls like that, you have to.
It's a good question though, isn't it?
It is a good question. I mean, I have to say I'm not Hampshire and I don't speak on their behalf, but I think it would be very hard to have a bunch of 11, 12 players that get you to a final, and then you say, thank you very much, lads. now the main players will come back and play. I think that, I don't know, do you feel the same?
Oh, definitely, I do. Yeah, if they've got you that far, then it's definitely...
It's different if 1 or 2 are injured. That's come back a little bit at Prest. He plays it into the ground. Jones Fields threatens to throw down the stumps but keeps the ball in his hand. Different if you've got 1 or 2 injuries, because then there's an excuse to play 1 or 2, but I don't think willy-nilly you'd be doing it.
No. I think...
And I'm sure Lancashire would feel the same.
Definitely. I think the main thing for this sort of competition is to give those players the exposure, and if you've managed to get so far in a competition with a certain group of players, it's I guess it's within their...
Yeah. Definitely. Williams comes in. Edge, just short of first slip from Prest. He's living dangerously in that area. Good line here from Williams. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll just see that there. Just bounces about 1.5 foot, 2 feet in front of first slip.
Seems to be his go-to shot, where he kind of almost plays inside the line of the ball and maybe just dabs that down to that third man as a nice way to get off the strike. But again, with a slip and a gully, Lancashire are actually on top of that.
Oh, Williams comes in again and bowls. Prest gets one short of a length and bounces into him, and he plays it into the ground. They're bowling quite well here at the moment, Lancashire. They're putting both Prest and Gubbins under pressure here, and just the odd one that just bounces a little bit, and one that comes back into the right-handers. It's just to the right-hander. Gubbins is getting the ball going across him a little bit from Hurt. This is a good little spell here from Lancashire. 38 for 1. There were 28 at the end, sorry, 29 at the end of the 8th, and here we are in the 13th. Only 9 runs better off. That's a drive, just a push drive really, out towards deepish point. Hurt runs after it. Will pick it up a good few metres in front of the rope. Prest gets 2 runs, but again, that's sort of the outside half of the bat, even though it was along the ground. So Prest moves on to 16, Hampshire 40 for 1.
Bit more of a positive shot there from Tom Prest, looking to press forward on that front foot, which might be a little bit of a better option for him against Williams, because that dab down and that sort of late cut shot that he's played a couple of times seems to be maybe potentially something that could get him in a bit of trouble. But he's moving on quite nicely, and Hampshire will be happy again with this start and nothing untoward as yet happening. Lancashire still striving for that wicket that might open up an end and try and see if they can create some sort of pressure. But it's going to be tricky with that 183 only on the board. If they maybe had another 50 or 60, it could be something they could potentially bowl at. But at the moment, with that score, they're going to have to bowl out their skins.
We'll be doing a quick 30-second update in a moment.
No problem, as Liam Hurts comes into Nick Gubbins. Bowls again, back of a length. Gubbins flicks that towards deep backward square leg. Again, a nice profitable shot for him. Nice way for him just to rotate the strike. Moves himself onto 22. Just the player you'd want at the crease, Gubbins. With lots of county championship experience, and he can maybe hold up an end and just anchor this innings. Tom Prest with him as well, who's been in decent form.
So Hurt at the top of his mark then, ready to bowl the next delivery. Here's a quick update. Yeah, Hampshire replying to that Lancashire all-out total of 183 all-out. Have just lost their second wicket there with Tom Prest bowled by seam bowler Liam Hurt. And Hampshire, well, they are now down to 40 for 2, and we are in the 14th over. And Prest has gone. Before him, Ben Brown went LBW to Tom Bailey for 1. Earlier in that Lancashire all-out total of 183, there was a career list day best from John Turner, who took 5 for 25. Hampshire 41 for 2. So what we'll do is, Stanley, if you come in my position, we'll bring Scott Reed back. So Tom Prest goes for 16. And I have to say, you did feel as though that wicket was coming. There's been a good sort of 4, 5, 6 over spell from Lancashire here, in which they've kept the pressure on. And it's not too surprising. And I think especially the fact that it was Tom Prest, Scott Reed, they'll be especially pleased that he's walking back to the pavilion.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Liam Hurt? Been hearing what you and Stanley have been saying, and I think he's bowled well. I think Lancashire are doing all they can. They've obviously got a low score to defend, so they need everything really to go their way. Kind of tight decisions, 50-50 calls, chances created. Everything really needs to be taken because they've got a low total to defend. So they might be feeling a little hard done by that wicket previously wasn't given when Rob Jones reckoned he caught the ball, and that's probably for two reasons. Obviously, like I should probably think that he was out, but also they've got such a low score, a relatively low score to defend. They need everything to go in their way, so it's kind of born of frustration from that as much as anything else, I would think. But yeah, Hurt's bowled a good spell here.
Definitely, yeah, really impressed with what we've seen, and he's run in and pretty much put the ball in a good area and pushed the batsman back. Tom Prest looked to press forward there actually, and seemed to get that inside edge onto the stumps, and yeah, a slightly skittish innings for him. Didn't look fully comfortable, but Liam Hurts has finally got that breakthrough that Lancashire were looking for, and could this be, I guess, that little opportunity that they've been looking for, I guess.
Well, they need everything to kind of go their way. That's a touch of good fortune with it, because it's a wide ball from Hurt, which he's dragged back onto his stumps, and wasn't a particularly great way to lose your wicket, but Lancashire will take it nonetheless. With 2 balls into this over, I'll pick it up with Hurt running in and Donald on strike with 2 slips in place. And that's flicked away off the pads. Blimey, that's a good looking shot. Out through deep mid wicket. He has timed the pants off it for 4. What a glorious shot to get off the mark. Eased away through mid wicket. Great response too from Hampshire, because you lose a wicket and your opposition are up and buzzing, and first ball sent down to the new battery. He does that.
Definitely. That's not the shot of a man that's been struggling. He's just come in and walked across the stumps and flicked that nonchalantly really to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and got himself off the mark with a strong boundary.
45 for 2. Target is 184 and the 14th over. There's Liam Hurt over the wicket and bowling. It's left by Donald, taken by George Lavelle, and there is no runs. Wickets of Ben Brown for 1 and Tom Prest for 16. Nick Gubbins is 23 from 42. And Donald 4 not out, so 45 for 2. Got a couple of slips and a third man and a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Mid on, mid off, cover, backward point. This defender back down the pitch by Donald, off his own, back down to Hurt rather, off his own bowling, and there is no run. Kevin mentioned that one-day cup final. I think it was from a tweet or an email about kind of player availability for it. The one-day cup final is scheduled for the 17th of September, which is a Saturday at Trent Bridge, and all the international men's cricket has concluded by then. There's a Hurt balls again. That's Donald whipping the ball away towards deep backward square leg, and he comes back for 2, and he moves to 6. That's good running from Donald. He's been quite busy already. He's put a lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4. 14 overs gone, 47 for 2. So yeah, the international men's fixtures are all finished by then, but doesn't necessarily mean that they would be released to play, having had a busy summer. Or indeed, the point that you guys were saying is that if you've got a certain group of players that gets a team to a final, it'd be a bit harsh to then bin them for the guys that have been on international duty.
So yeah, it's a tricky one. You see it sometimes in football, don't you, when sides get to cup finals and all of a sudden they change the whole side completely. But and I think, you know, I think the whole point of these sort of competitions is to give those younger guys the chance, and I think, you know, getting to a final is such a big thing that it's something that you want to be part of, and that will only help their development as cricketers if they can be involved in those big games. So definitely Hampshire, if they do get there, hopefully they won't, as Will Williams comes into Nick Gubbins from the pavilion end, leaves that one alone. So Hampshire, I'm sure, will definitely go with the tried and tested and give these young guys the chance, if they do get to that final, to play in that, showcase their skills. And they are showcasing their skills pretty well so far in this competition. 4 wins out of 4, and they are looking pretty good to make it 5 out of 5. As Will Williams comes in to Nick Gubbins from the pavilion end, bowls back of a length, and Gubbins just comes onto the front foot, pushes that back. Yeah, so far 4 wins out of 4. I guess all the teams striving to get that top spot, so they can go straight into that semi-final.
And they've got obviously 8 points, but you look at their run rate as well, their net run rate. I mean, they've got a strong net run rate. I mean, that's almost worth another point for them, or half a point for them there, really, because of how convincing they've been in victories. So they'll take a bit of catching.
Definitely. As Williams comes into Gubbins, or plays that off his hip, could be a potential leg bye. I think that 396 against Kent will definitely have helped that run rate, that big win. I think it was 133 runs that they won by in the end, so that will always help your run rate. And I guess if it does come to that, they definitely they've got the advantage on that. But Nara Donald has come in. He's slightly dropped down to number 4 this game, but looked pretty busy and had a good start with a nice clip off his legs and a decent swivel shot that got him a couple. So he sits on 6 of 4 balls. Nick Gubbins 23 of 45. Hampshire 48 for 2 midway through the 15th overs. Keaton Jennings and Will Williams discuss at the top of his mark to try and see if they can maybe trigger some sort of collapse. Not much happening off the pitch. As Williams comes in, Donald, play and a miss. Walk down the pitch and play and a miss, and the ball goes through to Lavelle, who cleans up and has a little shy at the stumps, maybe.
I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah, looks like Donald might have walked towards the bowler just to try and get him off his length, I think.
Bit cheeky that from Lavelle.
Yeah, it was. Have you ever seen anyone run out like that before? Or?
I have. There's a game in Manchester. Now, I'm trying to remember the batter, but that did happen in a match at Old Trafford a few seasons back.
Wow, so William comes in. Donald again, walking towards him. Plays it back to the bowler.
Sorry, Stanley. It may have been Marcus Trescothick. I think it may have been Trescothick who did that went a step or two down the pitch. Now I'm trying to remember who Lancashire's wicketkeeper would have been at the time. But it went through to him, and he was a couple of paces down the pitch, and he just kind of loitered a little bit, and he just rolled it underarm and ran him out. And I'm sure it was Trescothic. I'm sure
he almost forgot that he was out of his crease. Maybe,
yeah,
and
he just kind of
stood there.
Bit of a mind phase, whatever they call it.
As Williams comes in again, Donald walking towards him, pushes that down towards mid-on. Stephen Croft looks like does Rob Jones maybe, or Josh Bannon should I say, does the cleaning up and ends another over. That's a maiden over from Will Williams. He's no wicket for 14 off his 5. As Hampshire move on to 48 for 2 of 15.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Lancashire fans listening that will have far better memory recall than me. Games tend to blur from one into the other, if I'm being honest with you. But I'm pretty sure Trescothic was run out that way. I can't remember who Lancashire's wicket-keeper would have been. But yeah, it was.
It's clever work, though.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, and it's so unusual to see a batter. And it was obviously from a. It wasn't from a spinner. It was from a pace bowler. So he's obviously standing way back.
Yeah. I mean, you see keepers try it all the time here, and you think, well, when have you ever run someone out like that? And they keep doing it. But
it's worth keep doing. You never know. George Balderson replaces Liam Hurt, and he bowls right arm around the wicket to Gubbins, who drives powerfully away into the offside, and it's fielded by Will Williams, and there is no run. So that spell from Liam Hurt comes to an end. 4 overs, 1 for 14. St Bailey 6 overs, 1 for 19. Williams 5 overs for 14, and he's returned into the attack. Now Balderson to Gubbins. Well, he's bowling around the wicket to Gubbins. It hits him on the pad. And there's a half an appeal from the bowler, and there's a quick shake of the head from the umpire.
Would you potentially like to see Hurts maybe get another one? I think if he was bowling quite well and looked like he was getting into a decent spell. Maybe he was maybe a little bit tired, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe kind of shorter spells are the way forward, with it being quite a hot day. You don't want to get just one extra over. As that's driven into the offside, there's no run. I guess that 1 over too many. Yeah. If it's a warm day and just managed to accelerate when you've got a low total to defend it.
Yeah.
Better with shorter, sharper bursts from the seamers.
I think it's a case of Lancashire thinking where they're going to get 8 wickets from.
Yeah.
And trying to work that out, and Keaton Jennings maybe trying to shuffle his bowlers, and possibly feels that Balderson is the best person to get that breakthrough at this moment in time.
And he's back in, and that's crunched away firmly into the offside, but straight to Keaton Jennings. He didn't really have to. Sorry, Will Williams. He didn't really have to move on the bounce up to Williams at kind of deepish cover. No run. Remains on 23. Nick Gubbins 48 for 2.
They'll definitely be ruining that sort of phase where they lost those 4 or 5 wickets. I think if you add on an extra 60 or 50 runs to this, it could be a tricky chase.
It's chipped to extra cover. Gubbins is gone. Well, Jennings making the decision to turn to Balderson and make that bowling change. It's worked a treat.
Wow. Yeah, we spoke about potentially Liam Hurts, but George Balderson has come in and he's done the job. A slightly soft dismissal in the end. It looks like Nick Gubbins was trying to pierce that offside, but they'd packed it with that short cover, and he's fallen straight into that trap and hit that ball uppish, and a comfortable catch. And Hampshire now 48 for 3. Lancashire chipping away.
They are, yeah. Drinks being brought out as well for the players. Luke Wells with a catch at cover. Balderson with the breakthrough. And the bowling change has worked a treat for the Lancashire captain. Doing their best to stay in the match here, aren't they, Lancashire? 48 for 3. Still need a further 136 runs to win. Gubbins makes his way back.
He'll be disappointed with that dismissal. I think Balderson was potentially bowling and trying to lure him into that trap.
Absolutely, yeah.
As a left-hander, I think as a left-hander, well, myself being a left-hander, you're always trying to get yourself on that front foot and looking for that drive. And he probably just went for a drive that wasn't quite there, and maybe the ball stopped on him. But yeah, he'll be disappointed with that soft dismissal in the end.
Yeah, they've got the kind of the 2 guys there in catching positions, haven't they? There was Wells who caught it at shortish cover, and then there was Williams maybe 15 yards behind him, just to his right-hand side. The two guys there on the drive for that type of shot.
I think they just moved him there as well, so it's almost like they could see what he was trying to do. And he fell into that trap, but really good captaincy, good thinking, and good bowling as well.
So Gubbins for 23, Courtwell's bowled Balderson. Brown first to fall, LBW to Bailey for 1, and Tom Prest bowled by Liam Hurt for 16. And I suppose what Lancashire will be saying in that little huddle during the drinks break is that it is quite a young team, and they've got through Gubbins, they've got through Brown. Prest has had a good year. Donald clearly is a good batter, but there's a lot of younger players to come, and it keeps them in the match, I think. You know, try and make that 183 feel bigger than what it is. Doing their best to try and do that. Drinks have been and gone. Plenty of drinks being consumed around the ground. I was just looking over the balcony when you and Kev were on together, and rightly so, it's a Sunday afternoon. People are enjoying a nice warm day at the cricket, and the bar's open downstairs, and plenty of sun cream being applied and food and drink being eaten, and yeah, it's a good day to come and watch some live cricket. It's not quite the razzmatazz of the 100, but it's a good game of cricket. As Balderson's into Middleton off the back foot and driving away into the offside. Hurt picks up and throws in towards the stumps. Lavelle's doing his best to try and get up to the stumps to take the catch, and well, they get through for 1. It was slightly frantic by a few people out there, but they've crossed for 1 in the end, and that's 16 overs gone, 49 for 3, and Middleton gets his first run. He moves to 1, and Donald's on 6.
Slightly wayward throw there from big Liam Hurts, and it looked like it could have been slightly closer if it was a good throw, but I guess from a Hampshire point, they're probably going to try and be busy and not get bogged down and just bats. I think if you can try and run these fielders and keep them on their toes, it's the best way to go by any sort of low totals. Just make sure that scoreboard is ticking as Fletcher Middleton faces up to Will Williams for the first time. Williams runs in from the pavilion end, bowls full, and Middleton just pushes that down towards Keaton Jennings at mid-off.
It's quite trendy spelling of Fletcher, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's not kind of Fletcher from kind of old school Fletcher. You know, was Fletcher a character in Porridge? In a TV program. I think Fletcher was a character in Porridge. It's not the spelling of Fletcher like maybe you would know. It ends with an A at the end of it. Yeah. Kind of a cool name to spell it.
Yes, as he faces up to Will Williams, who bowls back for length. He tries to leave that again, and it's come off maybe the bottom edge or the inside edge. I think we saw a similar dismissal actually earlier.
Yeah, Bailey.
When Tom Bailey went to leave a ball of Scott Curry, and it maybe caught the under edge and went through to Ben Brown. Quite similar situation here, but luckily for Fletcher Middleton, it went straight down into the ground and no damage done. But it looks like there could be a little bit of extra bounce from that end, and maybe slight indifferent bounce possibly. So Williams comes into Middleton, bowls again, back of a length, and pushes that one out towards square leg. But Tom Bailey does the cleaning up and whips that ball back into George Lavelle. I guess the way you always want to look at it is you always try and add 2 wickets to a situation. So if Lancashire somehow can maybe prize out another couple, Hampshire might be sitting at 55 for 5 or 50 for 5.
Oh, it's game on then, isn't it?
It's all of a sudden a different game.
Could be for a good finish, couldn't we?
Definitely. As Williams comes in to Middleton from the pavilion and bowls back for length, inside edge. Could this be an inside edge? They go up again. The umpire says no.
I don't think Williams thinks that's out. Williams kind of joined in late, didn't he?
It does. It looks like that. And both the appeals that we've seen from the Lancashire players, it seems as though the fielders have thought that was out. That was a really good ball from Williams. It kind of went through the inside edge of Fletcher Middleton's bat, but we're not quite sure if it maybe clipped the thigh pad, but the umpire was unmoved again. As you say, Scott, Williams didn't actually join in the celebration, so that's always quite a giveaway sign as he comes in again from that pavilion end. Bowls to Middleton, who pushes out, potentially pushes that to the outside. Stephen Croft does the cleaning up at backward point. So lots happening this over.
He's had some runs, hasn't he? A 64 against Derbyshire and a 35 against Northants. Couple of scores in the second team recently. 92 and 78 in a game against Somerset in Taunton. So only, of course, a young man at the start of his career, playing, I think, just his 6th list A match. Played one first-class game.
Yeah, this will be a good opportunity for him to see his side over as Williams comes in, and Fletcher Middleton pushes that one towards Josh Bohannon at mid-on. That's an end of a really good over, probing over from Will Williams. A couple of chances created and takes Hampshire to 49 for 3. Fletcher Middleton at the crease with Naira and Donald on 6, Middleton on 1. Another maiden, actually, that could potentially be back-to-back maidens for Williams, I think. Yep, his previous over was a maiden, so he's 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14.
Yeah, that kind of sums up a lot from what we've seen from Will Williams. His ability to be so accurate, consistently accurate, bowling good line and length, and just gets the ball just to nip away a little bit, straighten on the batter, having angled it into him, and doing that consistently since he signed for Lancashire. He just looks like a really...
Which is all you need in county cricket. You just need someone that nibbles it around and puts it in a good spot and is accurate.
This is Balderson into to Donald, and that's a full-length ball, which is turned out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Just looking at Fletcher Middleton, his dad's Tony Middleton. Kev, do you play with his dad? Did you play with Fletcher Middleton's dad? Tony? Yeah, he did. I was looking at his first-class career, 109 first-class matches and 61 list A games. Forward goes Donald in defence up to mid-off, no run. Following in the footsteps of his father, Tony Middleton. He's Fletcher.
Sure, Tony will be in the crowd somewhere.
I'm sure, yeah.
Young lad, go about his work today. He's good field as well, actually, Fletcher Middleton.
I think he's just changing the field here as well. His fine leg gets a little squarer. Balderson over the wicket. Turned out towards the onside. Rob Jones fields. And there's no run.
Looks like they've tried to block that gap actually at mid-wicket, Scott, because Naira and Donald seems to walk across his stumps and look for that sort of shot into the leg side as a way to get off the mark. But good captaincy, and they block that gap to try and create some more pressure.
Yeah, they put Rob Jones there. One slip still in place, that's Luke Wells. Here is Balderson over the wicket. Just dabbed away into the offside by Donald. Bounces up towards point, and Croft fields, and again there's no run.
Bit of a buzz with the Lancashire fielders. They look like they're running around, and they look like obviously those 3 wickets would have given them a little bit of a lift. Just make sure that they can think that they're still in this game. And I think it's all about that belief. As long as you can believe that you might have a chance, you just never know what will happen.
Balderson, and again, big appeal for LBW. But not out, says the umpire. Shaping to play it to the leg side. And that maybe he's just angling down the legs past leg stump.
Because he does walk across the stumps in Naira and Donald, so I'm not quite sure if he maybe got himself a little bit outside the lines, and that might be the only thing that saved him, but he's living kind of dangerously.
Yeah, as you say, he does shuffle across, doesn't he? Not out, says the umpire. Oh, that's defender, but ricochets past the stumps and just disappears out towards square leg. Good little spell this from Balderson. Brings up the 50 for Hampshire, that single. Just dart through for 1 and move the total to 50 for 3. Balderson just completed his second over. 1 for 2 from 2 overs, so a good start by Balderson.
Definitely, and you know we spoke about it at lunch, didn't we, Scott? In terms of that the wicket doesn't look doesn't look terrible. It's not the worst wicket, but it doesn't look like anyone's come in and timed the ball. So we always thought that it could be a tricky chase. I think it's being proven here. It's always interesting to see how both sides get on, and with that run rate at the moment, kind of hovering at 2.8. So Williams comes into Donald from the pavilion end, bowls, wraps him on the pad, maybe slightly higher. Looked like it was a thigh pad. That ball's gone down to Jack Morley at third man as they come through for a leg bye. So the score moves on to 51 for 3.
7th over this from Williams. It's just a bit of a gamble here, isn't it, from Keaton Jennings? Won't want to ball Williams at this stage. You wouldn't have thought normally more than perhaps even 6. He's probably giving him an extra over here because of this is almost the match a little bit here, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Definitely, and Keaton Jennings has to work out how deep he thinks this match is going to go. So if Williams is looking threatening at the top, and I think it's with this ball slightly harder, it makes sense to give him as much of a chance as he bowls to Fletcher Middleton, sorry, should I say, who pushes that one out for no run into the covers. Bit of singing going on in the crowd.
There's a bit, isn't there? Yeah, that's a few pints after they've been consumed.
Definitely.
A few ciders or something.
Oh, it's definitely the day for it. So trying to create some sort of atmosphere, which is really nice to see, and a nice scattering of people here.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really good crowd. It's a good atmosphere. It's good to see this.
Definitely, as William comes into Middleton, bowls again, pushes out like he was shaping out to play that one towards the leg side, but maybe came off the outside half and trickled through to Stephen Croft a point, no run. 52 for 3, and Aaron Donald 8 of 14 balls. Fletcher Middleton 2 of 8. Batsman out, Ben Brown, LBW to Tom Bailey. Nick Gubbins then next out. Oh, sorry, Tom Press then next out. Bowled by Liam Hurts off the inside edge. And then the last man to fall, Nick Gubbins, pushing out to George Balderson and being caught by Luke Wiles in the covers. Hampshire 50 for 3 of 18. Lancashire trying to stay in this game, trying to chip away. As Williams comes in to Middleton, bowls back of a length, pulled away in front of square, and that's 4 runs for Fletcher Middleton. Really strong shot, really commanding. Just dropped his length slightly, and he's pounced onto that one, pulled away for 4.
Might not do that again. Williams, he's not really bowled that length, has he, at all, so far, and as soon as he did, he's jumped into that. It's a powerful shot for 4.
Yes, and with that, it's come a slight change in the field. Keaton Jennings has pushed his square leg back onto the boundary just to give that extra bit of protection as Williams comes in. Bowls back of a length, back on it. Back to what he knows, back of a length, another dot ball. Coincidentally, that was the first run off Williams for a couple of overs actually. He bowled 2 maidens on the spin. But Middleton pouncing on that slightly shorter ball and picking up his first boundary as he moves on to 5. Score moves on to 55 for 3. Hampshire just try and chip away at this total. Not the biggest total to chase, but always a tricky total. The slightly smaller ones as Williams comes in from the pavilion end, bowls back of a length to Fletcher Middleton, who runs that off the face of the bat. That's gone down to Jack Morley at third man. And the score moves on to 56 for 3 after 19 overs.
Yeah, just looking at the scores elsewhere, kind of keeping a closer eye on the Group B, which is Hampshire and Lancashire's group. Stanley's taking a break, and Kevin's going to come back. So Worcestershire playing Derbyshire. Worcestershire 51 for 3 in the 11th over. They've been set 313 to win. So need 262 more runs from 40 overs. And Kent are 106 for 2 after 20 overs, chasing 211 to beat Northamptonshire. So he's worked to the leg side by Middleton and picked up at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Essex against Glamorgan is the other game in this group. And Essex are 341 all out, and Glamorgan are into their 17th over, 113 for 2, chasing 342 to beat Essex and Chelmsford. Straight drive, and a handsome straight drive down the ground for 4. Takes him into double figures. Well, that looked good. I bet it felt good too for Fletcher Middleton. Punched firmly past the bowler through a straight mid-off for 4. He moves to 10. Hampshire 60 for 3. And Kevin's back alongside him.
Yeah, good shot it was, but I think Lancashire have bowled absolutely brilliantly for the last 20 minutes, half hour. Given Hampshire very little. They've really put the pressure on there. The run rate was going nowhere for a while, wasn't it? The runs were.
Bolson over the wicket, balls again, turned out towards the onside, and there's no run. They're doing just about everything they can to stay in the match. And it's been a fabulous effort with the ball, trying to make 183 feel like an awful lot more runs.
Well, if they keep bowling the way they are, it will. I think they bowl really superbly. I really do. I think there's been 1 or 2 wound-up Lankies out there, though,
I think there are,
if I'm honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think there are. Here's Botherston in. And Middleton gets forward and just pushes the ball back out towards the offside. There's no run.
I know 1 or 2 in the crowd, but I mean, I think 1 or 2 of the players out there, I think, have looked as though they've been a bit on edge for a little while.
Yes. Well, it's a good competitive game of cricket, isn't it? It's 2 sides that are top of the group, and both sides will want to progress. Lancashire determined to try and get some silverware this year, and let's turn to the leg side. There's no run. This is probably their best chance. They're still in the title race, I guess, but it's Hampshire's and Surrey's to lose from this position, probably with 3 games left.
Well, we're hoping Surrey slip up somewhere, and you're kind of hoping that both Hampshire and Surrey slip up, doesn't it? Which could quite easily happen, of course, but you're right, Surrey just keep going, don't they?
Final ball of the over, Bollison's 3rd, and the 20th of the innings. And it turns it to the leg side, and another good stop by Rob Jones, bouncing around at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 20 overs gone, 60 runs scored, 3 wickets have been taken by Lancashire. They've put everything into this as a bowling unit to try and get themselves back into the match, because at the halfway stage, I think they were short, and could still yet be quite considerably short, but they're working hard to make sure that they give themselves a chance.
Yeah, 77 for 4 Lancashire were at this stage, so it's interesting. There's been no spin here. It's almost as if let's keep the pressure on with the seamers. All the seamers have bowled well, haven't they?
Yeah.
All of them have bowled well so far.
Yeah.
And it's almost as if they might end up bowling a few more overs between them than you would have expected, and maybe they're going to leave the spinners until very late. I don't know. But it's interesting how the seamers keep coming as Hurt changes ends and bowls. O'Donnell drives through the gap in the covers. That'll be runs. Another release there with that shot. Donald, even though he's only faced 15 deliveries, has had to be very watchful out there, and quite rightly so. What you don't want to do then, of course, is endure a period of Lancashire pressure and then go and give it away. But that was a decent shot there. Just a little bit of a loosener from Hurt.
Yeah, he's got it a fraction wrong, didn't he? And he put it away beautifully. Such a massive help, isn't it? You get a boundary off the first ball of the over.
Yeah, especially in this situation.
Yeah.
The required run rate isn't high. It's only 4 from here. Hampshire scoring at just over 3s, even though they've been fairly quiet. As Hurt comes in, right arm over and bowls. Donald pushes forward. Hurt half fields on his follow through. I can see what all the fuss is about Will Williams. Looks a good bowler, doesn't he? On the right wickets, I could see I wouldn't say he was unplayable, but he'd be to say he'd be hard work would be an understatement. 7 overs, none for 19. Tom Bailey, good a spell from him as ever. 6 overs, 1 for 19. Hurt looks a good bowler. And Balderson's doing a good job backing them all up as well. 3 overs, 1 for 6. Kept the pressure on from both ends. As Hurt comes in again and bowls, and Donald gets a length ball which he pushes up to mid-on. It feels like sort of Norrin Donald realises the enormity of the situation. I'm not sure that's always been the case. I think he tries to live up to his reputation of being very positive. At the moment, he seems to be quite happy just to ride the situation out, pick up the boundaries when he can, which he has. But actually, if there is a sequence of good deliveries at him, whether that sequence is 3, 4, 5, 6, a few more, then we'll just play the ball on the merit. Don't often see that from him. As Hurt comes in and bowls, and Donald bowled! Well, there's one that he's just played away from his body there, trying to force that away through the covers. The bat a long way away from the body. It's caught the inside edge, flicked onto the stumps, and just as I say, Anarin Donald was playing things carefully, and then there he goes, and he goes for 11, 64 for 4.
A couple of drag-ons in this game, a couple in this innings as well. Prest playing at a wide ball, also from Hurt, which he dragged back onto his stumps. Donald goes. We've got a good game here.
Yeah, we have.
And Lancashire have at the minute, have found a way back into it because, as Kevin has described far better than I could, that everyone has contributed brilliantly with the ball. Kind of everyone's backed each other up. There's not really been a moment where Jennings has made a bowling change and it's released any pressure. It's, if anything, he's made a bowling change, just made one there to bring Hurt back in, gets a wicket. He brought Balderson, he gets a wicket. So everyone's kind of backing each other up at the minute, and they're hanging in there, Lancashire.
There they are. I'm just wondering if the drag-ons are probably a little bit of a symptom of the wicket getting a little slower, with it being so hot and the sun on it. I don't know, but even so, maybe the batters seeing the ball just a fraction wide than what they've been facing, perhaps not quite in the position they would like to be to force the shot. Either way, you get a little bit of luck when you bowl well as a team. That's exactly what Lancashire have been doing. And I tell you what, another wicket now. Hampshire are under serious pressure. I mean, you're right, it is a good game from here. Somebody's going to have to play well for Hampshire. So if somebody doesn't, Lancashire for me are I'm not far off not being in front here, because the pressure is on Hampshire not to lose another wicket.
It is. I think one more, and I probably put Lancashire favourites. Yeah. I mean, a lot of that is because of the kind of inexperience. I know they're good players and they've contributed really well to a good start to the competition for Hampshire, but there's still young players under pressure to try and win a match, and that's a different challenge, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
I think it's you, mate.
Oh, it is, sorry, yeah. A short delivery which Organ steers down to third man. I'm not quite sure. He wasn't a little bit surprised at the same time as he played that shot, although it looked okay from a distance. But a good first delivery there from Hurt. Organ's off the mark though, 65 for 4. Certainly as a collective bowling unit, this is by far and away the most difficult that they've faced in this competition so far. And that ultimately might yet tell. As long as Lancashire, of course, keep this up. And the pressure on them, of course, is to keep that going. As Hurt comes in, bowls to Fletcher Middleton, tries to work that away on the onside, gets wrapped on the pad. And that is the end of the over. Hurt has 5 overs, 2 for 19. And Hampshire 65 for 4. After 21 overs, need another 119. And this is building up to being one hell of a game.
It is, and it's an interesting conundrum for the captain here too, isn't it, for Lancashire, because he's bowled He's had 7 overs of Will Williams already. Bailey's bowled 6. Hurt's now completed his 5th, but you don't want to hold bowlers back for too long because the game could be done. It's almost kind of now or never, isn't it? And this continuation of seam, I think, as you said, Kev, is perhaps a reflection of this is the game. There's Balderson's into Organ, that's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So 4 seamers used so far.
Yeah.
You've still got what? As a spin option, you've got Morley and Wells. Another seam option?
No. Well, I mean, Keaton Jennings has bowled and Josh Bohannon has bowled in the past, but I don't think so. In again, Balderson comes, and that's worked out towards the leg side for a single. Score moves on to 66 for 4.
So at some point, Wells and Morley will share 10 overs at some point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Or, as you say, maybe Jennings and Bohannon will bowl, but I don't think, well, neither have bowled this season, certainly. I'm not sure if they bowled last season, really. Balderson in, it's back of a length delivery to Middleton, who's off the front foot and pushing into the offside, picked up at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, for me, the interesting bit is when Jennings puts on the spinners. Definitely trying to keep the pressure up with these 4 seamers, and it's working, isn't it? I mean, you know, he may hope that he gets to a point where it doesn't matter when the spinners come on.
In comes Balderson again. Middleton off the front foot, just stepping, kind of shuffling half forward really, and pushing defensively away to extra cover. No run. 66 for 4. Fletcher Middleton on 10. Felix Organ on 2. And the 22nd over of the Hampshire innings, 184. Is the target to win, so 118 more runs needed.
It's going to be a long 118 now.
George Balderson, 1 for 7. Got the wicket of the Hampshire captain, Nick Gubbins, driving to extra cover, where Wells took the catch. That's driven again, but can't get it past the infield. There's 3 in front of square in the circle on the offside. Croft, Hurt and Jennings. And there's a slip. There's a deep third, deep fine, deep square leg, mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah, and I think the batter will be looking at it thinking, where is the runs? Where is my runs coming? Got to find a gap somewhere.
Balderson in, deflects down towards short fine leg. Lavelle goes scampering after it. They get through for a leg by. A distinctive sound of ball on pad. It thuds behind the batter and picked up by Lavelle. So they get a leg by. Takes the total on to 67 for 4. And that completes the 22nd over as well.
In that last delivery, you're sort of hoping for that. Even if you didn't get a bat on that, it hits the pad. It's gone into an area where there's no fielder, so it's a single. So that kind of, you're hoping for a ball that straight. But at the moment, you know, we don't see too many piercing drives at the moment, do we? In fact, we didn't see a lot of piercing drives in the Lancashire innings. No. Not really. I mean, there were a few, don't get me wrong, but it's not the sort of wicket where you can play on the up and belt it around straight. It's one of those you've got to work. Certainly now in this second innings, you've got to work the ball around. It looks like Jack Morley has just been given a signal from Keaton Jennings, I think. Oh, he's been outside the off stump. No, he's edged. Fletcher Middleton just kicked the ground as it went through there to keeper Lavelle, so he definitely got an edge. And Hurt has done it again. He's picked up his 3rd wicket. Middleton goes, and Hampshire now are 66 for 5.
He's got that bit of extra bounce again, hasn't he, Liam Hurt? And it seems to be a little bit more prevalent from the pavilion end, I think, for the seamers today. We saw that early on when Lancashire were batting as well. But he bowls at length, does Hurt. He's a back of a length type bowler, isn't he? He bowls kind of powerful man who bowls into the pitch, and he gets a decent amount of pace. He's picked up 3 wickets, and Middleton going for 10. Well, we said another wicket in the next over or 2, and it's certainly game on, and it's definitely game on. At 67 for 5, still need 117 more runs to win.
Certainly, yeah. Sorry, it's 67. Scoreboard, just every time there's a wicket, the score disappears off the board. So apologies. But whether it's 66 for 5, whether it's 67 for 5, Lancashire in front now.
I probably would, yeah, I think I would agree with you. And I think that's based because of got through a lot of serious batters there, haven't they? Gubbins, Brown, Prest, Donald. And Middleton's on a good start to his one-day season. A few young lads to come for Hampshire, and still 117 to get.
Yeah, Toby Albert walking out to the middle. Played about 9 of the middle games in the T20, sort of didn't start, played about 9 in the middle and then lost his place towards the end of the group stages, but batted really well against Derby a couple of days ago to win that game for them. 84 not out of 96 deliveries. He is a very good player. I mean, that was a very good knock chasing there. Came in at 68 for 5. 67 for 5 he's coming in here. I would suggest that even though this is a slightly lower total to chase, this will test him a lot more. So Hurt has 3 for 19, start of his 6th over.
Does he get to spin now? No. Does he stick with Balderson for another one?
If you're running through the order,
yeah.
I mean, by the time, I mean, you can still go seam for a while yet, can't you?
Yeah.
And then maybe with Hampshire 8 down, you turn to spin because you have to. But by then it's all gone, isn't it? All the batters are gone. It's a risk, but because if one of the batters is still there, then, or even 2 of them, as Hurt comes in, length ball, Albert, not a lot of foot movement there, pushes out the covers, and Hurt on his follow-through. He's almost shaking hands with the batter. If that's not trying to intimidate a youngster, I don't know what is. Outrageous follow-through. It's good, you're right. I mean, I said earlier, I detected a little bit of one or two of the Lancashire fielders wound up there in the middle. I think the fact that they've got themselves into a situation where they now believe they can win the game, I suppose you have to expect that. Hurt from the pavilion end. Bowls. Albert works that away on the leg side. Not quite so much of a follow-through this time from Hurt. Surprise. I'm terrible in these situations.
Oh, it's making me chuckle though.
No. Still think there's a bit of feeling there from the finals day.
Wow, what happened in finals?
As a club, I can't remember.
I've brushed it to one side.
I know. Well, you have. You've been very good about it.
It's better to forget about it.
I know.
I mean, let's be honest. Lancashire threw it away, regardless of what happened.
Oh,
they
definitely.
absolutely made a complete mess of it.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Here's Hurt. Bowls to Albert. Albert leaves that alone. That's good carry, isn't it, from a length? Very good carry through to Laval. He's taken out about stomach height. He's a very strong boy, isn't he, Mr. Hurt?
He is.
A lot of shoulder, isn't there? Not so much front arm. Not so much the front arm leading the body. It's literally get side on and get that right shoulder right through the ball as quickly as possible. And he's a lot of strength there. 67 for 5. 2 balls left of the 23rd over. Hampshire still need 117. That feels like about 170 at the moment. As comes in again. Always playing a missing. That front foot isn't too close to the ball there from Mr. Albert. And again, that big follow through there from Liam Hurt as he saw that ball sailing through to the keeper.
Tempted to stick with this one. You're tempted to give her another one. Tempted to go with Balderson for another one.
Yeah. Just keep going.
Yeah.
And get through these two. And then you're into Scott Curry, very much a bowling all-rounder. He's played a couple of good innings actually in this competition, but asking him to come in with still over 100 needed. It's going to keep going with the seamers, I think. I would, but you know, we'll have to wait and see. As Hurt bowls outside the off stump. It's good pace. Very good pace on a slowish wicket. 67 for 5.
I think they're going to go with Seam again, by the looks of it. Morley doesn't look like he's... well, he's twirling his arms around, but he's not coming into the attack. They're going to stick with Balderson from this hotel end. So it will be a 5th over for him. Yeah, it's a penny for the thoughts of the captain, isn't it? It's easy from up here, isn't it? But when you're out there and making the decisions, it's tough. But he'll be mighty proud, Keaton Jennings, of his team. The way that they've fought back, having twice really made a bit of a mess of their innings. They recovered from a poor start with the bat, thanks to Croft and Jones, and they had another collapse, falling short of where they would have liked to have been. But they're making 183 feel like a really big total now. Balderson, that's run down to 3rd man by Felix Organ. It's picked up by Liam Hurt. So Organ gets a single. He moves to 3. The field will change a little bit now. I suspect a slip will go into place with it. Toby Albert on strike. So yeah, Wells goes into slip. So that 3rd man, that deep fine, deep square leg, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 1 for 8 from 4 overs. Oh, when it comes off an inside edge, it's going to be 4 runs. It's gone past the keeper, down towards the boundary for 4. Looked like playing away from his body. And the ball coming off, I think, the inside edge again, past the keeper, but streaky 4, but he's off the mark. Toby Albert with that, 72 for 5.
He doesn't look too convincing out there so far, is he, for a man that just got 80 odd not out 2 days ago? Does he cut his fingers across the ball a bit, Balderson? Does he do that?
Here he is in and bowls to Albert, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. I suspect so. He's not quick. So he's bowled a decent amount of cricket now for Lancashire. I expect those kind of like cutters, that type of thing. he's become a very kind of handy option for Lancashire with the ball. In fact, he's probably got himself in the team more often this season because of the work with the ball than with the bat. Full length delivery, that's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's bowled very accurately indeed. I've got an answer about Keaton Jennings bowling for you. John Trainer, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, Jennings bowled in last season's Royal London One Day Cup and bowled very well, but got a bad injury soon afterwards, which you'll probably remember. He did bowl in pre-season in March this year, but picked up another calf injury. So I assume he won't bring himself on, says John. Bit risky, isn't it?
Balderson in. It's off the back foot and driven up towards Keaton Jennings, but for no run. Yeah, it might be worth just keeping that keeping that out of the equation at the minute.
Doesn't want to get injured again.
No, yeah,
at the very least.
2 calf injuries, both different calves. He suffered a calf injury last year, and then the other one went in pre-season. So he's had enough time on the treatment table. Keaton Jennings. Final ball of the over. It's a nice shot, punched through the covers. He'll get 4 for it. Lovely shot, nice timing. And the second boundary in the over, but the second 4 considerably more impressive than the first, which was a streaky kind of inside edge past the keeper. That's a nice shot off the back foot to move him to 8. 76 for 5. 108 more runs required. 24 overs gone.
Yeah, 9 runs off that over. That's one of the bigger overs for quite a while, if not the biggest over so far for Hampshire. Peter Chapman has emailed. Peter's in Penzance. God, I bet it's hot down there. sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says he's liking the commentary a lot. Thank you very much. That's very kind. And the excellent live picture stream. It feels like the Hampshire batters are getting bogged down here. A small total lulling themselves into a false sense of security, perhaps, question mark. It could well be, of course, that that total of 183 is a bit bigger than we think in terms of what we're seeing out there. It may just be that the pitch is getting a bit more sluggish, a bit slower. Maybe it was slowish when Lancashire were batting, and maybe that total of 183 is worth a few more. But even so, the way they've bowled, certainly making it a defendable total. As a new over from Hurt bowls, and Organ gets a little tucked up there as he ends up pushing it away behind square on the leg side. 77 for 5, Organ onto 4. Either way, for Hampshire to win this, they're going to have to bat very, very well indeed, and Jennings will have to, at some point, decide when to bowl some spin. There is no other seam bowling option available to him other than the 4 he's used so far. Balderson still has 5. Hurt into his 7th. Will Williams still has 3 left. Bailey has 4 left. Here comes Hurt again from that pavilion end to bowl to Toby Albert. Oh, Albert there wasn't quite sure what to do there. It was a short delivery. He sort of backed away a fraction, aiming the ball with a little cut shot down to third man, but for me he was nowhere near behind that. He was well inside the line. I think Hurt can sense that as well, that Albert 2 or 3 balls here for me is not right in behind the line.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, he's played one lovely back foot punch for 4, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But that's been kind of the standout shot. It's all been a little bit edgy and nervy, and
that's a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe it's just
as I say, he looked absolutely brilliant against Derby, but this is a different attack. As Hurt comes in and bowls, and Albert is leaving that one alone. That's good carry through to Lavelle again. Lavelle. Even when Albert's leaving that alone, for me, he's not right in behind that. Now, I've not noticed this with him before. Now, I know you tend to sort of give yourself a little bit of room and work balls down to third man, but there's 2 slips in there, so he has to be careful. That's a good move as well from Lancashire to put 2 slips in. As Hurt turns from the top of his mark at the pavilion end. Comes in again and bowls to Albert. Albert leaves that one alone outside of off stump. It's almost as if he then goes to leave the shot again, sort of replay the leave, that his front foot's a little bit further over the offside. Interesting.
I guess from his point of view, this is tricky. I know he's come into situations previously and has batted beautifully and helped win the game for Hampshire, but as you say, it's probably a better attack this time. But just try and get through it from Albert's point of view, isn't it? Just get through this. You know, there's a change coming. I think Morley's going to come into the attack. There's going to be some spin at some point. So there's kind of pace from both ends. At some stage will be broken, at least at one end. Might just help free him up a little bit, that.
I agree. Now, interesting move, because the second slip is gone, which I was surprised, but now gone into leg slip. Does this mean a short ball coming up from Hurt? It's a length ball. Albert drives, goes off the bottom of the bat, and it's fielded at backward a point. And in that position, I think he's been in there all the time, is Stephen Croft.
Yeah, it's kind of his...
Is that his area?
That's right up his area, is that, yeah. You want your best man there, don't you? One of your best men there.
100%. 100% one-day cricket, that's for sure. Especially. Last ball, the 25th coming up, so we are one ball away effectively from Hampshire batting out half the number of overs. They still need another 107, having scored 77 off the first half. Plus whatever they can get off this ball. Hurt ball short, and Albert ducks underneath that one. Doesn't look as though he quite likes the short ball too much to me. I haven't really seen him being tested before. But he ducked into that, although it didn't bounce very high. Lets him hit it on the shoulder. He's on 8 not out. Organ's on 4, 77 for 5 Hampshire.
Hurt's bowled 7 overs now. Williams has bowled 7 overs. Bailey's bowled 6 overs. We are going to see some spin. We're going to see Jack Morley coming into the attack. Pretty certain of that. So that sequence of seam, 25 overs. Don't often see that in one-day cricket. 25 overs on the bounce of pace bowling. Not bringing in any spin. He's gone all out with the seamers, and they have not let him down. They have been excellent. Bailey 6 overs, 1 for 19. Williams 7 overs for 19. Liam Hurt 7 overs, 3 for 20, and George Bolson 5 overs, 1 for 16. So 25 overs of pace, and they've all bowled beautifully.
They have. Yeah, they really have. And that's why Hampshire are in the situation that they're in. They can't really get any momentum in the innings. There has never really been any momentum in the innings, and there's been periods where you've kind of waited for the next wicket to fall and not been surprised when it has. So Lancashire can do, or could have done no more. But these next 25 are going to be very interesting. It depends on how Hampshire play it. You know, they still don't need to be too silly about things. Yes, the fact that they've only got 77 off the first 25 and need more than that off the second 25, yes, they need to up the run rate. But from a Lancashire point of view, the tricky thing is, when do the spinners come on? And if they do come on, will it be a lot easier? And if it is a lot easier, don't get carried away, Hampshire, that's for sure. But then, you know, maybe, I wouldn't say rich pickings will come, but things will get easier. Now, of course, you're thinking about that all the time in your head, whether you're a bowler, whether you're in the field, whether you're as a batter, and just trying to work it out, you know, as and when. When will these spinners come on? Will it be easier? Is it worth waiting around, or should I play a little bit more positively before they come on? I think they'll have to anyway.
I think they might. I think he might come on now, Jack Morley.
Yeah.
I think. I don't. Balderson's not going to bowl again. It was too expensive that last over, wasn't it? So is he going to go to bring back a Williams or bring back a Bailey? He's going to have to go to spin at some point.
Yeah. And relatively 2 new batters at the crease. Maybe a good time.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah. Morley's taking off his cap now, so it will be the left arm spin. Intriguing game though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. But we said with the last wicket that it would tilt things in Lancashire's favour. It has. I think another wicket would tilt it a lot more. A lot more. So if these two bat for a while, then I think we've got a serious game on our hands. Because even if they bat a while, they won't knock these runs off easy.
Well, I think I'm due off.
You are. Sorry, yes, Scott. Yes, Scott, who's never known one to want to get off. Didn't sound it there, did it? He's been looking at his watch, everybody, for about the last 3 or 4 minutes. Counting down the seconds. So it's going to be Jack Morley, then 21-year-old left-arm spinner. His 11th list day game, comes in and bowls, flighted, driven. There is a deep mid on. So straight away you see there's a let-off ball there, fullish. There's a gap down at deep mid on, so even though it's a single, it'll just make the batters feel a little bit easier about themselves, which of course they didn't have when the seamers were on. Stanley Marissa, former Zimbabwe A batsman, is back alongside us. Stanley, fascinating for you at the moment, or?
Yeah, really, really good passenger play for Lancashire then, and they've managed to get themselves in a really good position now. And all the pressure is again on this Hampshire side to try and.
That's driven past the diving mid-wicket fielder, so another single because the deep mid-on fielder That's George Balderson is deep, so there is again that get out shot. Yeah,
it's a big phase of the game now. I would imagine if they can pick up another couple somehow, that will add more pressure. But if Hampshire can try and sneak a few runs here and sneak a few good overs, then
Organ gets another full delivery again. You see, all of a sudden, there's just that let-off shot. It's only a single, but it's just getting a little momentum, even if it's only 3 balls. 79 for 5, Organ onto 5. Sorry, Stan.
It's almost worth getting one of those fielders into the circle just to try and create a little bit of pressure, maybe some sort of panic.
Yeah, try and get somebody to hit over the top, even if it's only once. As Albert tries to find the angle there, plays that late behind square on the offside. Straight to the fielder, though.
It's tricky for Jack Morley to come in as well, because obviously there's been such good work done by his seamers up front, so he's going to have to come in and hit his straps pretty much from ball 1, really.
He is, yeah. Bowls, and there's another full delivery, almost a low full toss there, as Albert benefits by hitting that shot down towards deep mid-on. So 4 runs have come down in that area this over, and Hampshire need just over 4 and over. It doesn't sound a lot, and it isn't a lot in this over, but it's just an area where the batters will feel, do you know what, all of a sudden it does feel a gap somewhere in this field. As Morley bowls, fired down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Not sure if he was expecting a batter there to come down the wicket, Felix Organ, but he stayed where he was, tried to flick that away, but that was way down the leg side. That's actually a very good take by Lavelle.
It was pretty smart keeping, actually, down the leg side.
He took the bails off, which I suppose, just to make it look even better. I'm going to be doing a quick 30-second update in a moment. As we're just waiting for the bails to be replaced, which they are. Not replaced, but repositioned. That's the word, isn't it? Yeah. Here comes Morley, bowls, full defensive from Felix Organ, goes back to the bowler. First over has gone for 5 with that 1 wide in it, so they got slightly over the required run rate in that one. Paul Williams at Solent Sport on the tweet says, different level of bowling here from Lancashire. It certainly is. If we get through the last 15 overs, that's Hampshire, it could be a great finish. Well, that's one of the options that can happen. Of course, if Lancashire pick up another one in the next few overs, that will really put them in the driving seat. Hurt will continue from the pavilion end. And here we go. Well, Hampshire 82 for 5 here, and we've had 26 of the 50 overs completed, so 24 more overs for Hampshire in which to score 102. Now, that doesn't sound too much, but the Lancashire bowling has been very, very good indeed, and they are putting Hampshire under pressure. The top scorer so far in the Hampshire innings is Nick Gubbins, the captain, and he only made 23, so they have lost 5 early wickets. But out there in the middle, Toby Albert with 10 not out, Felix Organ with 6, trying to get Hampshire just moving again, because scoring has been pretty difficult. Earlier in that total of 183 all out for Lancashire, John Turnham took 5 for 25.
Liam Hurt's going to continue from that pavilion end as he bowls to Felix Organ, who's on 6 of 8 deliveries. So Hurts comes in past the umpire, bounds in, strong action, bowls full, and just pushed out towards Stephen Croft at point, no run. Hampshire 83 for 5, as we spoke about, a couple of wickets that have fallen. Liam Hurt has been lively and bustly, and almost seems like as he's rushed them a little bit. We saw a couple of drag-ons though, which kind of suggests that sometimes maybe the feet aren't moving quite as well. People looking for that big drive, but the ball not quite there. As Hurt bounds in again to Felix Organ. Bowls outside of stump of play and a miss. Again, that extra pace we spoke about, beating the batsman outside of stump. So that goes through to George Lavelle.
Yeah, I'm not sure Hampshire played him particularly well, if I'm honest. I know he's bowled well, but there are times where outside the off stump they don't look in any position at all.
No, and I think sometimes, like we say, with that extra pace causes a bit of indecision, so people that normally look quite comfortable maybe start looking a little bit jumpy. But he comes in again to Organ, bowls, playing a miss outside of stump. We've seen that so many times today, so many times, the ball beating that off stump, and he's looking for, I guess it's almost that dab down to third man that they kind of look for, but it's a good shot. It's a good shot when it's there, and I guess when the pitch is true. But I think when the pitch is maybe slightly too paced, it could be a dangerous shot, because we've seen them try it a few times. We saw Tom Prest try it a couple of times and ended up getting him in a few issues. And with that, Keaton Jennings has decided that he's going to bolster that slip chord, and as a second slip comes in, Rob Jones, Liam Hurt comes in, bowls again to Felix Organ, who pushes that one out towards Stephen Croft and gets a little bit more back on that one.
Yeah, I suppose when you're looking to angle the ball down to third man, the trouble is you're never playing with a fully open face, are you? The face is coming through the ball and at 45-degree angle or whatever angle you want to put on it, so you're not showing the full face. So if the ball does bounce on you a fraction, or it does just move a fraction, you're nowhere with the bat. And I always think with a slip, even in this 50-over thing, it doesn't look good, does it?
No.
It's a risky shot. If you're not sure what part of the bat is coming off, it's a risky shot.
As Hurt comes in, Felix Organ drives down the ground, no run. Josh Bohannon does the cleaning up, throws that one over George Lavelle to end the over. 83 for 5, Felix Organ 6 off 13, Toby Albert 11 off 19. Hampshire require another 101 of 27 overs, so it's not so much the overs that are the problem, but it's those 5 wickets that might be a slight issue for them. But these two have scrapped pretty well throughout this tournament, so Hampshire aren't a similar situation they'll find themselves in. They've been in this situation a few times, so they'll almost know what they need to do, but it's still going to be a little bit of hard work against this good Lancashire bowling attack.
Yeah, after 27 overs, Lancashire were 112 for 3. Coming towards the back end of that Croft and Jones partnership. So they are well ahead at this stage. There's Morley, the left-arm spinner, to bowl his second over. First over went for 5, including a wide. Again, it's full. Albert drives, half stop to extra cover. They take the pace is taken off it by Josh Bohannon there, but they just jogged through for a single. I thought they might have been a little bit more positive than that, just even if there wasn't a second run there, but they were quite happy just to jog it through. 83 for 5 brings Albert back on strike, who's on sorry, it's Organ back on strike, isn't it? Scoreboard's a bit behind there. There's the shot there, that gap down towards deep mid-on. No spin really for Morley, so it's a fairly safe shot there. And Organ moves on to 7. 85 for 5 then. Hampshire need another 99 now. Still the slip in though, just in case one just does bite in the wicket. Morley bowls, giving it plenty of air though. That's driven back to the bowler by Albert, who's on 12. That's off 21 deliveries. Organ is 7 off 14. Yeah, if Hampshire win this, it'll be a very scrappy win, wouldn't it, I think? It's not going to be given to them easy, but Lancashire, as I say, are well in this. Albert finds the gap just. Bohannon dives for his left at extra cover, does well there. There is a fielder behind him. He probably didn't need to do that, but I think when you take pride in your fielding, you don't want the ball to go past you. No. Albert picks up a single, moves on to 13. 86 for 5, 98 needed. Morley with 2 balls left of his second. Bowls down the leg side. It's turned away through the vacant mid-wicket area. This could go all the way. That is nicely timed from Felix Organ. We saw a shot like that from Anarian Donald. I think his first ball he faced, but that was off a seamer. This time it's off the spinner.
Yeah, really good that from Felix Organ. Drifted slightly onto the pads, did Jack Morley, and Felix Organ's timed that really nicely and got himself a boundary. It's going to be interesting to see how long this Jack Morley experiment lasts, because I don't think that they have enough runs to play with.
No, well, he's going for 6 and over now. And he's still got 1 ball left of his 6th, and it's short and it's cut away, but there is the fielder out deep. That's Hurt. So that's 13 off 2 overs. You can see why Jennings left the spinners, or left a spinner, until a long time into the innings, because the spinner does look a little easier to play. And you're right, it's 6.5 and over there, with Hampshire needing just over 4 and over. 91 for 5, Hampshire needing 93, 28 gone.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit for Jack Morley, because I guess as a spinner, what you probably want is runs behind you, so you can actually come in and settle into your work. But when you've only got 100 odd runs to defend, it's quite difficult to get in and hit your straps especially when there's not too much being offered. And what we'll probably see is that Keaton Jennings will look to go back to his seamers, because essentially it looks like it's only seam that's taken wickets throughout this match. So unfortunately, the way the game is sort of positioned for them, it's a matter of wickets that they need. It's not going to be a case of them defending the runs. So they've got to be positive, as Keaton Jennings makes a change from that top end, from the pavilion end, as Tom Bailey comes back in as he bowls to Felix Organ, who plays just a nice forward defensive, and that's pushed out to Rob Jones, who does the cleaning up at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, not only they're taking all the wickets, but they look as though it's easier keeping things tighter with them, isn't it, really?
Definitely. And I think you have to just go with what is going to get you the wickets at this point in time. You know, you add on a couple of wickets from this position, and then all of a sudden 100 odd for 7 as Bailey comes into Felix Organ, who pushes down the ground. No run, back to Tom Bailey, who does the cleaning up of his own bowling. So you add on a couple of wickets to this situation, which we spoke about when it was maybe 60 odd for 3. We spoke about a couple of wickets being added onto the situation, and all of a sudden it all starts looking a little bit different. So it's pretty evenly poised at this moment in time. I'm not sure there's one side that's the happier. It's kind of even Stevens, really, and the next 20 or so minutes will hopefully determine, as Tom Bailey bowls to Felix Organ outside his off stump and guides that one down to Jack Morley, a third man for the single. Felix Organ moves on to 12 off 18 balls. Toby Albert 13 off 22. Hampshire 91 for 5. Another 93 runs to get. And Lancashire searching for those 5 wickets that will get them this win, that will take them back up to the top of Group B. So a lot riding on this game as Tom Bailey comes in to Toby Albert's short ball, slightly shorter and left alone by Toby Albert. Umpire signals that that's the one for the over above the head height. That looked slightly shorter, actually. We've seen a couple of them, haven't we, Kev? If they were called wide or no ball, you wouldn't be too surprised, but he kind of got away with that one. It's 92 for 5. As the crowd quietly watch this, and everyone's sitting on the edges of the seats, just kind of waiting to see where this game goes. Like I say, the next half an hour will hopefully tell us exactly where it goes, and hopefully from a Hampshire point of view, it's Tom Bailey bowls to Toby Albert, who defends again. No run.
Well, 92 for 5 and another 92 needed is a fairly easy way to say we're halfway. But yeah, 5 wickets down though. That's, yeah, for me that's still a bit of a handicap, because 1 wicket, I think 1 wicket would seriously put Hampshire in Lancashire in the driving seat.
Definitely, and they'll be well aware of that, Lancashire will, so they'll be searching hard for this wicket.
Yeah.
Just to know that they can get 1 more wicket and they're out of the recognised batsmen, and they can get into those all-rounders and make them have to do something. As Albert pushes off outside the off stump, and he's going to get a couple of runs here, greeted warmly by this crowd, releases the shackles just a little bit of width given by Tom Bailey, and that ends the over. 92 for 5 after 29. Toby Albert moves to 15 and Felix Organ on 13.
Scoreboard's a little bit slower actually, yeah, 94 for 5 actually. It seems to have gone slow. Somebody's obviously got heat stroke working the board at the moment. Although, fortunately, and rather comfortingly, we seem to have some hazy cloud above us, which has just taken the sun, or the harshness of the sun off us, which is lovely. Now, we've got to change. We've got some Luke Wells coming into the attack. We have with some leg spin, so Morley, 2 overs, none for 13, Jack Morley. That hasn't quite worked. Jennings knows he's got to bowl some spin at some point rather than come back with some more seamers, which there are arguments to say he could or should. He's decided to try some more spin in the form of Wells, the leg spinner. 37th list A match. Wells has taken 20 wickets in those games. So, will he find something in this wicket that the spinners haven't generally found as yet? Christopher Woods Yates on the tweets at Sonnet Sport says, hopefully Hampshire can drag themselves up to this total. It really will be a drag. Believe me, it's not going to be easy this at all, as Wells comes in and bowls. Now there's the get-out shot again, because both mid-on and mid-off are back, and I think that's what Jennings has to battle with, is does he give the batters a bit of a let-off shot when the ball's full? Because that's what's going to happen with the spinners, and we saw that with Morley, and we've already seen that with Wells. Time to rest Donald, says Christopher. Thought he had potential to be an international player when he arrived from Glamorgan, as Wells comes in and bowls. Slightly shorter this time, that's cut away by Albert into the deep on the offside. He moves on to 16, 96 for 5. Hope his form returns soon, or it could be the injury having a lasting effect. That's why he missed 2 seasons with a couple of anterior ligament, I think they're called. Something like that, isn't it? 96 for 5, Wells bowls, and that's a length ball which is chopped into the offside behind square by Organ, and there is no run. It just, because there's nothing much there for the spinners, it does look a little easier for the batters, doesn't it really? It's almost as if they're trying to pick a spot, whereas when the seamers are bowling, it's, is it in a gap? No, it isn't. Oh, it's hit a field again. We're playing a missing outside the off stump there, Organ. Trying to work that into the gap. Just in front of square again. Lavelle has the stump, the bails off. I think he's done that every single time.
I think we're going through that sort of phase in the game, isn't it? Where in an innings, where both teams are kind of just like sort of feeling each other out.
They are. Wells bowls, and Morgan just pushes that back to the bowler. 96 for 5, the score remains. 88 needed by Hampshire from here. Lancashire still searching for those last 5 wickets. As Wells comes in again and bowls. A little bit quicker this time. Found the gap just wide of a diving Rob Jones at mid-wicket. Goes down to Jennings, who's positioned himself at deepish mid-on. End of Wells's first over. That went for 3. 97 for 5, 87 needed.
Yeah, not a bad start there from Luke Wells. 3 off that over. Again, Hampshire will be quite happy with that, actually. The required rate just above 4.5, just below, should I say, 4.5. So if they can just go through the next few overs with nothing too alarming, no wickets lost, and just maybe just chip away and try and work in 10s possibly. Try and chip away at this score and get themselves closer. As Tom Bailey will continue from the pavilion end as he bowls to Felix Organ. Pushes out towards mid-off, no run.
I think, is there a sort of a small group of Lancashire fans just in front of the scoreboard away to our left? They were sort of in quite good voice about 10 overs ago. I think they've just sat down at the back. I think maybe they aren't Lancashire fans. I don't know. I couldn't quite work it out when I was off commentary.
Yeah, there was some.
But they've got to be quiet now, haven't they?
Yes. Yeah. Just watching it in anticipation, hoping for that breakthrough, I guess. As Tom Bailey comes in again to Felix Organ, bowls outside off stump. Runs that off the face of his bat. A little bit of indecision, but the ball beats Stephen Croft a point. So in the end, a nice easy single. Toby Albert calls Felix Organ through. Score moves on to 98 for 5. 2 balls into the 31st over.
Umpire's just having a look at Tom Bailey's follow through there. Doesn't look to be too bad. Maybe just the odd one gets a little too close to the off stump.
As Bailey comes into Toby Albert outside off stump, beats him outside off stump. Play and a miss again. Another play and a miss we've seen today. Seems as though that top end, there's been a little bit of bounce. We saw John Turner get quite good bounce from that end. So seems to have favoured the seam bowlers. And Tom Bailey, full of experience. Lancashire fielding a really strong bowling unit here with Will Williams and Liam Hurt, George Balderson to provide the seam support. It's a big test for these Hampshire players as Albert defends to Tom Bailey out into covers. No run.
Some more accurate stuff. Ralph Brooker, in response to Christopher Woods-Yates's comments about Donald, Ralph Brooker says at Solent Sport, keep faith in Donald. Players like him are rough diamonds. Keep playing him in the Royal London One Day Cup at the very least. Well, you'd like to think so. I mean, he was opening for this game. He did. He dropped down to 4, didn't he?
As Bailey comes again, pushes. Toby Albert pushes that one out towards the point boundary. Won't go all the way, They might just pick themselves up 3. Good running there from Felix Organ, actually. 3 well-run runs. And that takes Hampshire past 100. Takes them on to 100 for 5, 101 for 5. It's a good milestone to reach. Makes everything look a little bit better. And only 84 runs to get, 83 runs to get for victory. So chipping away. But Lancashire know that only another couple of wickets and they all of a sudden will be back in this game. So that's a tricky position here, and it's nice and poised, well poised. As there we go, a wicket again. We spoke about that sort of dab down that the Hampshire players have all been trying to go for on a slightly slower pitch, and it seems to be, we see a lot of drag-ons, a lot of the balls being deflected onto the stump, so maybe the ball not quite coming on, and Felix Organs played that one on. So just as Hampshire pass the 100 mark, they lose their 6th wicket, and Lancashire back in again.
Yeah, they certainly are. And again, it's from the seamers. The wicket has come. And you're right, this wicket's getting very slow now, and anything angled bat away from the body, you run the risk of playing on. Felix Organ is, well, if he doesn't get a move on here, he's not even outside the 30-yard circle. It's an amazingly slow walk back, but he's gone for 16, and that is a big wicket in the for me in the context of the batting order, because now you are into the bowling all-rounders. Scott Curry, the new batter coming out. Yes, he's had a couple of very good innings in this competition, lower down in the order, but you're asking him to do an awful lot here. In terms of, yes, there are only 80 odd runs to get, but that for me is worth about 120 in this situation against this bowling on this pitch. In this situation, you're asking him to do a lot, and of course, conversely, then that goes on to young Toby Albert's shoulders as well. I think I'd rather be in Lancashire in this situation now.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're slightly ahead. It's going to take a big effort now, actually, from Hampshire to get themselves over the line. That was a big wicket, like we spoke in the context of things. It's just that shot that we've seen. They've tried to play it quite a few times, and it seems to just not be quite the pitch for that tactic. It's probably better to try and play the ball in front of the wicket when it's slightly slower, and try to get your runs maybe by nudging the ball as opposed to trying to deflect the ball. Is it yourself?
Is it me?
I think it is.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Wells bowls, that's driven back to him by Albert, who's 19 not out. Saw Hampshire home against Derby a couple of two days ago, and he's going to have to play equally as well, if not better than that, to see Hampshire home here. So Wells is on again, bowls slightly short, and Albert cuts into the deep on the offside. Hurt comes in off the boundary. 102 for 6. I'm told from on the ground that there are some Hampshire fans who have had a few drinks, and a Lancashire fan in amongst them. They've been having some banter between the two of them. One or two stewards have just been hanging around just to make sure that it's all okay.
That seems all good down there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels all right. It feels like, well, from this distance, it feels quieter.
Definitely.
You can definitely hear them a little earlier. 102 for 6. Curry to face his first delivery. Mid-on and mid-off are up. Curry does play positively. Whether he'll go for it this early, I don't know, but we'll wait and see. Wells bowls. Curry on the back foot, steers that out to Bohannon, who is enthusiastic in that extra cover position as ever. 3 balls gone in the 32nd. That run rate is just under 4.5. It's been hovering around just over 4s. It's getting close to 4.5 now. It's a quicker ball. Curry wants a single as he steers that on the 45 on the leg side, sent back by Albert. I think that's Morley fielding there.
It's like Luke Wells is bowling a mix of leg spin and maybe the odd off spin thrown in there.
Yeah, mixing the pace, I think, as well there, Stanley, is clever bowling. Sends the mid-off back now as he comes in and bowls. Curry drives past Rob Jones at mid-wicket. There should be 2 here. Fielder comes round from deep square leg. That is 2. Is that Will Williams down there? I think it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I didn't have a number for him originally. I now know he's number 30. 104 for 6, 80 runs needed. There is 1 more ball left of Luke Wells' second over. He has none for 6, and he's bowling to Curry, who pushes that out square on the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 104 for 6. 31 done, isn't it? Yeah, 32 done. Gosh, these overs are going through quick.
They are. We've seen this game ebb and flow from pretty much from the beginning. We saw Lancashire 7 for 3 at one point. Then that recovery from Rob Jones and Stephen Croft, who had a big partnership of 119. Got them to a decent score, and then all of a sudden we had that over from Scott Curry where 3 wickets fell, and all of a sudden the momentum went back to Hampshire.
Yeah.
And then Hampshire finished strongly and got that total down to 183, which they would have been happy with. And then all of a sudden Lancashire got themselves back into the game, and 5 down Hampshire were. Now all of a sudden Hampshire 104 for 6. So it's a situation whereby Lancashire are probably the ones making the play at the moment, because I guess if you were to pick a favourite at this point, they would be slight favourites, but they've still got quite a lot of work to do, and they have to make the running and they have to make the decisions. So Keaton Jennings talking to his bowler Tom Bailey, who picked up the crucial wicket in this previous over, Felix Organ, to just open up that lower order of Hampshire's as he comes in to Toby Albert, who sits on 20. Past the umpire, bowls, pushes out towards cover where there's no actual cover inside the ring, there's a deep cover. So I think it's just a nice way of getting Scott Curry on strike, and they can try and maybe put some pressure on him.
Yeah, I still think it's a good move having the 2 slips in. I think, you know, the way Hampshire have been trying to run the ball down to third man, they haven't always looked convincing doing it, but everybody's been trying to do it. And I think, although actually, funny enough, they've just taken the second slip out for the new batter, which I'm quite surprised about. Toby Albert, they feel, is probably the more likely one to get an edge. You never know. Early batter, doesn't matter who you are. You're just as likely to get an edge.
Tom Bailey comes into Scott Curry, pulls, short pulls that way, and only just the 1 down to fine leg where George Balderson does the cleaning up. So Tom Bailey just trying to test Scott Curry, who was up to it there, and pulled that one away nicely.
Certainly did. I was surprised at that one, really. Thought they might just have bowled it just a fraction outside the off stump to the new batter, seeing what's been happening throughout the innings. Although, I suppose the telegraph there was the fact that second slip had been taken away the ball before. But back in now for Albert.
That's a good point there. You don't mind just seeing that outside off line length, testing him. A slower ball. Has he picked him out? Oh, he's hit that one over Keaton Jennings at mid-off. So good shot from Toby Albert. Looked like Tom Bailey weirdly sort of tried like a back of the hand slower ball, and it didn't really come out that well. But it almost looked like Toby Albert had miscued that, and it looked like at one point it was going straight down Keaton Jennings' throat, but it's managed to clear him. And I don't know, just an interesting couple of balls there from Tom Bailey. He's tried a short ball at Scott Curry when you probably would have thought line and length would have been the best option, then a slower ball that didn't really come out right. As he comes in again to try and make amends to Toby Albert, past the umpire, pushes that one out to Josh Bohannon, who does the clearing up at mid-on.
It was a very much slower ball as well, wasn't it, really? It wasn't a subtle slower ball.
No, it just looked like it didn't come out correctly.
Yeah, it was bizarre, but I think I'm with you. I don't think Albert... I think Albert did pick it, but was committed to the shot.
Yeah,
so definitely. He just went through with it anyway.
Definitely.
Whatever, he just went, oh, I'll hit it anyway.
Luckily he got enough of...
I'm committed.
Definitely.
But yeah, I thought that was going straight down mid-off throat initially.
2 balls remaining, and this is the 33rd over, 110 for 6. As Tom Bailey comes past the umpire, bowls to Toby Albert, who pushes that one out to mid-wicket, no run. The required rate sitting at 4.27, so not too much of a worry on that side. It's more the 4 wickets in hand and those 74 runs required. Hampshire still have a reasonably long way to go. And they, like we said, try work in 5s and 10s and try and just chip away, try and build some sort of a partnership and take this game as deep as possible. As Bailey comes in to Toby Albert, who runs this one off the face of the bat. Every time we see that, we almost have heart in mouth moments, but that one had a little bit of width, and he's just steered that one nicely to third man to end that over. 33 gone, 111 for 6. Toby Albert on 26 and Scott Curry on 3.
I think we'll have a change, shall we? Shall we bring Scott Reed back into the box? Stanley Marissa will stay on, and I will make way. So it looks like we've got another drinks break here, and it's pretty obvious, isn't it, really? After 33 overs, you have a drinks break. I should have known that, shouldn't I, really? It's been a few today, but I don't think we can blame the players too much, even if it's not just today. It's the fact that the amount of cricket that's been played. Do you know what? This is just before I bring Scott in. I was just thinking of this a few minutes ago, and Joe's just pointed this out. It was on the ground at Solar Sport. The scoreboard gives no indication of timings. Do we know what time Lancashire need to finish by? Because I have to say, when there was 18 overs left, and I was looking at the time coming up to 5 o'clock, I'm thinking, we have a close game here.
Yeah.
At what stage are you going to get all those 18 overs in time, and what is the time to get them in, Scott?
Oh, I do love you, Kevin. I've no idea, but thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, it doesn't say on the scoreboard, which is obviously not of any help to us whatsoever. There is normally kind of a cut-off time, but anyway, it's not there, so I've not got a clue. But I mean, whatever was the original cut-off time, it's always constantly kind of moving and being pushed back for fall of wickets and for kind of natural breaks and stoppages in play. So that will come into it. And from what I've watched this season in particular, they have been a little more generous with it, rather than, for example, in the 100, where there have been quite a lot of teams punished for it. This competition, because we've had quite a hot summer, they always seem to me to be able to push it back sufficiently so teams are not massively punished. But it's clearly still a fact, and unfortunately we don't have a clue because it's not on the scoreboard anywhere, and I can't see it on any of the online scoreboards neither, so who knows. So thanks for that.
He's done that to you a couple of times today, hasn't he?
No, he's
just left you with a
stuffs me
question.
right up, yeah. I've worked with him for too long, that's what it is. Luke Wells will continue with Albert on strike on 26. It's a real kind of gritty, determined knot, this, isn't it, by Toby Albert? He's going to have to try and shoulder the burden of it here for Hampshire. Wells, third over for him. Ball's a bit short, and that's cut away into the offside for a single. And Albert moves to 27. 112 for 6. 72 more runs required for Hampshire. Intriguing game of cricket. It's been fascinating to watch. It really has. It's been a really good game. And whoever goes on to win it will have worked extremely hard, either with the bat or with the ball. It's a good game of 50 over cricket, as Wells is in, and Curry goes back and across and pushes the ball into the offside for no run.
It definitely hasn't been easy, has it, for either side? No one's actually managed to grab the grain by the scruff of the neck, so really intriguing and interesting. Still evenly poisoned, still probably quite a lot to happen.
Wells over the wicket, and Curry goes back, plays a nice shot, just slicing the ball out through the offside for 1 run. This has been the intriguing contest from this end, hasn't it? Because we're waiting for spin's going to have to come into it at some point. He's gone to Wells. Jack Morley 2 for 13, so he's gone to his tall leg spinner. The ball's to Albert, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Bailey's only got 1 over left. Hurt's only got 2 left. Williams has got 3 left.
Could be George Balderson to come back into the attack maybe, and try and get a few from him.
It's going to have to be, isn't it? A little flatter this time from Wells, and cut away into the offside. Beats the dive of point. And Hurt is out on that deep point boundary. Scoops it up, get a run for it. Score ticks along to 114 for 6.
It's just that tricky phase, isn't it, where the game is just meandering a little bit. Both sides just no one quite ready to throw that big punch to try and grab the game.
Wells in. Curry plays off the front foot, just drops it into the offside. Up comes Lavelle from behind the stumps to field, and it's the end of the over. Pretty tight stuff, just 2 off it. Doing okay here, Luke Wells, 3 overs for 9. Brought into the attack. He was always going to bowl, but we were kind of thinking that he would bowl in, with Morley also chipping in with quite a few. And Morley might have to come back yet. There might be no choice but to bring Morley back. But at the minute, he can stick with Wells from one end, and for the time being, still go with Seam from the other. And it will be Balderson to come back in, so he's going to keep Bailey back for at least one more a little later on.
I thought at one point that he might have been tempted just to try and bowl him out. Obviously he's got great figures so far, 2 for 33. But we saw earlier when Keaton Jennings went to George Balderson, he managed to get that wicket and that breakthrough. So he does seem to be a bowler that manages to find a wicket from somewhere as he comes in to Toby Albert and bowls. Goes for that full first up, full Yorker. And Albert manages to get his bat down and pushes that one down to to Rob Jones at mid-wicket. So, tricky little phase here, Toby Albert. Batted really well previously in the last game and managed to get his team over the line. He's going to have to do something similar again today. Try and work with that lower order. As Balderson comes in from the pavilion end, bowls back of a length and pushed out towards Will Williams at deep point. They trot through for a single. Score moves on to 115 for 6. Another 69 required. Lancashire seeking those 4 wickets that will get them a win that was looking quite far away at 7 for 3 this morning. They fought their way back in as Balderson comes to Scott Curry, who drives well and pushes the ball back to Balderson. Actually, when Scott Curry had kind of come out his crease a little bit, and you heard a few of the Lancashire fielders gesture to George Balderson to throw the stumps down, and if he had, Scott Curry could have been in a bit of a situation because he timed that ball pretty well, and I think he sort of set off with the run, but hadn't got the ball past Balderson, who stuck his right hand out. As he comes in, Balderson to Scott Curry, and slight leading edge towards Luke Wells at cover. George Balderson creating a few little questions, asking a few questions of the Hampshire batsman here. Seems like a bowler that runs in and slightly skiddy and bowls a decent pace and maybe hits a good length and nips it around, so it's a good option. As Balderson comes in to Scott Curry from the pavilion end, bowls inside edge, slightly fuller again, and he squirts one out to Liam Hurts at the deep backward square leg, and they trot through for another single. So dealing in singles at the moment, Hampshire, but just slightly chipping away at this total. 68 now required. And I guess it's going to be that question for Keaton Jennings. When does he turn to his strike bowlers to try and make that big move and get those wickets as Balderson comes in? Toby Albert plays with an open face and guides that one down, but can't get it fine enough to beat Stephen Croft at backward point, and that ends the over. 116 for 6. Hampshire move on to.
Yeah, just 2 off it from Balderson, coming back into the attack for this latest spell. Bowled 1 for 18 from his 6 overs. Needed for Hampshire. Curry on strike. 5 not out. Wells, a tall leg spinner. He's in and bowling, and that's chipped high out towards the onside. 1 bounce and out towards deep mid wicket. 4 runs and welcome runs for Hampshire. And the Hampshire supporters, feels like we've not seen a boundary for an age, and that is a bright start to the 36th over. That's just, I think, the 2nd boundary since the 28th over. There's been a series of 1s and dots, really. Curry moves on to 9. Wells in and bowls. That's a nice delivery that brings him forward and just sneaks past the edge of the bat, taken by George Lavelle. No run.
Like a grip slightly, a little bit of turn for Luke Wells there.
Yeah, it was. Here comes Wells in again. It's pushed back to him by Curry. And there's no run. 120 for 6. Fourth over on the spin this for Luke Wells. Curry just gets onto the front foot and nudges the ball away towards the offside. Bannon comes up from extra cover to field, no run. 20 for 6. Wells again, swept out towards deep square leg. Williams fields. Throw comes in, get through for a single. Curry moves into double figures now to 10. It's 63 more needed to win from this stage. 21 for 6 in the 36th over. It's a hit down the ground by Albert. Jennings at long on fields. Jog through for a run. Productive over for Hampshire. Started well. It started with that boundary and a bit of an attacking burst from Scott Curry to send the ball over mid-wicket for 4, and then they've added a couple of singles along the way. So 1-2-2 for 6. Albert on 30, Curry on 10. 36 gone, and 62 more needed to win.
Yeah, and evenly poised still. I think that's a conundrum though for Keaton Jennings. He knows that he needs to try and get this partnership broken somehow, but at the same time he knows that he's limited in the overs that he's got for his strike bowlers. Williams got 3 left, and Balderson comes in from that pavilion end, bowls to Toby Albert, who defends that into the offside. So we say Will Williams has got 3 overs left. Tom Bailey got the 1, and Liam Hurt got 2 overs. So he's got not too many options on that side of things, but I don't think he can leave it too long, because if this partnership goes any longer, then all of a sudden that score is looking a little bit closer for Hampshire, and it's not really what they want as Balderson comes in and Toby Albert plays with an open face a bit more convincingly than some of the players we've seen so far today, and he guides that one down to Jack Morley at third man as he trots through for a single. 123 for 6 now, so 61 runs required. Scott Curry and Toby Albert going really well here, and trying to just chip away and get themselves maybe working, as like we said, in 5s and 10s and just chipping away at that total as Balderson bowls to Scott Curry, who again looks for that dot down, but nothing happening there, and dot ball. So are you kind of happy, Scott, at the moment? Or you?
I'm always happy.
What are you thinking?
Stanley.
As in, what do you think is in terms of happy with the bowling at the moment and happy with the options that he's got, or would you be doing anything differently here?
I'll come back to that.
As Balderson comes into Scott Curry, who pushes out towards a slight misfield there from Rob Jones, but Josh Bohannon cleans up behind him.
Absolutely not. No, I think Keaton Jennings has done a terrific job as captain here to get the most out of what he's got. The 25 overs of pace successively to start the innings. Really trying to attack it. They had to claw themselves back into it, and they've done that. And now we have a potentially really tight, intriguing finish to the match.
Definitely, as Balderson comes into Scott Curry, who drives. Yeah, it's always that tricky one, isn't it? You've got to try and bowl your seamers, but you also know at some point you're going to have to bowl your spinners and your sort of, I guess, your backup bowling. And they've all done pretty good jobs, actually. Again, could be that situation whereby they might need those 20 or 30 extra runs that they didn't manage to get towards the end of the innings, but Balderson comes in. Scott Curry advances, picks that one up, and he's hit that one towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he picks himself up another boundary. So Scott Curry looking very positive, and ominous signs this for Lancashire, as he's played a couple of big shots now, and that ends the over. 127 for 6. Scott Curry moves on to 18, I would think, actually, if the scoreboard moves.
That was a calculated risk, but one well worth taking. But prior to that, Balderson had gone for 3 from 11 deliveries in this second spell, and it was a gamble, but safe enough, well executed, and I think perfectly timed. I don't think it would have. Hampshire were keen to allow Balderson to get through another over for just basically kind of 2 runs, which is all he's been going for at the minute. So a risk worth taking. Slightly, not without, of course, danger, because the man's there at mid-wicket, but He executed that well, didn't he? It was a good shot. Good way to end the over for Hampshire. Here's Wells in. That's Albert off the back foot and snap the ball away towards deep mid-wicket for 1. So he moves on to 32 not out. And Curry comes back on strike, 128 for 6. Handy little partnership now, 27 these two have put up. Wells. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. He's got him. Curry looking to sweep the ball and thuds into the pad. There's barely any pace on it from Luke Wells.
That's a big wicket, that is. It's a really big wicket, and that looked like quite a simple decision for the umpire there. He almost went to paddle sweeper. He didn't really go for the full-blooded sweep, and it was just too full. And as soon as you miss a sweep shot, and at that full length in front of all three, he's struggling. So that's a big breakthrough for Luke Wells, actually, and that's, again, we see another ebb and another flow, and it's back in Lancashire's favour now.
We've only seen one replay, haven't we, which was from behind the batter, so it's quite difficult to tell, but watching it live, it looked okay, that, didn't it?
Pretty adjacent, for sure.
I think he hit the pad on the full.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of a loopy, slow ball from Wells. 7 down now, Hampshire. End of a good partnership that just felt that those two had managed the situation quite well for Hampshire. There'd been just the odd calculated risk. We saw the 4 previously that Curry hit off Wells out to mid-wicket. We saw the 4 off Balderston at the end of the they were just starting to pick up their shots and just starting to pick out calculated risks that they felt were worth taking. And 27-run partnership starting to move it back in Hampshire's favour, and then the wicket comes and game on again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic timing from Luke Wells. I think Keaton Jennings will be so happy with that, because as a captain, he was probably getting to the position where he might have had to roll the dice and maybe get one of his strike bowlers back on, but Luke Wells has chipped in with a really important wicket, actually, and Scott Curry was looking dangerous, starting to play quite positively. And I guess with these low totals, it just takes one batsman to come in and play positively, and before you know it, most of those runs are gone. So yeah, they'll be pleased with that.
And here comes the 16-year-old. Dom Kelly comes out to join Toby Albert. Mentioned a few moments ago that Albert's key man here, isn't he? If Hampshire are going to get over the line, he needs to be there at the end. He's 32, not out, but at the non-striker's end. So Kelly on strike, and Wells will bowl to him from around the wicket. Now, he's rotated between leg spin and off spin this season in white ball cricket as Luke Wells, as he comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside for a single. So Kelly gets his first run for Hampshire, and that's greeted with great applause, and rightly so.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that again. We obviously spoke about him this morning with the nerves when he was bowling, but he came in and bowled his first ball and hit a really good spot, and then all of a sudden now he's batting and he's managed to push his first ball in and get himself to the other side and straight off the mark. So really pleased for him.
29 for 7. 55 more needed. Wells bowls. That's played firmly off the back foot by Albert through the offside for a single. So it brings Kelly back on strike. And there is, I think, 2 balls left of the over. A long way from Luke Wells, so whether... But he does have the ability to turn the ball away from both batters here with his leg spin and off spin.
It's handy, isn't it, being able to do that? Do it quite well.
Yeah, got a touch of the Liam Livingstone's about him, as Luke Wells. Oh, he's going back, Kelly. Defends it. A slightly quicker delivery from Wells. Kelly plays the ball away into the offside, but for no run. 130 for 7. Slip's gone out of play, so short extra cover. Short third, short fine. There's a deep backward square leg, deep point. Long on and long off, albeit they're not... Well, actually, they are creeping both back towards the boundary. Bahan and Bailey at long off and long on now. Final ball of the over. Wells in. Steered nicely off the back foot. Just behind square. Every run cheered for the kid, and rightly so. He doubles his total, moves to 2. End of the over. A flock of goals circling around the ground. 131 for 7, need 53 to win.
Not sure what's happened out there, but they all seem to be excited about something. Maybe some stray chips or something down there.
There's always some stray food knocking around at cricket grounds, aren't
always. But again, game on. So this game, again, like we said, just keeps shifting momentum. And 1 minute you think one side is looking good, then all of a sudden a little partnership comes, then all of a sudden another wicket falls. And now we look and we see that Keaton Jennings is rolling that dice that we spoke about, and he's got his strike bowler. Liam Hurt comes back in to the attack, so it's going to be a big challenge for the young lad, Dom Kelly. Just playing his first team game, 16 years of age, and playing in a pretty big match here. And now he's got 53 runs to try and stick around with Toby Albert and see this Hampshire side home, try and make it 5 wins out of 5. Lancashire will be trying to get that 4th win for themselves and move themselves up to the top of that group as Liam Hurt bounds in from the pavilion end to Dom Kelly and bowls slightly back of a length, and Kelly fends that one out towards Stephen Croft, who does fielding at point.
He's probably a big, fiery, feisty, fast bowler back to bowl at the 16-year-old. Liam Hurt straight into the attack. Or straight back into the attack. He's bowled well today, hasn't he? 8 overs, 3 for 21.
Yeah, I think after those first couple of overs, we all of a sudden were like, yeah, he's running in hard, and he looks like a difficult prospect, and he has proved to be difficult for the Hampshire batters as he runs in now to Dom Kelly. Slightly shorter. Plays that one back towards the bowler. Big test here for the young man. Liam Hurt. Really good figures. 2 overs left for him. 3 for 21 off his 8.2. So again, Keaton Jennings will be pushing him to try and get one more wicket. Just open that end again and try to get that breakthrough. Just 3 wickets to get for them. 53 runs to get for Hampshire, so pretty evenly poised, but Lancashire, you'd say, are slightly ahead as Liam Hurt comes in. Down the leg side, that will be a wide. Down the leg side as Dom Kelly tries to play that but doesn't get anything on it, so he's going to have to bowl that one again as the score moves on to 131 for 7. It's the crowd quietly watching, probably quite nervous, most of these Hampshire fans, as they side 132 for 7, scrambling and trying to get themselves close to this target that they would have thought would have been reasonably easy going, but we haven't, as Liam Hurt comes in and bowls to Dom Kelly, pushes that one up to mid-off. We haven't seen any batsmen get into their stride today, and it hasn't been as simple, and no one has really got going, so only Rob Jones.
Yeah, Jones, but I mean, it was hard work for him, wasn't he? He had to really get his head down and get stuck in. He got 84 off 109, 7 fours and a 6, but that's been the only partnership of the match, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely. As Liam Hurt comes, he's changing his angle actually and coming around the wicket to Dom Kelly to try and maybe expose those stumps, and bowls that one slightly down leg side. It's going to be another wide. Yeah, just eke that one out towards the leg side, and umpire signals wide, so a couple of wides in this over. Just maybe trying a little bit hard and trying to be maybe a little bit aggressive to young Dom Kelly and try and maybe push him back and then maybe go for a fuller ball, but just a little bit wayward with his lines. 133 for 7, halfway through the 39th as Liam Hurt comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Dom Kelly, who pushes that one out to Stephen Croft at point. No run. Dom Kelly playing just his first senior cricket match. 16 years of age, bowled well. 6 overs for maybe 37, I think it was in the end. Didn't pick up a wicket, but bowled lively. Good pace, and by all accounts is a decent batsman as well. So Hampshire continue to produce good all-rounders, and he looks like a good prospect as Liam Hurt comes in from the pavilion end. slightly short of a length. Stephen Croft comes running down towards the gully area and cleans up. 133 for 7, 51 runs to get. 11 overs to go. Lancashire searching for 3 wickets. Hampshire looking for 51 runs. Toby Albert at the crease. A lot will depend on him.
What does he do here? Kind of 1 over stints. He brought barely back for 1 over. Is it Hurt back for 1 over?
Could be. It could be. As Hurt comes in, final ball of this over, pushes out, play and a miss, slightly fuller. Tom Kelly pushes that one out and manages to not get a bat on that, and that's the end of that over. 133 for 7, 39 gone. Toby Albert sits pretty on 33 off 47. Dom Kelly 2 off 9. Liam Hurt so far the pick of the Lancashire bowlers with 3 for 23 off his 9 overs.
He's done well, hasn't he, Albert? He's a proper head down, stick in, try and get the team over the line when it's been difficult, really difficult for batters all day.
It has been, and he looks like he just gives himself a bit of a chance and just hits those sweepers and tries to occupy the crease. And I think the more you occupy the crease, like we saw with Rob Jones, I guess the easier it becomes.
Looked a bit scratchy at first, didn't he, when he first came out to bat, but settled into it. Here's Wells bowling. Swept again. Wells is down on one knee. This one improved his mood. It's gone for 4. Albert sweeps beautifully. It may have been a little thin bottom edge, perhaps, but just getting bat on it. At least that's what the bowler would have us believe. I'm sure Albert says I've absolutely middled it on the sweep for 4 to move to 37. It's 137 for 7.
I think as a spin bowler, anytime you see a batsman go for a sweep, you always get excited because you know. But he got a good chunk of that, and that's a very welcome boundary for Hampshire.
Down to 47 to win. Wells in and bowls, and that just grips a little bit and turns on Albert, who goes back and plays it as if it perhaps did a little bit more than he was expecting it to. It comes down the pitch, and there's a bit of gardening and a prod and a poke on the pitch, and then settles back into his crease. Wells into his 6th over, 1 for 23. Into Albert, sweeps again, out towards deep backward square leg, and gets 4 more. And the sense of momentum that Lancashire are trying to build, chipping away at wickets. Toby Albert at the other end is doing his best to counter-attack. It's a really good knock for his team here. 41 not out, 141 for 7, 43 needed to win. It's the first time really since Wells has come into the attack that any batter has got at him and put the pressure back on him.
Yeah, it's such good batting actually. That is, to play that sweep shot, it's almost playing the sweep shot behind him because he knows that's where the gap is. The deep backwards square leg was slightly in front of square actually, so there was a big gap, and he's managed to get down on one knee and play it behind him. So good manipulation of the field from Toby Albert, and 2 good boundaries for them in this over.
141 for 7. Flatter from Wells. It's jabbed away for a single. Couple of boundaries, take 1. That's good stuff from Toby Albert. 42 not out, 142 for 7, so 42 more runs needed for a Hampshire win. This might force Lancashire into yet another change. It felt like they were quite settled with Wells at this end. It felt like he got a bit of a grip of it from the hotel end of the ground, but this little counter-attack here from Albert might just force the hand of the Lancashire captain and might have to change it. There's so little margin here. Such a tight game. 42 to get, 3 wickets to get. You can't really afford to give too much away one side or the other. Wells bowls again. That's driven away by Kelly for a single. Out towards Williams. He moves on to 3. 143 for 7.
And like you say, with that small total, I think Keaton Jennings has done really well and managed to get his bowlers on at the right times. It's like you say, it's so difficult. There's no margin of error, really. You can't really afford any bad overs as a captain, and you can't afford to leak maybe an over that might go for 15, 20. So every decision that he makes has to be the right one.
Final ball of Wells' 6th over. Ooh, that takes a little leading edge and loops away into the offside as Albert tries to work it to the leg. And it lands safe. It's the end of the over. Just felt like there was a little counter-attack there from Hampshire, led by Toby Albert. 8-9, I think, off that over. So 1-4-3 for 7. 41 to win from 10 overs and 3 wickets in hand. And looks like Liam Hurt will bowl out from the pavilion end. This is his 10th and final over coming up. He's had a great day with the ball, Liam Hurt, 3 for 23.
It's been good, isn't he? Strong, hits the deck. There's not a lot out in there for him, is there? No pace in the deck, but he's managed to make things happen, and very impressive.
Do you feel like it's slowed down a bit as the day's gone on?
Do you think so? It looks it, doesn't it? Do you think so?
Felt like it was had a bit of pace in it first thing this morning.
Yeah. It seems to have got less and less, doesn't it, as the day's gone on. What a game we have here. For me, the unknown factor here is Dom Kelly, and it's difficult to call as comes in, does Hurt, and it's pushed out into the covers by Kelly. For me, if I looked at the scoreboard, I would say Lancashire slight favourites still, because I think another wicket now really is a nightmare, because you've got Turner and Campbell to come in, which you don't want them to do too much, although I said that against Derby, and Turner managed to sort of hang on and helped Albert to get them home. But for me, because Dom Kelly, for me, is an unknown quantity, there might be others listening and watching that have seen Dom Kelly in the second team and will say, oh yeah, whatever. Until you really know what he does and what he can't do, it makes it a little bit of an unknown equation from here on in. But on balance, I would still just say Lancashire. I'd rather be Lancashire in this situation. As Hurts round the wicket, blowing to the left-hander Kelly, short, and that's good pace as Kelly swings inside the line, making sure the ball goes past. Quick 30-second update. How am I going to get everything in 30 seconds? Got absolutely no chance. So I'll try my best, and that is coming up right now. Hampshire are 143 for 7, and we are in the 41st over of 50. So from here on in, Hampshire need 41. Scoring rate needs to be just over 4 and over, but they have lost 7 wickets. Toby Albert is keeping things together for Hampshire. 42 not out of 52. 16-year-old Dom Kelly is out there. He's 3 not out of 12. They have a lot of work to do here to see Hampshire over the line. Lancashire have bowled really well today to try and defend that total of 183, which we thought was slightly below par, but actually at the moment looks to be a really good total. Hampshire 143 for 7, need another 41. It's about 3 seconds over, but anyway.
4 seconds over. What's 3 seconds?
Well, on a Sunday afternoon, that's what I was thinking. It was actually 4 seconds.
Ooh, well, 4 seconds, that's a big difference.
But, yeah, it is. It's a Sunday afternoon. Anyway, here goes Hurt again. Right arm round the wicket to the 16-year-old. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Just think sometimes he's tried to intimidate him by bowling slightly shorter and just lost his line a little bit. Or maybe it's the fact that the left-hander's out there, which has just, again, upset his rhythm a fraction, because he's bowled about 3 wides to him, I think.
Just looking at these scores in recent second-team games. Dom Kelly, 68 against Somerset seconds, 40 against Essex, a 56 not out against Surrey, and a 32 not out against Essex.
So he can play. I did mention earlier on this morning that I'm on this WhatsApp group of old sort of Hampshire players, which is a new thing for me at the moment, which I'm still not sure about. Kelly drives into the covers. They're going to take a single throw. We're going at the bowler's end. Kelly's home. Probably because the ball's missed the stumps. I'm not sure what would have happened had it have hit. I think it would have been very, very close indeed. He took the risk because the fielder, was that Balderson?
Yes.
Was right on the 30-yard circle. So the fact that he was slightly deeper, he took the risk. Mainly because one of the older players, who obviously knows Dom Kelly, has seen him play a bit, said, watch out for this guy, he's a star. So the fact the old players are having their due today. I'm just wondering, actually, I don't know how many there were up there. We passed there, didn't we? It's probably 50 or 60 of them, something like that. I bet they're all up there right now, having had a few drinks, saying, well, of course, I used to do this in this situation and get Hampshire home. I bet they're all saying that now. Yeah, but I did it this way and I also got Hampshire home. I bet they all won games for Hampshire in these situations. That's a good attempted Yorker, dug out by Albert as that goes up to mid-on. Yeah, they'll have all won about 50 games for Hampshire between them in tight situations.
All been there and done it.
Yeah. Of course, he shouldn't have done that because he should have done this. I bet it's like that up there. Absolute nightmare. Amazing how much better player you are about 20 or 30 years out of your career. Oh dear. 145 for 7. I'm being unkind to them. They're a really good bunch, and I'm sort of sorry I'm not up there really, because yeah, quite a few of them up there that I would have played with. Here's some Hurt bowls and a length ball outside the off stump, and Albert leaves that one alone. And that is the end of Hurt's spell. 10 overs, 3 for 25. It's been a terrific effort. Yeah,
it has, yeah. I mean, his captain's asked a lot of his pace bowlers today. He got him to bowl 25 on the spin at the start of the game. And Liam Hurt is, just like the others, have put in a terrific shift. That's a fantastic return. 10 overs, 3 for 25 in any game is a fabulous return in one-day cricket. But in a game where margins are so tight and small here, that's brilliant from Hurt for Lancashire.
Yes, I bet Jennings wish he had about another 2 or 3 overs to come out of him. But this is the beauty of one-day cricket. You cannot bowl more than 10.
They've had to make a change. It was no surprise. 10 off the previous over from Luke Wells, so they've gone back to George Balderson, who's got a few up his sleeve to send down. I think he has got. He's got 3. Thought he had 4, but anyway, he's got 3 to left to bowl. 7 overs, 1 for 23 for Balderson. 39 to win, 9 overs left. There is Balderson around the wicket, bowls just back of a length, and that's worked into the onside by Kelly. Picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I was surprised when Kelly came out to bat here. You just assume 16-year-old debut, he'll bat last, but obviously not. So they've obviously seen, watched him. The scores he's got in second-team cricket suggest that he can bat a bit.
It's just whether the situation overwhelms you.
Yep. He's got through that spell from Hurt. They brought Hurt back into attack straight away as soon as he came out, Kelly. It's just angled in towards him, and that's played nicely away into the offside for no run. 145 for 7.
I'm just wondering if a Will Williams could have come back right now, because these next 5, 6 overs are really, really, well, they're all big from here on in, but I don't know, if you squeeze it even more, force the batters to try and make a mistake, I don't know. Balderson's bowled well anyway, but
around the wicket bowls. That's clipped a little opishly, but nice shot out towards square leg for a single. Moves to 5. 146 for 7. Well, he's going to obviously have to make a change at the pavilion end. He either goes back to Wells, who's just taken out the attack. Does he go to Morley, who's gone for 13 and we've not seen him since, or is it 2 overs from Williams, something like that? But then, as you say, because it's such a fascinating tactical kind of decision here, isn't it, for the captain to make?
I mean, do you bring Will Williams back and just say, right, have 3 now? Tom Bailey, have your 1 now?
Yeah.
And then you've got 4 overs out of the game, and you would think that Hampshire won't get too many off that unless they take a chance. So then you are then forcing Hampshire, probably with a required run rate which is much higher than 4.5, which it is now, probably up around 6, 7, 8s, and then you force them to play shots against the spinners.
Balderson, right arm over the wicket, balls. That's muscled away through the onside. That'll be 4, I would think. Has he got enough on that? As a dive comes round, yeah, he has. Albert gets 4 for Hampshire. Great. Noise around the ground as well, greeted that. Everyone's invested in this game. It's a terrific 50-over contest. Brings up the 150 for Hampshire. Toby Albert, having battered for Hampshire in a dicey situation in the last match and got good runs, is doing it again. 46 not out.
Yeah, much harder this time without taking any disrespect away from Derby.
150 for 7, so 34 to win. Balderson in off the back foot. Albert drives into the offside, picked up by Stephen Croft at point, and there's no run.
Whatever happens from here, and I said this against Derby, and I even said that against Northamptonshire, because it looked like Hampshire were going to, probably come second in both. That youngsters batting in pressure situations, no matter who they're playing for, what team they're playing for, batting in pressure situations, bowling in pressure situations. This is what this competition is all about.
Final ball of the over. Balderson in, that just comes back in, I think, to Albert, who brings the bat down and works it down towards a short third backward point. End of the over. 150 for 7, 8 left. When does he go back to Williams? Is it now? He's going to have to make a bowling change. I think it's got to be now, hasn't it? I think that perhaps the way that Albert went after Bolson a little bit in that over means he's perhaps got to gamble here and go through Williams and go through Bailey and see whether that kind of either gets the wicket or it pushes the run rate up. It then puts the pressure on having to score runs against the spinners later in the match.
I think with him having 3 overs, he's got to bowl now. I mean, he's bowling what, over 43, over 45 and over 47. Okay, that leaves 3 after him, assuming Hampshire innings is still going then, but you would think he will have built up some sort of pressure in that time. I mean, he's bowled that well, isn't he? No doubt about it. 7 overs, none for 19. Been unlucky not to have taken at least 2 wickets, let alone 1. Got the batters to play and miss on several occasions. You can't leave him any later now.
No.
So he's going to bowl right arm round the wicket. And 34 needed from 8 overs. Kelly faces, he was 5 from 17, the 16-year-old. Bowls, that's driven wide and mid-off. Oh, it's a half stop. That's a good stop. Is that Bohannon?
Yeah.
What a good stop that was. That could have so easily been 4 runs. And the crowd appreciate that piece of fielding as well. Very athletic.
It's a lovely shot. It's a great piece of fielding.
It was a good cricket, that.
He's done ever so well there, Bohannon. That's brilliant effort.
Yeah, I think there would have been a few players on both sides where that would have gone past, but flung himself low to his right there. It was a strong shot. The umpire's just having a word with Williams. I'm just wondering if he's dangerously close to the return crease, so actually bowling quite wide. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but the cut-off time a little while ago was 6:17.
Okay, no, we didn't know what it was.
Right, okay, so that was a little while ago. Whether that's been pushed back a little bit, I don't know, but that's what it was. So we are, coming up to 5:45 with just under 8 overs to bowl. This comes in again, length ball. Kelly works that wide of backward a point. Now that's going for at least 2. That's a good stop there from Tom Bailey down at third man. And he pushes it along the rope. They'll come back for 3. 155 for 7. This crowd really invested in this game now.
Terrific shot from Kelly, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's great fielding from Bailey. He saved a run for his team there.
Terrific stuff out there. This crowd are really, really getting immersed in this now. 29 needed. Kelly onto 10. First ever first team game, coming into a situation that he probably wouldn't face too many times. But this is what it's all about. But it's Albert back on strike on 46 as Williams switches to over the wicket. Bowls. Albert just works it away on the onside, wide of mid-on. Kelly runs the first one quickly. Enthusiastic young teenager. His throw comes into the stumps. Ooh, they very nearly could have taken an overthrow. I think that was Bohannon there, throwing towards the keeper. The crowd willing absolutely anything to happen out there. 156 for 7 and 28 runs are needed. Is there another twist in this game?
Well, we've had it a few times where it looks like the kind of momentum is back with one side and then it can change. It's now 28 to win, 3 wickets in hand. It's now Hampshire's again, really, isn't it, from this stage?
It is. Williams switches to round the wicket again to Kelly. Kelly works that length ball out square on the offside where it's fielded by Hurt, and there is no run. Again, whatever happens from here on in, I think we can all say that Kelly can bat. Just looks like he's got the right technique, and if he's doing all this at 16 and bowled nicely as well, just think when he's about 18, 19. Gosh, he'll be playing regularly, that is for sure. Probably even before that. You just don't know. You just don't know how people develop. But as a 16-year-old, he looks all right. As that's a slower ball. Kelly gets that off the bottom of the bat, as that was very full. And that ball trickles up towards mid-on.
Come down the pitch, wasn't it, there to Williams as well,
yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah. Just walking around the crease there, enjoying the atmosphere. We're enjoying the atmosphere as well. It's about a crowd similar to Worcestershire. I said about 3,000 it was against Worcestershire. It might have been a fraction under here, but they are certainly finding their voice, although a couple of Hampshire fans and Lancashire fans to our left have had their voice for most of the day. In fact, it looks like they're being spoken to by stewards again, way to our left, which is slightly harsh because all they've done is just sung a bit, haven't they?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
What have you. I'm not sure there's been anything else going on, but we're a long way away from that. But there's only about half a dozen of them at best. Here comes Williams short. Kelly ducks underneath that quite easy, but a good ball to finish the over with. Dot ball, 156 for 7, 28 needed, 7 overs left.
6 off that over. He's a good response from Hampshire to Williams, kind of putting the pressure back on Williams. They've kept him back 3 overs, thinking that, you know, as you say, these 3 that he'll send down, nice and tight, push up the run rate, put a bit of pressure on the Hampshire batters when Lancashire having to come back to spin, which is what they're going to have to do potentially at some point here. But Eddie's only got 1 left. Williams has got 2 left. That's Bobbleson now. Oh yeah, he's got 2 left as well. This will be his 9th. 1 for 28 over the wicket. Bowls and jabbed away into the offside by Albert, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run.
What a great experience this has been for Toby Albert in this year's competition. 20 years old, he's a Hampshire man as well, which will please a lot of the home fans. Always been given a bit of stick about the lack of homegrown players, and was put in a very tight situation against Derby, came through it. Played a few of the T20s this year as well, to be fair to him.
Balderson in. It's hammered ferociously out to point. Blimey, Croft has stopped it, but goodness me. He was hit really hard by Albert, took a wicked bounce just in front of Stephen Croft as well.
Yeah, played 9 of the T20s in the middle of the competition. Didn't start, didn't finish. But what a great experience this has been, to learn how to finish off games, whether he does today or not.
3 away from a terrific 50. Little inside edge out towards the onside for 1 run. Jones comes up from deep mid-wicket. Moves to 48 not out. 157 for 7. 27 more needed. Yeah,
it's so easy to panic in these situations, and you know, if you're looking for a more experienced head at the other end, you look up and you think, oh, he's only 16, he's playing his first game. Where am I going to get my advice from? But it's quite interesting talking to Toby Albert after the Derby game. He says, you know what, all these guys, these young guys, we've all played together for so many times in the academy. Seen them.
Bolton around the wicket.
Shot.
Yes, nice looking back foot punch into the offside. Can't get it past the infield.
Good shot for no run, that. Just a lovely punch through the line.
157 for 7.
Well, I have to say, for a long part of this innings, I thought this was Lancashire's, but I was beginning to think at least it's going to be Hampshire's here.
And again, driven firmly once more by Kelly. Another good stop in the field by Lancashire. Rob Jones at short extra cover, no run.
Hampshire are all right as long as they don't give John Turner and Jack Campbell too much to do if they're going to bat. I think even at this stage it will be too much for them. But if these two can stick around for a few more overs, get the scores tighter.
Around the wicket, balls just back of a length, looks to try and hook it. Doesn't go through with the shot entirely, which is probably a good thing. With a man out at long leg and at deep backward square, so it just lands just beyond the 30-metre circle. Kelly gets 1, moves to 11 and keeps the strike as well. 158 for 7, 26 to win, 6 overs left.
Wow. I wonder how many of those old players now up on that Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at the top have already won this game 10 times over for Hampshire. Back in their day, how they would have done this and how they would have done that and won it with about 5 overs to spare. That, I have to say, at this point is the reason why I wouldn't be over there. Because they'd all
would you be out the door by then?
I would, yeah. At this point. I mean, earlier on today would have been good fun, but now they'll have had a couple of drinks and it would have all been, yeah, well, of course I'd steer him there and I'd do this there, and it would all be so easy. Here comes Williams bowling to Kelly. Kelly playing a missing outside the off stump. He's trying to thrash that away through the offside, a little bit too close to him to play with a flat bat. All the fielders are up on that offside. The fielders out are at third man, fine leg and deep square leg. And, if it pierces the field, it's great, but again, there's been a few player misses, hasn't there, in the Hampshire innings? This game. Been a few played on as well. Prest and Donald, to name but 2. Now, the fielder is going out at deep point. That's hurt in front of the tunnel area here. The rest of the field stays the same, so there are 3 on the offside in a ring from point round as Williams bowls. That's driven by Kelly out towards extra cover. Again, you get these periods, don't you, when the ball is bowled in the right areas. It's very difficult to pierce the field. And unless it comes right out of the middle of the bat and you find the perfect spot between fielders, it is quite difficult to do so. 34 deliveries remain. Still 26 needed. So again, from here, no need to panic. But I'm sure they don't feel like that in the middle. As Williams comes in again, round the wicket. Kelly drives down the ground. That's pierced the field. And listen to the crowd. That'll tell you what's happened there. And that is 4 runs. Straight as you like. Slightly over pitched from Williams.
Well, the lad's playing a blinder here, isn't he? He'll be absolutely loving this. 15 not out, and helping to get Hampshire over the line. It's a great shot, hit firmly past the bowler, capitalising on something that was just a little over pitch from Williams. Gets 4 for it.
15 not out of 28. Here's his 29th as Williams comes in and bowls. Slower ball, and that's turned away down to fine leg. There should be 2. Fielder Balderson, it's not Balderson, or they do take on 2, and it's actually Jack Morley, the left-arm thrower, so I thought they'd been comfortable 2. There was in the end, actually. But they chanced their arm, and the throw wasn't the best, although I think Morley was trying to get it in as quickly as he could rather than trying to get himself balanced and then throw. 164 for 7, 20 runs needed with 32 balls left in this game. I'll tell you what, whatever Dom Kelly's done in the past, he won't be getting so much of a cheer as he is now for whatever he's doing. Tries to pull that away, mistimes it as it goes out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Rob Jones. Don't get too carried away. Don't enjoy those cheers too much. Don't focus on what you're doing. Forget the crowd. Worry about the crowd when you walk off having won the game. Don't worry about it at the moment. Very easy to get pumped up here, isn't it? Just get a little too excited. There won't be too many people cheering you when you're hitting a 4 in a second team game. Just feels like a run-of-the-mill shot, like every other shot you play. This is different. Here comes Williams running around the wicket again. Bowls. Kelly's trying to steer that through the offside and misses. Trying to give himself a little bit of room outside the outside the leg stump. Fortunately for him, again it's gone past the outside edge. 30 balls left in this game. Hampshire need 20.
Keaton Jennings is banking, I would think, on the 3 overs that Williams had left to at least get a wicket, probably 2, but also be really tight. And at the minute, neither of those 2 things has happened. As Lancashire try and claw themselves back into the game, it's slipping away from them again. 5 overs remaining. Tom Bailey has got 1 over left. He comes back into it. Williams has bowled 2 overs for 12. Here is Bailey. This will be his final over. Short ball, which he's dug in towards Albert and signalled as a wide by the umpire.
Now this will get Keaton Jennings going again. He's walking up to the umpire, and Tom Bailey's joining in as well. I'm not sure Bailey's too happy. He's having a chat with the umpire. Keaton Jennings wants to inquire as to what's going on, wants clarification. Unfortunately, in these tight situations, little calls like that don't help. But as I said earlier on in the Hampshire innings, I just felt 1 or 2 of the Lancashire players were wound up there. I don't think it would take too much more to wind them up again.
Bailey in and bowls. It's fallen off stump and driven up to mid-off, and they get through for a very sharp single. He moves to 49 not out. Toby Albert. It's 166 for 7. It's 18 to win now. 3 wickets to play with.
This is where you've got to try and keep your cool as a bowler. You'll start to feel a bit uptight now, because that won't be a great call. You'll feel you've had an injustice, and all of a sudden you start to feel tighter. You've just got to somehow put that out of your mind. That's easy to say, of course.
Bailey 2 for 35. Come around the wicket to Dom Kelly. In the bowls, and it's hammered up towards mid-on, but fielded by George Balderson, and there's no run.
Is it a slightly slower ball, pitched up a bit?
Yeah, he does have this really loopy, slower ball that he's bowled. In fact, picked up at least one, if not two wickets with it, and he clean bowled one batter in a one-day match with this very loopy, slower ball that completely deceived the batter. In and balls that's up and over, extra good, no, it's caught! Carved away by Kelly and caught. I thought he got enough on it to clear Williams, I think it is, there at extra cover, and he leaped up to his right-hand side, Will Williams, and takes the catch. Kelly goes for 17. Bailey picks up a third wicket. 8 wickets down now, 166 for 8. Needing 18 more runs, Hampshire to win, and Lancashire need 2 more wickets.
Well, that really has put the cat among the pigeons now. Brilliant innings from Kelly, 16 years old, 17. In that situation, you take that every day of the week, and he's going to get a warm round of applause, and it started already. Terrific innings. He'll be really dejected walking off that. But he mustn't forget that he scored those in a very tight situation. 34 deliveries, kept Toby Albert company out there, which was most important. Now, the only question from a Hampshire point of view is, has he done enough? Because with John Turner and Jack Campbell in the crease, they have to get close to the score. And are they close enough? Was it 20 away? Now, against Derby, when Scott Curry was out, the score then was 232 for 8. So Hampshire only needed 17 from there. And actually, John Turner stuck around. It's 20 now.
Well, he's had a good day with the ball, hasn't he? A fifer. First fifer for Hampshire, 5 for 25. Brilliant effort earlier on today. He's greeted halfway out to the middle by Toby Albert. As you say, it was a terrific knock from Dom Kelly to get 17. Got more runs than his age. We're caught by Will Williams at extra cover. And Bailey with a third wicket. So 2 wickets for Lancashire, 18 runs to win for Hampshire. This is Bailey's final over. He's got 3 balls left of it. He's in and bowling, and that's flicked away off the pads out towards square leg, and Turner gets his first run. Takes it down to 17 needed. Turner off the mark straight away, brings Albert back on strike, who's a run away from a 50. Would this be his second on the spin in this competition?
Yes, it would, yeah. I think it was 84 not out against Derby. Saw them home. Yeah, 84 not out.
He's looking to the leg side. There's a long leg, there's a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Third man deep point. Here's Bailey to Albert. Shuffles back. Oh, it loops up and it lands safe. Oh, there's 2 fielders hurtling after it. Croft coming up from point. Lavelle, the keeper, chasing up from behind the stumps. And the ball just looped up. It was agonising for both fielders trying to make the ground to catch it. And then you've got that added risk of the fielders colliding and a horrible injury taking place. That didn't happen. The catch didn't happen. The ball lands safe. And Albert's still on 49.
Well, you've got to bowl another short one at Albert. Well, he's played that, and a couple before that as well.
Last ball for Bailey. In and bowls it short again. It's swatted away through the onside. Fielded by Williams. He goes through for 1. It's a terrific 50 for Toby Albert. It's his second on the spin in one-day cricket, and for the second successive game for Hampshire, he's come out to bat with the team on the ropes, and he may, for the second successive match, get them over the line. He's 50 from 64. It's 168 for 8, and it's 16 to win from 4 overs, or 2 wickets for Lancashire.
Similar situations, 68 for 5 at Derby, 67 for 5 here. It's getting a habit. But there is still 16 runs needed with 24 balls left. And Albert is back on strike. And Will Williams has 1 more over to bowl, none for 31. 2 maidens in those 9 overs. This game is far from done. Great. It's been some exciting games from a Hampshire point of view, that's for sure. Whatever happens from here on in. Williams comes in and bowls to Albert. Albert finds the gap in the covers. They run the first one quickly. They shouldn't run 2, no. No.
They thought about it, didn't they? They went the first quickly, wanted to come back, get back on strike. But Williams has got 5 balls at Turner.
Now they're having a chat, the two batters. I mean, first and foremost, Turner's not got to do anything silly. Just get the bat on the ball, and if he finds a gap, that's a bonus. Even if there's only 1 run off this, it's not great, but it isn't the end of the world. What you don't want is to lose a wicket here. I'm surprised maybe there's not a slip in. Looks like Lancashire are making sure that they've got most of the angles covered as Williams comes in and bowls to Turner. It's a leg ball. Turner works that away on the leg side for a single. It's gone for the inducker there. Williams trying to go for the leg before wicket, but Turner just nicely played that away, and it brings Albert back on strike. 22 balls left in this game. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
22 balls left in this game and 14 runs needed. Lancashire need 2 wickets. Top 2 sides in the division, and we've had a game that has befitted that. As Williams comes in again and bows to Albert. Albert swings that away, hard, but straight to the man at deep cover. Picked him out. A few yards either side, that was 4 runs. 21 balls left, 13 needed. What a game. What a game. It's been worth coming all the way down South for whatever happens, Scotty.
Always is, mate. Always is.
So that brings Turner back on strike. They keep the same field, short extra cover, making sure there's no single. Allows the cover fielder to go a little deeper. Here's Williams from that pavilion end and bowls. Turner works that away wider mid on. That'll be another single. Yeah, this over's proved a little better than Hampshire would have hoped for, I guess. I mean, you hope for hit 4 fours and walk off, but realistically, you think if you can keep the scoreboard ticking along, even in this situation, give Albert a bit of the strike, even if you can't give him all the strike, and you'll be happy. 12 needed. 20 deliveries remain in this game. Albert is 52 not out off 66. And there are 2 fielders out deep on the leg side now, so a big gap on that leg side. As Williams comes in and bowls short, and he hammers that away. Doesn't time it, fortunately, because that'll be... Oh, it's beaten the fielder Hurt, who hurtled in. They'll have to hurry still. They get it in. Hurtled in, and the ball spun in the outfield and went past him. Fortunately for him, Bohannon was sweeping up behind him. That's a bonus run. 2 runs in total. And Hampshire now need 10 off 19.
Yeah, they ran hard the first, and it puts the pressure on the fielder, doesn't it, when you run so hard. First delivery, first run, and instant kind of fielder under pressure. You've got to pick it up clean, you've got to get it in. Every run's crucial and all the rest of it. Albert 54 now. As Williams comes in and bowls to him. Short, hammered away into the gap. Through the covers, through extra cover, that's 4. It was catchable height, but it was in between 2 fielders. He went for the short delivery, Williams, and it didn't pay off. And that may just see Hampshire home with that boundary at the end of Williams' spell. None for 41 from 10. He still bowled well, created real problems early on. Didn't quite have the luck that maybe he deserved. Beat the outside edge on a number of occasions. But Hampshire now, with 3 overs left, needs 6. Yeah, that spell for Will Williams is... Keaton Jennings has held him back for look. He's bowled beautifully for Lancashire since he joined the club, and Keaton Jennings has held him back for 3 overs. He's bowled 3 overs for 22. He'd have expected at least a wicket, and probably fewer runs in truth. And neither's happened. 3 for 22. So that's been a real bonus for Hampshire to have not just got through Williams without him taking a wicket and then doing too much damage, but they've actually got runs off him.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not quite worked, hasn't that? That's Williams bowled out, Bailey's bowled out, Hurt's bowled out. So got 3 overs left, and it's going to be a combination of Balderson, Morley, and Wells. Balderson in, and that's hit to mid-off. They'll scamper through for a quick single, shy at the stumps from Bailey. They're almost there. 5 away from victory for Hampshire, with 179 for 8, 5 to win, and Albert 58 not out back on strike.
Well, a wicket now would be handy because again, and believe me, Turner looks a lot better than I've seen him out there in the middle. Jack Campbell is about what you'd think he would be at number 11. Now, I haven't seen a lot of him, but what I've seen, I think even 5 runs might be too much. Short, and Albert ducks underneath that one. Could have gone for it. They're asking for a wide, the crowd, optimistically. I think that was quite high enough, unfortunately. 179 for 8. Albert on 58 or 59. Is he going to do it twice in 2 games for Hampshire? Pull a game out of the fire? He's almost within touching distance of doing it again, but he's not quite there yet. 5 needed to win. As bowled again. That's nicely timed through extra cover. Now, I don't think that's going to go all the way. Hurts diving, brilliant stop. Absolutely top draw stop. Certainly saved the boundary. 2 runs, he stopped 2 runs in total. What a great piece of fielding that was.
Outstanding. Brilliant cricket. I mean, a beautiful shot. Deserved 4. Hurt was brilliant to get across the ground and stop it. Outstanding effort from Hurt. Lovely shot. Was probably enough, but he deserved 4 the way he timed it.
3 needed, 15 balls left in the game. Albert back on strike on 60. Balderson comes in again, short, and it's pulled away, and that'll be a single at least out on the onside. Rob Jones fielding, one of 2 fielders out in front of square on that leg side. And that's been called another one for the over, I think, looking at the umpires. Certainly signalling something. But it brings Turner back on strike, and Hampshire need 2 from the last 14 deliveries. They're 182 for 8. Albert is the non-striker on 61. Now, Lancashire really do need to work out a plan here, because this is probably their last throw of the dice. It is their last throw of the dice. Keaton Jennings is bringing fine leg up here. He's going to have a ring of fielders to Turner. I think that's a good move. I think he's got to go for broke here with Hampshire needing 2. He's just got to hope that the bowling is accurate from Balderson, and there's no reason to think it hasn't been, because Lancashire, that's been one of the features here. Ring of fielders then. Turner's got to do something special. As Balderson bowls, it's pushed back to the bowler. No run there. That's another dot ball.
There's been some good games between these 2 sides in the last couple of years. There's been some really good cricket play, you know, intense cricket, competitive, good cricket, 2 very good teams, and that's across all 3 formats. The Blast game, this 50-over match, we've seen obviously the epic match at Ageas last year.
Brilliant.
It's been some fabulous cricket play.
2 very good sides, even when they're under strength. Here comes Balderson, bowls into Turner. Turner gets another length ball, which he drives back to the bowler. That's okay. No problem from a Hampshire point of view there. He's still there. It's Albert on strike with 2 overs left in this game.
And probably spin. Well, it has to be spin.
All the seamers finished?
Yep.
There you are. There was the gamble. But it may still yet play off.
It's going to have to be either Morley or Wells.
Who would you go for?
Wells.
I think you're right. Turning the ball away from the right-hander. I think it has to be. I think you're right.
He has both 6 overs, 1 for 29. Morley's, I feel for Morley, he's in the team as the frontline spinner, but 2 overs for 13. We've not seen him since. I think I'd be amazed if he's not Wells to bowl it.
I agree. Well, at the end of this over, and certainly by the end of the next 2 overs, we will know that one side remains unbeaten in this competition, and one side will lose their first match. Hampshire are favourites, but Lancashire certainly not out of it yet. A wicket now, a wicket in this over. Certainly Albert. Wow, what would that do to the game?
Well, that would spice things up again.
It would certainly spice things up. With Jack Campbell coming out as a number 11.
It is Luke Wells to bowl it.
So 182 for 8. Albert on strike, 61 from 71. John Turner, who's already done a very good job to go with the 5 wickets that he got in the Lancashire innings, he's 4 off 6. 2 runs needed. And Luke Wells with a ring of fielders. Oh, there is a deep square leg out. That's Hurt. Away to our left. And it's going to be Luke Wells then. Everybody's silent around the ground. Don't want to miss this. As Wells comes in and bowls. That's a quicker ball. Albert just pushes that quietly out on the offside. I got a little excited there when that ball came through a bit quicker. Albert played it nicely though. 11 balls left, 2 needed. 1 for the tie. That's probably more befitting, a tie, wouldn't it?
It's been nothing between the teams today, has there really?
No, it's been good. It's been a great watch. Hopefully you've enjoyed the listen as well, and the watch on the live picture feed, of course, as Wells comes in and bowls. Albert hits it over the top. There's the winning runs. That's going all the way for 4, and listen to that crowd. Albert punches the air, gets a hug from John Turner, and Hampshire have won this game by 2 wickets Toby Albert again seeing the side home. 186 for 8. Albert finishes on 65 not out. The 20-year-old does it again.
Brilliant game of cricket. Congratulations to Hampshire and to Toby Albert. That is a fabulous knock. I mean, I didn't witness the one against Derbyshire, but I would suspect that's probably a better bowling attack than he faced against Derbyshire, and he's got the team over the line. So a brilliant effort from Toby Albert. I mean, really seriously gutsy from Albert. And I thought Lancashire were outstanding in the field and with the ball, and they made 183 feel like an awful lot more runs. And Keaton Jennings could not really have asked for anything more from his bowlers, backed up by his fielders. That it was a fabulous effort, and it's produced a really, really good game of cricket. And Hampshire have got over the line by 2 wickets to maintain their unbeaten kind of consecutive winning start on top of the group. But we've had that dramatic finish because Lancashire have bowled brilliantly, and Albert's got the home side over the line. But yeah, fabulous game of cricket. Loved it. It
was brilliant, and there were long periods where Lancashire looked like they were in front, certainly with Hampshire at 67 for 5. Great bowling all round, as Scott Reed says, made Hampshire work for every single one of those 180. What did they finish on? 186 in the end. Great game to watch, you can tell, because everybody in the crowd has stood up and applaud both teams off. I know Lancashire will feel mightily disappointed. You do when you lose a close game like that, and the fact they've lost their unbeaten record, but when you feel that you're going to win the game on several occasions, it's even harder to take. But Hampshire, it is now 5 from 5, and there are 3 games left for each of these sides in the division. I do actually believe that both sides will qualify. It's been a quality Lancashire performance, even though they've come out on the wrong end. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 wickets for Liam Hurt. Both bowled absolutely brilliantly, kept the pressure on, as did the rest of the bowlers. But it's Hampshire that run out winners by just the 2 wickets. Thank you to Scott Reed. Thank you, Scott.
Cheers, Kev.
Always enjoy him coming down. Stanley, Marissa, well done to you. Absolutely brilliant, as always, in the few times that he's been doing commentaries, and done many, as he wouldn't think it. And Hampshire stay top of the group. That's it from us then. So have yourselves the rest of a good evening.